Sport works in crazy ways, doesn't it? You wait many, many years for a door from around the world to Durham Live, the only place where you should have caught every single ball of Durham's white ball cricketing campaign this glorious summer in the northeast, and the only place you can catch every single ball of this, Durham against Derbyshire in the Metrobank One Day Cup, as Durham aim for that quarter-final spot. And who knows, maybe this isn't going to be the last Durham Live of the season, if we can secure that home tie. I'm Andy Sixsmith, and as ever, over the next 10 minutes or so, wherever you're watching, whether it's here in the UK, whether it's exclusively live on Fan Code in India, or whether it's somewhere else around the world, we are going to be building up to the start of this one. It's around about 11:15 UK time. The two teams will be out in about 15 minutes time or so for the start of this one, and hopefully Durham can get the win and hope other results will go their way elsewhere, especially in that Worcestershire against Lancashire game, and secure a home quarter-final tie this Friday, so there wouldn't be much of a turnaround. Anyway, regardless of that, to secure a quarter-final tie, we need a fantastic punditry team. Steve Harmison's decided to have a holiday. We hate you, Harmy. Off in beautiful climes elsewhere in Europe, so we had to replace him with pure class. Ben Stokes wasn't available. We've ended up with Ashley Thorpe. Thorpey, how are we doing? You all right?
Very well, mate. How are you?
You were better about 5 seconds ago, I imagine.
I was wondering where all that was going, to be totally honest with you. But yeah, all good, thank you, mate.
Yeah? You're looking to sun yourself today and watching a Durham win, maybe?
Yeah, I'm excited for the game.
Yeah.
We needed to beat Derbyshire in the T20 to get through to the quarterfinals, and we're in exactly the same situation. Yeah. So hopefully we can get the win today and cause a few logistical headaches with Friday, 2 days away.
I know.
We don't know where we're playing.
Yeah.
We possibly venues, hotels, buses. Or if we're at home, how do we staff it? Do we have a pitch ready? Like, it's a bit crazy, but that's Durham.
I will come back to the logistical problems, shall we say, and issues with a potential quarter-final on Friday night. But how strange is it to be sat here and saying those words? The fact that we could be celebrating a second white ball quarter-final by the close of play today.
Yeah, and it's a testament. I think they've put a bit of focus on the white ball this year.
Yeah.
Red ball's gone reasonably well. I think they would probably want to done a little bit better in the red ball, but they're sitting pretty comfortable on the table. We've got to that quarter-final for the T20, and now can we push that a little bit further and qualify for the next round of the Metrobank Cup?
All I'm going to say, I mean, sport's not a game of coincidence necessarily. There's a lot of reasons for it, and all I'm going to say, it's been a while since we've made quarter-finals of two white ball competitions. First time in however many years. First time at Durham Live's ever been here. So how big an influence do you reckon we've had on this?
I think it's all down to us.
I reckon so.
If I'm totally honest with you, it's huge. You know, this production team, you know, there's me and you and Sam and Chubby in today, and the guys behind the camera that pretty much do all the hard work, to be totally honest with you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And yeah, it's absolutely all down to us.
I won't mention the hair necessarily, but do you have any nails left after that win over Kent?
I definitely haven't got any hair.
Because it was a close one over Kent, wasn't it?
Yeah, we looked dead and buried, let's be totally honest. And I thought the campaign was done and dusted, and this one was probably going to be a little bit of a dead rubber for us. However, we clung on and we got a great victory there, and that's down to the character and just managing to win those games hopefully puts us in good stead for when we're in tight situations in the coming weeks, that we can grab some more victories.
It was quite incredible. I'll be honest with where I was trying desperately to keep up to date with it while watching Riverdance in Dublin with my partner. So if my partner is watching this, I apologise for repeatedly looking at my phone, because I did see that Kent obviously needed 60 off 60, only 3 wickets down. Yeah. And I'll be honest, halfway through Riverdance, I was looking at it and thinking, concentrate on Riverdance, because Durham ain't going to come back from Mace. Then the next time I checked, the 9 down, we're on the way to a win. It was just incredible the way we managed to turn around, and testament to the mentality of this team as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and that never give up mentality, isn't it? You know, and that's probably a northeast thing as much as it is a Durham thing. You know, you're always in the fight. You're never ever going to give up. From a personal point of view, it was great to see Ben McKinney get his first 100, his first proper 100. Yeah. Had a chat with him last week saying somebody in the ECB must really like you. I says, you've got this Lions call up, and I says, you haven't scored a run yet. And he was like, yeah, that's true. And then he goes out and he gets a big 100, and he's unfortunately missing today playing for the Lions. Yeah. But somebody's going to have to step up. I think he's our leading run scorer with just shy of 300 runs in the competition. Yeah. Somebody's going to have to step up and do his work.
So what we're saying is, it's Durham Live the reason for Durham's success in the white ball campaign, and it's Ashley Thorpe the reason behind Ben McKinney starting to score some runs for Durham.
No, I just told him a few truths. And he's a great kid. He just wants to do really well. and there's much bigger things that come from him. Hopefully, not just for England, but in a Durham shirt, which will make that England thing possible.
Because it's how he manufactured the innings. We're going to see the highlights in just a couple of minutes' time, but it's how he created that innings for himself. Where the wickets were starting to fall again around him, young lad, but an old head on his shoulders, it looks like. Yeah,
he's starting to mature. So he's always had the capability to score runs. It's can he adapt his game to change through the gears as a batter? For a couple of overs, you might be flying and hitting 3 or 4 boundaries, and then actually it might get tough for the next few overs. But can you get through to that next purple patch where you can hit those boundaries? And Ben did that beautifully. Yeah,
beautifully with a maiden first-class century as well. So fantastic for Ben. Obviously, like you're saying there, thought we not in the squad today. He's out with the Lions, unfortunately. We'll talk through team news in a little bit. And touching on team news, one other name missing, and that is obviously George Drissel. Big props to him. Fantastic figures, 4 for 38 against Kent. It'll be a big miss today after what was sensational bowling against Kent.
Yeah, he's stood up a couple of times, hasn't he, and bowled really well. Yeah. I think this is a tournament that he's grabbed hold of. It is his opportunity, let's be honest. His red ball stuff is limited. He didn't make an impact in the T20, so this competition was made for George. He missed the start of it through injury. And then he's come on really strong, and unfortunately he misses out today.
Well, we'll talk him. We'll talk all things spinning. We'll talk all things seam bowling, all things batting, all things Durham team, and all things Derbyshire as well in just a short time. But we've teased it already. It was nail-biting. It was ridiculous. Wherever you were watching it, wherever you were keeping up to date with it, it was ridiculous the other day as Durham went up against Kent, knowing that they needed a win to keep their hopes of qualification for the quarterfinals in the Metrobank One Day Cup alive. And here are those tremendous highlights from a fantastic day out for Durham.
Here comes Grant Stewart, driven away for 4 runs down the slope. Over-pitched, a little bit of gentle away swing.
Cook. This is an in-swinger played away by Jones, and going to go for 4 down to other than the franchise.
Oh, bowled him.
That's a corker. Middle stump's gone.
Must have. And it's over the top again from McKinney. He hasn't got hold of this one, but same result.
Comes in and bowls, and that's a thick edge from Lees, and it's away down to the third man boundary for 4. It was well wide of the keeper. That is smacked out into deep. 49 from 48 balls. And there's his 50, his second of this year's tournament.
Pulled away in the air, out towards the boundary, and it's Borthwick the man on strike. That's it.
Reardon bowls, McKinney drives, there he goes, it's his 100th, his first 100 in one-day cricket for Durham, and it's coming 103 balls, 12 fours and 2 sixes.
Fairly economical, just backing away here McKinney, and he's absolutely sent that for 6. Jaden 5.5 and over as Parkinson. That one's in the air from Delader. It might go all the way though. Stewart to go hard at these late stages as Stobo bowls, and it's sent away leg side all the way for 6.
And that could be out. It is out. Catch. That long on.
Did they go and pick the ball up? This one is 4 more from Joey Everson, 3 in a row as he hits it square through cover point.
36 for 1 now. Delader bowls. That's cut hard and driven away. Past point for 4. Nice shot. Gone down the leg side. They're appealing for a catch. He's out.
Left arm over to Finch. That was a little bit leg side. It's been clipped away very nicely indeed by Finch. Driven away square. Back-to-back boundaries for Finch.
Rizal again. Oh, it's gone through him. Bowling tight. He's appealing for LBW. He's down on his knees. He's gone. Stewart is out.
LBW fired in, and I think he's been given as well.
45 to win from 5 overs. The required rate has jumped dramatically to 9. Rizal bowls. That's in the air, and that should be out. Oh, it's dropped. Dropped by Jones in the deep.
It's bizarre he's coming over Stober.
43 to win from 4.4 overs. They're appealing, and it's an LBW, and that is the end of Denley. What price a tie? Comes Rizal again. The wicket. Oh, this is going to for the balls. And by Stobo a wicket, he'll get 2 more. Throw comes back to the keeper's end. Oh, nearly bowled. He slams it into the hands of Ackerman and it bounces away down the ground. Ball comes back. Ackerman can run him out. No, he doesn't. And that's a wide-ish ball, which is hit down towards third man for 4. So Durham win by 7. Wow.
Well, those images get better and better. Not just of that nail-biting 7-run win over Kent, but George Drissell's celebration. Don't you just love it? He's down on one knee, both arms in the air. Tremendous. And he is playing today, Thorby. So we might get to see more of it.
I was watching him warm up there, and maybe that's why he's got that bandage on his knee there from those appeals. He was down on the ground. He was giving it proper old school to the umpire, and umpire, well, it must be out if he's appealing like that. But nah, what a spell from him. Yeah. The wicket of Jack Leaning there, who was absolutely flying on 80 odd, I think he was at the time, beat him through the gate, and that changed the game. And from there on, spin killed them off with some good fielding as well. So yeah, really, really crucial spell, and I'm actually thrilled that he's in the lineup today. So him and Parkinson, and you've got Borthwick there, and Ackerman. So there's some real options for Durham.
Lessons to be learned. I'll come on to the team news in a bit, but lessons to be learned everywhere. If you're a bowler, appeal strongly. If you're a presenter, never listen to your commentary team when they tell you the team news. We were obviously saying that George Drissell isn't involved today, but he is. It's fine. Like we say about the team news there, Thorpe, it's looking like quite a spin-heavy team at Durham, and we've seen just how big an impact spin can have in Durham's home one-day fixtures this season. Yeah,
we'll talk about the toss in a moment, but that could come in. It's a really good pitch. It's our international pitch. Yeah. Right in the middle. The boundaries look huge. Look around 75-metre boundaries. So with that in mind, Durham have lots of spin options. And Alex Lees as captain, that's a great thing to have. Yeah. Plenty of options. He's got some good seam options as well with Wagner and Ben Rain. Excited for this one. Yeah, you mentioned the toss there. It will come as absolutely no surprise to anyone who has watched a home one-day fixture this season for Durham. But Durham lost the toss. And we've been put into bat once again here at the Seat Unique Riverside in Chester Street. You can see the pictures on your screen right now. The two captains out in the middle with the umpires. That was around about 25 minutes ago. Also, with 5 minutes to go until the start of this one. Thorpe, I mean, it's another coin toss that we've lost. But is it not necessarily a terrible thing that we've been put in the back, given what we've done so far this season? Yeah, we've just got to do anything well today. There's no excuses. This is a quarterfinal. It's a must-win game. We need to put a good total on the board, bat responsibly, have wickets in hand at the end, and go large, and give those bowlers something to defend. So I think we've done that over the tournament so far. So it's a system and a method that the lads know well, so nothing to fear. Go out and play well. Umpire's bell's just gone here at the Seat Unique Riverside in Chester Street, so a couple of quick final ones. How much will the lads relish the pressure of this one? Because, let's face it, Derbyshire is still in the hunt for the quarterfinals as well. This is must-win for both sides. Will our boys relish that pressure? Yeah, absolutely. These are the games that you want to be a part of. Hopefully there's a nice crowd that comes in on a beautiful day in the northeast, so... Mate, like I said, I'm excited, so the boys must be excited and raring to go. You think we're going to do it? Absolutely. Confidence in the Dapper News studio, as ever. So I think it's about time that we get set and we find out the answers to those questions. The main one being, of course, can Durham make it a quarter-final in the Metrobank One Day Cup? And even better, can Durham make it a home quarter-final? If so... we've only got 48 hours of a turnaround time to get the Dapper News studio and Durham Live back up and running. We're not going to worry too much about that. We just want a Durham win. No bias, obviously. So it's time to pass you on to your commentary team. Simon Brown. And first, he's known as Somerset Sam, but we're just going to call him Sam Darling.
Yeah, thanks, gents. I know my place here up in the northeast. I am just here for an over to keep Ash Thorpe's seat warm while he transitions across from the Dapper News studio. Not even 48 hours, Andy Sixsmith. 40 hours between the final ball of this game and the first ball of the potential quarter-finals. But the criticism of that is another conversation for another day. As the Derbyshire players make their way out into the middle, all we know about them is that if they win and Hampshire lose, Derbyshire could well qualify. If Derbyshire win and Hampshire also win, we have to wait until the tables update because they'll be on the same number of points and it'll be down to net run rate. And good luck to anyone who can calculate live who is winning on a net run rate basis. I mean, let's do it alphabetically and then Derbyshire would go through. It would make life much, much easier. Simon Brown, hello, nice to see you. I'm going to ask you a question and then I'm going to leave you with Ash Thorpe. I'm sorry.
That's okay, I'm used to it. Yeah, I'm really interested in what Thorpe has just said there, that this is the international pitch as well. I don't think this is a bad thing that Durham are batting first here. I watched the game last week where Durham were defending when they fielded second against Hampshire, and I thought they bowled really, really well. I thought that was the difference in the game. I thought the Durham bowlers were excellent. I think if Durham post a reasonable total today, I personally would rather be fielding second.
Yeah, just jumped into Sam's hot seat there. I'm going to nick the first over, and Chubby, they've had that method, and when they've done well, they've defended and squeezed and used their spinners really well in the second half. And this pitch, it has been used, but it was used quite a while ago. There's a really nice fresh covering of grass on it, but it's pretty dry. They're pretty happy with it.
I always just like that you've got options when you field second.
Yeah.
If somebody's not having a great day with the ball, you can switch things around. If you're chasing, you're stuck with what you've got, aren't you?
That's it. And Zach Chappell is going to open the bowling from the Lumley end, and Alex Lees tucks this away out into the leg side for no run. Michael Jones opening the batting alongside Alex Lees. We've seen that partnership quite a lot in the past as well. Ben McKinney obviously not in the team today. Off of the England Lions, Chubb.
Yeah, great. Deservedly so as well, I think. There's been some fantastic individual performances all throughout the white ball competitions this year. And I know we've said this numerous times before, that if you look at the international cricket or potential international cricketers that Durham have produced, it's fantastic.
Lees defends again out into the offside. Looks good pitch so far.
Doesn't look a great deal of pace in it, does it? I know it was only the first couple of balls there, and the bowler looks like he's kind of just getting warmed up a little bit, if I'm honest. But no, neither of those came off particularly quickly. Yeah,
like you say, you can probably tell by the footmarks that it has been used before, but like I said, not quite some time ago for the Women's International that was here. Little bit of live grass on, looks like really good grass. It's been reseeded, unlike the pitch that we played on the other week against Somerset, which was that really clumpy grass. We'll get Vic to talk about that a little bit later on. Hopefully he'll be in as Lees gets away. And Chappell, hands on head. I think he's done that for all three balls so far, so we'll probably just put that. Yeah, as a bowler, you want to create a little bit of your own theatre.
Yeah, there is a bit of that. But when you're sliding the leg stump half volley, it's quite difficult to get away with that, I'm afraid. It was pretty straight, to be fair, but it was nicely played. But yeah, there's the three balls that have been bowled so far, there doesn't seem a great deal of venom in this pitch.
Yeah.
Like I said, difficult to tell, but perhaps some of the quicker bowlers might get a little bit more out of it.
2 slips in place for Derbyshire. And a pretty standard field with it. Fine leg and a third man. Not often you see the third man in place. They're normally really square at the moment, the new funky field placings. Chappell will be into Michael Jones facing his first ball, and Jones leaves that one alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, a little bit of movement in the air there. Ball just sort of leaving the right-handed batsman a little bit. Nothing to be scared of, I don't think, certainly from what we've seen so far with the ball. If I was Durham, like I say, I really wouldn't be disappointed to be fielding first here. I think the way they've approached all of the white ball cricket, particularly with the slower bowlers, how they've rotated them and got them into the attack early, and not being afraid to change things. I think that's definitely the way to go. So I'm liking this so far.
Durham with good spin options available. There's Chappell in again. Again, a little bit of shape through to the keeper.
Yeah. It's only just getting through, isn't it, as well? It's not. It's kind of carrying through sort of knee ankle height to the wicket keeper. But there is a bit of shape in the air there. It's nice and warm, so it should swing a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of breeze, light breeze here at Seat Unique Riverside. Lots of blue sky and a beautiful day here in the northeast. Healthy crowd in, which is nice for a big game. And Vic and the crew got their deck chairs out. They're sat over there watching the game. Hopefully watching a good performance here from Durham, who have been inserted to bat first. And this one is punched away nicely by Jones off the back foot.
Nicely timed.
And you get at least 2. And they'll settle for the 2. Interestingly, just to check the outfield, there was some quite heavy rain here last night, so that's run away quite nicely, to be fair.
Yeah, they said there wasn't a great deal of sort of venom in the shot either.
No.
It was literally just using the pace of the ball, hitting it square on the offside there. Fairly gentle first over, really.
It was very, very gentle, wasn't it? Chappell not really exerting himself a lot there, but getting through that first over. Durham just getting through that first over, 3 without loss, with Lees and Jones both off the mark. So yeah, everybody just settling into the game. Big game. Yeah. Lots at stake for both teams. Like I said, there was that game down at Derbyshire in the T20 where there was all to play for both sides, and kind of the winner takes all mentality for this game.
I do remember playing Derbyshire I think we played them at Jesmond one year in a one-day cup, if I remember rightly, in a one-day game. And they had Devon Malcolm and Ian Bishop opening the ball, and that was...
a little bit different
in
the Venom Stakes.
It was, yes, it was.
Sam Connors comes in, and this first ball is on the hip of Alex Lees, who pulls it away. And we'll get at least 2 as that goes down to Lewis Rees. I think it is down there at fine leg. Come back for a comfortable second.
Nicely played. Nicely played off his hip there.
Yeah, it was the old swivel pull.
That you mentioned earlier on about third man from the ball at the other end being relatively fine.
Yeah.
I think looking at the pace of the pitch, I think if I was captain, I would have my square leg, fine leg and third man very square.
Yeah. Connors in again, and there's a play and a miss as Lees tries to drive that one away.
I always thought
offside.
I always thought if a batsman got a nick on it and it goes down fine to, like you say, third man or fine leg, then that's kind of tough, really. That's just unlucky. If you bowl with a little bit of width and the ball gets hit firmly, that's kind of where you want a little bit of protection. It's obviously not where you're looking to bowl, but I think you've just got to accept that if it goes fine, it's just unlucky. It happens sometimes.
Absolutely. Sam Connors from the Finkel end. Runs in. And that one cuts Lees in half, and there's half an appeal. Seems to be some good pace in that one there from Connors as that carries that one gets behind the stumps. There was a bit of venom on that one for the first time today.
Yeah, that went through nicely. Just put a little bit more in there, just back of a length, and it seemed to sort of come back into the left-hander as well. The wicketkeeper was probably taking the ball over the top of the stumps there. That was a good ball. Really good ball.
It was a good ball. Probably the first one that we've seen really banged into this pitch. We've got some breaking news for Michael Jones has just been included in the Scotland squad to face Australia in 3 T20s at the start of September. And this is short, and Lee's belted for 4. Absolutely sat up and crunched away by the big left-hander.
It was a great shot. I think the ball probably, seeing the last ball just bounce a little bit and go through, just dragged that one down a little bit too much, unfortunately. But like you said, Lee's onto it really quickly and smacked it well in front of square on the leg side as well.
Great feeling for a batter to be able to pick that up early and hit that in front of square. Sends a message to the bowler that you're here to play. And just interesting, as a bowler, Chubb, you just need to find that length on this pitch, because that one definitely sat up compared to the ball before. Yeah, definitely.
Again, personally, because of the way I used to bowl, I used to try and sort of pitch it up and swing it anyway. Yes. If I'd bowled a ball of that sort of length, I probably expected somebody would score off it, because it's not what I'd be trying to do.
Yeah.
Here we're just seeing the field being changed, so the fine leg's now actually a short fine leg on the 30-metre circle, and almost just deep backward square now.
It's a great camera shot there, just illustrating that. And that one is the length that seems to be just getting through a little bit and causing Lees a little bit of problems there. A bit of shape back into the left-hander.
Yeah, I think the ball, like you said, good comeback after the ball before. Like you said, probably disappointed with the one that dragged down, but that's definitely the right sort of area, just back of a length and straight, coming back into the left-hander. That's really the area to sort of try and hit.
Just having a look at Connors here, he seems to be holding his hamstring. I don't know if he's just having a scratch there, or he's just seems to be favouring his hamstring there.
I think you're right, actually. I think he's just had a word with the skipper as well, hasn't he?
Maybe very high, or maybe in the glute. As Connors comes in again, and this is another good delivery from Connors, and that's left alone by Lees outside the off stump. That ends over number 2, 9 without loss. Durham. Lees on 7, Jones on 2, and just keep our eye on Connors here for a moment.
He's carrying, definitely. Yeah, there's a couple of the players just coming over to see if he's okay.
There's definitely a chat there around him and what you don't want from a Derbyshire point of view. Well, really for the game, you want to see the best 11 on each side going at it, and hopefully he can manage to get through whatever little niggle he has. But he's still holding his hamstring as he walks down to fine leg.
Quite high, isn't it? Quite high hams.
Maybe maybe in the glute region.
Yeah.
And I think, as Simon said there, we're going to see a similar field now for Zach Chappell as square leg drops back, and Connor's actually from fine leg, still holding his backside, really.
I didn't think the second slip would stay in place very long, to be honest.
It's Chappell in again, and this one's left alone.
Good line, just outside off. Good length as well. Seems to be a little bit more in the pitch bowling from this end. Don't know which way the breeze is blowing. Perhaps if there's
not much wind out there this morning, actually. We normally get a bit of a cross breeze here at the Riverside, one way or the other. But the flag, just having a look at the flags on top of the pavilion, they're pretty limp at the moment. And having a look at the trees as well, there's not much swaying going on. Jones defends nicely out to the offside.
Yeah, good cricket all round again. Bowler getting the ball in the right sort of place. Nice soft hands as well from the batsman.
He played it nice and late. Dahl, good energy in the field from Anuj Dahl. Just raced onto that ball. Like you say, just one slip in place now, and you can still see. Well, we can still see anyway. Connors is going through some stretches.
Yeah,
I think he might be in a little bit of trouble there. Might be one spell and then go off. But you can see the physio now as well down to our left is on the boundary edge. There's Chappell right on the money there.
Yeah.
It's a good start from Chappell.
It is, yeah. This is a much better over. The first one, like you say, just looked like he was just kind of just feeling his way in a little bit. This has got a bit more purpose about it, this over.
Yeah, that one hit the pitch hard. And
yeah.
Hit the splice of Michael Jones's bat as it went out into the onside. Really excited to see young, is it Harry Moore? Big, long human being.
Yes.
Just down to our down to our right at third man. He was the hero against Somerset a few weeks ago with the bat more than the ball. This one's just defended by Jones again to mid-on. But yeah, he's an exciting prospect, along with Sam Connors. It's a good side, and Derbyshire we're on the brink of qualifying for the T20, and they're on the brink again, so they'll be pretty happy with their work this season. They haven't done, along with Durham, have really struggled in white ball cricket over the since the T20 was kind of introduced. So yeah, a bit of progress from Mickey Arthur's men. And that hits the thigh pad, and not what Connors needs is a chase down to fine leg as that runs away for 4-leg buys. Durham won't mind how they come. That gets Durham into double figures and a 13 without loss.
It's just a good example of what we were saying earlier on there. It's gone really fine. The fielder's never going to stop that.
Yeah.
It is just unlucky. The ball was a bit too straight. Ideally, if you're bowling, you hope that just gets knocked out to square leg for a single. Particularly if you've bowled 3 or 4 balls in the right sort of place. And you're looking not to concede a boundary at this point.
Yeah, as a captain, that's a throwback of the head moment there. You don't want 3 runs. And again, Chappell back to his usual spot to end the over. 13 without loss, Durham. Jones on 2 and Lee's on 7. A pretty tidy over there from Zach Chappell.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, just a bit more purpose in that one, wasn't it? The first one just looked like he was kind of feeling his way a little bit. So still, we haven't had a change of bowling at this end. We've still got...
Yeah, who's still holding his glute, isn't he?
Yeah.
That was actually a maiden over, that, from Chappell.
Yeah.
Even though it went for 4-leg buys. No runs off the bat.
Yeah, I think the bowler's struggling here.
Yeah.
I think he's probably going to give this over a go, but I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't manage to finish it, unfortunately.
Just having a chat there with Derbyshire captain Samit Patel. Samit was playing even when I was back playing, so that was a bloody long time ago.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been around a long time, hasn't he?
There's not many of them around, Chubb, that we played against.
No, nice striker of the ball, isn't he?
Yeah,
really nice
cricketer,
striker.
and I think he's going to come off here.
Yeah, I think the ball is done, isn't he? And that makes sense as well. I think you can make injuries like this a lot worse by trying to carry on, and if it is a tear, then it's only going to get worse quickly.
See how disappointed he is as he walks off. He thrashes his hat against his thigh. And we're going to see Harry Moore a little bit quicker than we thought.
Yeah.
The youngster, product of Repton School, where Martin Spate
yes, that's right,
head of cricket there. So excited to see what this youngster has to offer.
And pretty much guarantee when he bats, the first thing he's going to do is reverse sweep. Regardless of who's bowling or where the ball is, it'll be a reverse sweep.
It's not the first time that's been mentioned this morning, actually. I was out on the ground having a chat to a couple of people, and they did mention, Repton, Spatey, reverse.
Yep.
Yeah. Spatey, if you're listening, mate, hope you're well.
Yep.
He'd be busy painting or something.
He will.
Doing something eccentric.
He'd be talking, that's for sure.
Moore comes in. This is clipped away nicely. And that will take some stopping down there. Fine leg. And Reese does the fielding well. And Lees will pick up another couple. So I'll let you watch a couple of balls, Chubb, and then you can talk us through his bowling action, the big fella. But he's long, isn't he?
He is.
Got good levers.
Long levers. Yeah, definitely. Like I say, it's difficult just being brought into the attack at such short notice as well. I mean, I presume, having watched the ball, you can tell that there's somebody struggling a little bit, that the likelihood is you might be given the ball. But he's just easing into it. Yeah.
As you would expect, he gets some bounce out of the pitch. The height that he produces it from.
Yeah, he makes the most of his height as well. He bowls right over the top, which is really good. I appreciate he's only bowled a couple of balls here, but I'd probably just like to see him run in a little bit with a bit more purpose. He's run up nice, it's steady. A little bit more pace in your run up sometimes actually makes it easier when you bowl, because you don't have to put as much in at the crease. Just helps with sort of balance and things as well.
And Lees gets a leading edge, and that's back to Harry Moore, who takes a comfortable catch. That extra bounce, and Lees goes. He goes for 9, and Durham a 15 for 1.
I think he was just looking to turn it into the onside, wasn't he? They just, like you said, extra bounce, and perhaps it just sort of held up on him a little bit as well.
Important breakthrough for Derbyshire. Harry Moore, the youngster, bowling a lot earlier than what he thought, as Connors has just gone off the ground with what looks like a pretty high hamstring injury. But he makes the most of his opportunity and gets the early breakthrough.
Yeah. No, he's bowled well, like you say. Come on, short notice there. His first 3 balls all in the right sort of area. Hit the pitch hard. Get an extra bounce. There does seem to be a bit more bounce when a bowling from this end as well. From the Finkel end rather than from the Lumley end. Ball's just held up on in the pitch a little bit.
Scott Borthwick will be the new batsman. And some responsibility, and Durham will need to bat in partnerships and need to bat well. So have done. So it's a little bit of a change in the order, a little bit of shuffling around. I think Borthwick's batted in most positions in the top order in this competition this year. But in his natural habitat at number 3, you would say.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I like Scotty coming in 3, 4 at the latest. I think is the right spot. I think it's also handy as well for Durham to keep the left and right-handed partnership as well. Just makes it a little bit more difficult for the bowlers, having to just readjust your line a little bit, and Scotty being a bit shorter as well. You've also got to just adjust your length a bit as well, and that does make it difficult. I think I mentioned in one of the previous games when we were chatting, we were talking about Worcester, when they had the likes of sort of Graham Hick and Tom Moody.
Yeah.
And then you've got somebody like Steve Rhodes, who I always thought was probably a bit underrated with the bat. Steve would sort of hang back and just manipulate the ball really well and take the pace off it.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you bowled the ball in the same sort of place to him as you did Hick and Moody,
just get
it would just be Hick and Moody would whack it back past you, and Steve would just sort of just nudge it around, and without any kind of risk as well. So it is a challenge when you've got players of different physical stature as well as left and right-handed.
And Borthwick defends his first delivery back down the pitch to Harry Moore, who after the first one is right on the money.
Yep.
Umpire just having a word with him about his follow-through, and that might be an indication of him getting
touch close perhaps
through his action.
Yeah.
Quite as much. Got Naeem Ashraf and an old adversary of yours, Pollard.
Yeah.
Pollard.
Yeah, Paul. Yeah.
I had a chat with him this morning actually. He's just come back from holiday. Moore's in again, and Borthwick drives gloriously through extra cover. What a lovely way to get off the mark. And Durham now 19 for 1.
Yeah. Bowler will probably just be a little bit disappointed there, but again, it's not a criticism. You get that with younger bowlers when you're kind of striving to take a wicket. Seeing your batsman come in, you want to get the ball across them, try and get them playing forward and driving, particularly when he got a couple of slips in, and just didn't quite get it in the right place there. But the execution of the shot was excellent. Didn't try to hit it too hard, just pushed it through the offside.
It's timed beautifully, that one by Borthwick.
That's
Moore
better.
Gets the outside edge this time, and Borthwick with a lot of control on the outside edge as that one goes down to third man. That ends a successful over for Harry Moore. Durham 20 now for 1. And Harry Moore has 1 for 7 from his first over.
Good start Good start. I thought he's bowled nicely there. Like I say, coming sort of a little bit short notice, but got the ball in the right areas a lot. Just that one ball that he's overpitched a little bit, and Scotty put it away really nicely. But he's hit the pitch hard. Like I say, he uses his height. He bowls his height as well. Some people don't, but he stays up nice and tall. As he gets a bit bigger and a bit stronger, I think he'll probably put a bit of pace on as well.
There's a lot more to come there, isn't there,
definitely.
for sure. That's an exciting prospect for Derbyshire.
Definitely.
And the bigger picture probably for England moving forward. That he is the stereotypical England bowler at the moment, isn't he? He's
big, tall, strong. Yeah.
Not those short blokes who just bowl 95 mile an hour like Mark Wood.
yeah, he's unique, isn't he, Mark? You can't
in a lot of ways.
yeah, that's true. You can't teach it, though, that's the thing.
Absolutely. Chapel in again. This one's defended by Borthwick out into the offside. Yeah, he was down there to that causing chaos as usual.
Yeah, good.
Mark Wood and Bryden Carse having a bowl.
Yeah.
Bryden not far away from getting back into cricket. And
good. I saw Bryden bowl probably a long time ago now. I think he's probably only 2021 in a championship game here against Middlesex. Like I said, a long time ago. And he was comfortably the most threatening bowler on the pitch. But because of probably because of his age, he also looked like the bowler that was probably going to concede the most as well.
Yeah. This one's over pitched and driven, but can't beat cover.
Bowler's just got away with that one, really. That was quite a long. In fact, it was probably beyond half volley.
Yeah, it was very full.
Got away with it. Yeah, just got away with it. It's quite difficult to hit those.
Not far off a Yorker. That in between Yorker and half volley, wasn't it?
Yeah, Yorker length, but just wide of the off stump as well. But yeah, sorry, just mentioning Bryden there as well, because again, he's another one who's got pace. He can get the ball through at good speed. But when he doesn't quite get it in the right place, unfortunately, it's easy to concede. You mentioned the kind of the sort of stereotypical bowlers that England are looking for now. A bit like you say, big, tall bowlers who are going to whack the ball into the pitch. Yeah. Certainly seems to be the way that they're looking to go now, which is completely understandable. You look at some of the great West Indians, likes of Ambrose and Walsh and people like that. The natural advantage you've got of being big and tall like that. Yeah. Mind you, Malcolm Marshall was quite good.
He wasn't the worst, was he?
Yeah, he was pretty good as well. But
he was the odd one out, really, in that group, wasn't he? Chapel in again from the Lumley end, and Borthwick just a little bit trapped on the crease there. That's a good length, that from Chapel.
It is. Nice and tight, yeah. I was very fortunate to play a game with Malcolm Marshall at Scarborough many years ago now, and even when he was, I think he might even have been retired at that point, but probably just retired from playing for Hampshire, I think. He was still just a master of his craft for one thing, but he was also just still so keen on the game, to the point when he was bowling, he was setting the field to like absolute people within an inch of where he wanted them.
And Borthwick tries to cut but misses that.
But Marshall, he had a real game plan as to how he was going to try and get people out. He was bowler Darryl Cullinan, who at the time was one of the best players in the South African squad. And Marshall sort of bowled a couple of overs at him just back of a length, and he had his field set just a little bit squarer than normal just to get him pinned back. And then when the third over came, he bowled it again sort of just back of a length a little bit, couple of away swingers, and then third ball just run one back in and bowled him. And just, like I say, just spent 2 or 3 overs setting him up.
Borthwick does cut this one away, but can't beat Dahl at backward point. Enzio from Chapel, Durham 20 for 1. It's another maiden over that from Chapel.
Yeah.
So he'll be happy, settle into his work quite nicely. And Durham just trying to build a second partnership there after losing Alex Lees. Caught and bowled by Harry Moore in his first over. Just a bit of chat there with Samit Patel and the umpires. But yeah, it's amazing. You'd think they'd make amazing batting coaches, like people like Malcolm Marshall. And I know Alan Walker, and I'm desperate to get Wack in here.
Yeah, definitely get Wack in.
I'm going to drag him. I might just pick him up and bring him over, actually.
Yeah.
And Wack does a little bit of work with the batters, because you spend that much time bowling and trying to figure out how to get them, that
definitely.
you're actually really, really acute into how batters set up, and little things with back lifts and hands, and you think, I might just drag him across a little bit with a couple of out swingers, and then, like you're saying there, Malcolm Marshall just then fire one back in at the stumps. It's good to have those skills in the armoury as well, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like exceptional skills. And Jones flicks that away fine, and that will run away for 4. little bit full, little bit straight from the youngster.
Just drifted on the pads, didn't he? Just got a little, like you said, just a little bit too fine.
It's an interesting period for Moore because he's probably still growing. That's the irony of like he's obviously already huge.
Yeah.
But as a bowler, and you're finding out what works for you and what your natural length is. Sometimes the big, tall bowlers, when they get full, can get actually really floaty along with that.
Yeah, definitely.
If they don't hit that natural length.
It's interesting to say natural length. I think all bowlers have a natural length that like you said, the ball just comes out best for them.
He's in again, and Jones drives that
Absolutely
beautifully back past the stumps. Not perfectly timed. He'll pick up at least two. As Samit Patel charges after that one and does brilliantly, the big fella. And Michael Jones races back for three, probably at the surprise of Borthwick, who then has to scurry to make his ground. Not sure the Badger was back in Samit to haul that one in, maybe. Took it a little bit easier.
Good effort. Yeah, good effort.
And Samit, a bit like me, is holding his thigh and every part of you hurts. And yeah, well done, Samit.
Yeah, don't spend a lot of time diving these days. He's also he's a master stroke as captain as well. He's got his big tall bowler on. He's got himself at mid on or mid off. Yeah. Thinking the ball's not going to come back this way too often, is it? And unfortunately, the bowler has just drifted the last two a little bit too full. Let's just see if he goes back to hitting the pitch, which is what he did well in his first over.
Be a nice feeling for Jones. Got 4 and a 3 away there. He's back on now Borthwick, and again a little bit full from the youngster. Just struggling to find that top of the stumps length, which I think will be effective on this pitch. I think Connor's ball probably the best ball of the day so far, the one that cut Lee's in half. And that was from probably just a little bit back as the umpire, Ashraf, again having a look at Harry Moore's follow through. And he's now just saying, mate, you need to get off the pitch here or I'm going to warn you.
I think because of his height, his follow through, his first stride is bound to be outside the the safety zone, if you like.
Yeah, the 5 foot mark.
Yeah, the 5 foot mark. So it's
and again, that's full and run down to third. And Borthwick's done very well to get that down there. Good Yorker this time from Harry Moore.
You mentioned natural length earlier on there. So this over, the bowler has reverted to what I would think is a length that he's bowled a lot in club cricket and possibly second team cricket, and then stepping up into this sort of level. It's probably one of the biggest learnings as a bowler that you need to be able to bowl back of a length and bowl shorter.
Yeah.
But when when your natural length, because it's what you've done growing up, basically is fuller, it is quite difficult.
And this has fallen driven beautifully, and that won't be saved as Jones cashes in on a full toss. And the youngster just struggling to find his range here, and Michael Jones is cashing in. That's his second boundary of the over, along with a 3.
So every ball has been a drive ball in this over. It's just been, I mean, that was kind of low full toss, but all of the balls have been comfortably played off the front foot. Where for a bowler of his stature and his height, it's really the last thing you want. You don't want anybody to be driving you.
I think I'll be running in and whacking this one halfway down just to try and hit the pitch. And this is again full and nailed by Jones, but can't beat Samit Patel, who is one of those weird creatures in cricket that bowls left-handed and throws right-handed.
yeah, it is unusual, isn't it? But yeah, like I say, probably just a bit of an experience on the bowler sort of showing there. Well, the previous sort of 2 overs, beg your pardon, that he bowled a really good length, but it's having to make that conscious effort when you're younger to understand that you need to sort of bowl, like you say, back of a length and stop people getting on the front foot as much. Over time, it becomes natural, but when you're younger and developing, it's just something that you have to
finding
work
his
on.
way, isn't he?
Yeah, when you're playing a bit of club cricket, slower pitches where it's really difficult to drive, you can get away with bowling almost half volley length.
Chappell in again. This one's driven, but can't beat Chappell, who's on the back of 2 maiden overs. Zach Chappell, a lot of experience. 32 for 1, the score after 6. Jones on 13, and Scott Borthwick on 6. 12 runs off the last. Harry Moore over. So we see lots of movement, people going for throws and hits and crossing over. Coaches left, right, and centre. Grumpy onions. Stewie Pointer down there. And Borthwick drives and edges. And third man fumbles and it goes for 4. Durham will take all of those, but pretty poor piece of fielding there.
That probably would have got a second slip, I think, wouldn't it, if it's still been in?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Just trying to have a look who that is down there on the boundary. Might be our sub fielder, actually.
Yeah, probably is, I think. Yeah, I think it probably will be.
Nick Potts, I think it is down there.
There's another full ball. There's another drive ball. Like you say, Scotty's got thick outside edge. It wasn't great execution, but the ballers have gone quite full here. I don't know if that's the deliberate ploy or whether it's...
That's back
that's
to more Chapper's natural length, isn't it?
That's a better length.
36 for 1. Borthwick on 10, Jones on 13.
So that's a really good example of a more experienced bowler. Yes, might have been disappointed that the last ball could have gone to slip to get a wicket, but the very ball afterwards, back of a length and straight, back on the money basically. Yeah. Where younger bowler still kind of just getting a bit full and just maybe sort of striving a bit too much for a little bit of pace perhaps. It's just like you say, just experience.
And this is driven, and Borthwick will get at least one, and mid-off does very well to get down. There was Reese there at mid-off. So the early wicket, Alex Lee's going, caught and bowled by Harry Moore, but these two now just starting to string a partnership together, which is important as Durham take on Derbyshire here at the Seat Unique Riverside in this must-win clash. Kind of a winner-takes-all to go through to the next round, the knockout stages. Where and when, we've got no idea.
Who knows, yeah, who knows.
There's Chappell in again. And Jones drives nicely on the up. He looks
nicely
like
timed.
He's just feeling like he's got a bit of rhythm in his batting at the moment, Jones.
Yeah, that was really nicely timed. Like I said, not a bad ball by any stretch in the right place, but just really nice balance as well at the crease. You mentioned earlier on sort of bowlers probably making decent batting coaches.
Yeah.
I always used to look at balance as much as anything when I watch the batsmen to see how they're, like you say, if they're falling over a little bit, particularly as a left arm seamer trying to swing it back in and get somebody out LBW. If you could see the batsman's weight just starting to fall into the offside, then that's when I thought I was really in the game, because I could swing the ball back in and get past them.
This has fallen driven a little bit.
I think maybe
edgily.
A slow ball.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Just ran his finger. Yeah, just ran his fingers down the side of it.
And he'll pick up a couple, Jones. So in that situation, Chubb, you'd look to maybe drag the batter across the crease and then try and make him fall over to the point where you can blow his toes off. Or
yeah, definitely. So I'd try and sort of something like I'd have mid off really straight, probably take extra cover out and let somebody try and sort of try and hit the ball to mid-off's left-hand side.
Yeah. Bit just squarer than they want to.
Just to try and... It's almost getting somebody to play across the line of the ball, but from out to in.
Yeah.
And then try and swing it back in to hit the pads once you've started to get them, sort of like you say, pushing the ball through the offside. You got to kind of weigh up the conditions and how much it's, how much the ball's swinging or not, as the case may be. But that was certainly one of the things that I used to look at, particularly if the ball was swinging nicely. See, because that was quite a, probably one of our biggest threats, I suppose, as a left-arm seamer when it was swinging.
Haven't seen you in action. I totally agree. Harry Moore is going to continue from the Finkel end. 39 for 1, Durham. Just starting to pick up the run rate a little bit in the last few overs. That's short and pulled away, but he won't beat the man at deep square. And he'll just get the single. Again, just struggling to find that length that's challenging the batsman either forward or back. He's either been really full or that one was really short, and Borthwick jumped all over that but couldn't beat the man in the deep. What about round the wicket, Chubb? Were you ever around the wicket, man?
In one day stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, in one day cricket, I ball round the wicket in full. Ball really full at the base of off stump from round the wicket to try and really limit limit where the batsman could hit the ball. This is probably before ramp shots and things as well, to be fair.
This one's a bit of a better length there, and a false shot from Jones, a thick inside edge. Yeah. The perfect cover drive goes to square leg. Yeah. And that was nice from Harry Moore.
It was, like you say, just this last over, or these first two balls of this over, he's just bowled with real purpose. He bowled the ball into the pitch. The first ball to Scotty was a bit too short. That one was a much better length, but still, like you say, it wasn't floated. It was still bowled hard into the pitch, even though it was quite a full ball. And like I say, that just comes with experience.
And that one again. Full, and Borthwick trying to hit that on the leg side, but gets a leading edge to Samet Patel at mid-off for no run. Some chat going on there down in front of the covers, Chubby. Can you see them? You got Bunny and Wack, I think, down there just chatting away.
bowled a few overs between them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some days in the dirt between them, no doubt about it. Borthwick pushes that into the leg side, times it nicely, and he'll pick up a single as Nick Potts this time collects cleanly. He might have some work to do out there. Nick Potts thought he'd have the feed up with the Gatorade duties, but unfortunately not for him. As Sam Connors, if you're just joining us, has gone off the field after 1 over. It's what looked like a hamstring injury or a glute, very high anyway, and on his right leg. Fortunately for the young Derbyshire quick.
Yeah, right thing to do, to try and get off and get it seen to if possible.
Yeah.
Don't make it any worse.
It was 1 or 2 balls, wasn't it? He finished that first over. And that's a good length from Harry Moore as he belts that one into the thigh pad of Michael Jones.
He's come back well here because, like I said, that previous over was it was too full. It was a bit floaty, but he's come back. This is a good over. If I was Patel here, I think I might be tempted to try something slow quite quickly. Yeah, I'll be looking at spin fairly soon, I think, just to change it up. You know, it's probably commentator's curse here, but the seamers haven't looked desperately threatening. I've just been inclined to try something different quite quickly, I think.
That's a good delivery from Harry Moore. Just kind of leans away, doesn't he? A bit Stokes-like, maybe just a little bit beyond the perpendicular at point of release.
Yeah, a little bit. Definitely, like you said, lots of potential there, though.
Yeah.
Lots of potential.
I like what I see.
Yeah.
Seen some good young quicks around the country this year. I'm particularly impressed with Josh Hull from Leicestershire. A big lefty, quick like yourself, Chubb. A bit taller than you, mate. I think he's about 6'7". He's
a big unit.
Big human being.
Makes such a difference because we mentioned earlier on about sort of just varying your length a little bit depending on whether, like you say, a batsman might be a bit shorter or taller. Similarly, as a bowler, you don't have to vary your length as much if you're a bit taller as well. I think we talked about Curtly Ambrose, who was probably unique, but from Curtly bowling a ball that would come past sort of chin high or chest high to coming through waist high, there was very little difference in the length that he would bowl, and that's incredibly difficult to play as a batsman.
Absolute genius, Curtly Ambrose.
Yeah.
Going to see Anuj Dal, I think it is, who's going to have a crack from the Lumley end, going through some warm-ups down there. And it is Dal, just having a look on our monitor there, number 65 on his back. So we've got some medium pace introduced. It's Borthwick on strike. He's going to start round the wicket to the left-hander, and he nearly gets through Borthwick's defences with a Yorker straight away.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see how quick the keeper probably comes up to the stumps to this kind of pace in the attack. Brooke Guest behind the stumps.
Speaking of keepers, we haven't had any no calls from Fothers yet this morning.
No, Fothers. No. If you,
are you up yet, Fothers?
I'm sure he is. Sure he is. There'll be a comment flying in here soon at some stage.
Yeah, I'm sure. When you mentioned the keeper standing up, that was one of the things I thought when in the early days when Botham was playing for us and bowling in this type of competition, well, probably 40 overs at that point. Yeah, Fothers used to sort of stand up, and it puts so much more pressure on the batsman.
Borthwick stands up and drives beautifully. Sorry to interrupt you, Chubby, as he punches that through extra cover for 4, and that will fill Scott Borthwick with a load of confidence.
Yeah, that wasn't a half volley. That was just it wasn't a bad ball. Yeah, it was just like you say, great position, great balance
shot.
Yeah, that's been the shot of the morning so far, I would say.
As a batter, there's no better feeling than standing up and slapping one through. 46 for 1. And he hits this one probably as a left-hander. One of the hardest shots to play is the on-drive to check your balance, and that is beautifully timed by Scott Borthwick for 4. Maybe the angle with him coming around the wicket helps that a little bit, but his balance seems to be really good, and he's right on today, Scott Borthwick. Yeah. And that brings up the Durham 50.
I think I think it's 3 boundaries now, Scotty. Like you say, 2 through extra cover and that one straight as well. All of them have not checked drives, but he hasn't looked to hit the ball too hard. And each have just timed them really nicely.
Pure class so far from Scott Borthwick. This is full again, and he beats extra cover again, and that's gorgeous from Borthwick.
Lovely shot. Yeah. That one probably was a bit fuller. That was a bit more like half volley length, but that was, again, great timing and not trying to hit the ball too hard. Just placed it through the offside beautifully.
Perfect description there. As cover drives go, that was just pleasant on the eye. All timing.
Yeah. And
we see the keeper now come up to the stumps, which I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
And that, I don't know what it does, even as a batsman, it just makes you think differently about the way that you move at the crease. Just puts a bit of extra pressure on your balance. And Borthwick again times that gorgeously, but can't beat Samit Patel at mid-on. And that ends the over with 3 fours in a row from Borthwick, all glorious shots.
Yeah, lovely
Patel
timing.
started with none for 12 and Durham 54 for 1.
Yeah, bowlers, again, just if I was being critical of the bowlers so far, they've just been too full generally. Just need to get the ball back of a length a little bit more. There's not a lot of pace in the pitch. The bowlers aren't bowling, quickly. It is genuine medium pace. With the possible exception, like you say, of the young lad from this end who's bowled with a little bit more nip. But it's just important that you don't get too floaty, too full. It's just so easy to get driven. That's where boundaries are going to come from.
54 for 1, Durham. Harry Moore continues from the from the Finkel end. And this is off the legs. And Scott Borthwick is rapid.
Good run. Yeah, good run.
And it hits the stumps, and Nick Potts does well to back up and dive on that. But Jones comfortably home. As we said, Ben McKinney not available today. He's been called up to the England Lions, which is really exciting for him and for English cricket. So there's a little bit of a void at the top of the order. Scott Borthwick and Michael Jones just starting to get into their work. And he's now got a warning, the youngster, for running down the pitch. And I tell you what, if you were Durham, you'd be like, no, let him go. We've got 4 spinners, mate. You're all right. You run down the middle of the pitch all you want. He's now going to come around the wicket with that in mind.
I think to the left-hander as well in particular. Just trying to get the ball across the left-hander. And again, this is all a learning curve for a lot of young bowlers. This happens regularly.
And Borthwick tries to drive, but it's a good length. Not quite a drive length, but Borthwick feeling good at the moment. Tries to get into that one. Important one just for Harry Moore, just to keep that head up. And he took the early wicket. He just looks a little bit discouraged from life at the moment.
When, like I mentioned before about the left-hander and the right-hander, when he's got the length right, he hasn't quite got the line right to the right-hander. It's just been a little bit too straight.
And a bit of shape, and Borthwick flicks that gorgeously with the wrists. And that runs away for 4. I'm not seeing Borthwick do that very often, but that was beautiful bottom hand control and all timing.
Yeah, lovely shot. I don't want to, definitely don't want to put the, like you say, the
well, we all do it.
But Scotty's timed the ball as nicely as anybody so far. You mentioned balance as well. I always think when somebody plays a shot like that and they remain balanced afterwards as well, it's a really good sign. Unless you're bowling at them.
That is an absolute peach, Simon Brown. What are you doing?
Well bowled, young man.
But that was probably the first ball that you would say has threatened the top of the stumps from Harry Moore since probably the wicket of Alex Lees. That was maybe
really
a little bit shorter than that, but that was an absolute peach.
Yeah. Just angled in and then moved away from a little bit as well. That should just give him a little bit of confidence.
Just after they took the slip out as well, so no slips now in place. And what you wouldn't want as Harry Moore is that one flying through the first slip. And the keeper being rooted to the spot and looking. And again on the money. Maybe just suiting him a little bit more around the wicket.
Yeah. I think if he's not worried about sort of running on the pitch as well, because again it's another distraction. It's another thing you're concerned about. And if you're trying to get off the pitch, it's easy to sort of lose your action a little bit and your weight's going in the wrong direction, and then suddenly the ball doesn't go where you want it to. Particularly after, like you say, a warning from the umpire, because there's a lot of things going on. Again, this is just, it's typical, and it's not a criticism at all. It's typical of young bowlers as they're learning their trade. Well bowled again. Well bowled again. Yeah.
Seems to be a happy man around the wicket, young Harry Moore. But that ends the over, and ends the over well.
Yeah, good comeback.
After being driven, well, not driven, he was flicked gloriously through mid-wicket by Borthwick. That ends the over, and Durham are, where are we? 59 for 1 after 10. And with that, I'm going to disappear for a little bit, and the magnificent Sam Dalling, not Somerset Sam, but Durham Dalling, is going to come in for me, and I think we're going to have a replacement for Chubby in just a couple of moments as well.
So I thought we might have seen a bowling change, but I think it looks like Derby's going to continue.
Yeah, sorry, Chubby. Another over up the hill for you as well. I haven't quite got a change. You just do another one.
Okay. Yeah, no
I know you were signalling, but you got to do another one.
No,
please,
it's fine. That happened all the way through my career. If you just got another one, and then 43 overs later, I was still going. But anyway,
well, luckily for you, we'll be in an interval in 43 overs time, so you'll be all right. Dials into Jones.
Oh, nicely played. Nicely played as well. Straight down the ground.
Got Borthwick's looking all right, isn't he? I shouldn't say that.
I'm not going. Yeah, I'm not going to comment. He's timed the ball beautifully. Like you said, the boundaries that he's hit have all been just classic shots. If you were coaching a young batsman, say like not trying to hit the ball too hard, remaining balanced once you've played the shot. They're all really, really great examples of how to, like you say, if you were coaching a young player.
Difficult one for the skipper, isn't it? Dial's just been hit for a few boundaries. It's a case of are you reactive and immediately take him off, or do you try and give him a bit of confidence, keep going?
It's funny. Yeah, I've always been reluctant to take somebody off straight after an over where they have conceded a lot. I think I'd much prefer to give somebody the chance to kind of claw it back a bit, and then maybe make a change afterwards.
Not
always possible, but that again, he's bowled better there, better length, just pulled the ball back, the length back a little bit, beg your pardon, nice and straight. Like I say, I mentioned a couple of overs ago there that if I was critical, I think there has just been a little bit too many full balls. And yes, you want to get the ball up and try and challenge the stumps and try and maybe swing the ball a bit and see if it'll move. But I think there's just been a little bit too many full balls so far.
Better one.
Yeah.
Yorker.
Yeah.
Not convinced.
No, yeah. I'd still rather see, like you say, the ball just back of a length a little bit more. Yeah, you got long off back, so you've got a bit of protection if you get driven. But again, if I'm being really critical, it's almost giving yourself a bit of protection for not bowling well. So that's a much better length, nice and straight, bat of length. There's not a lot the batsman can do with that without taking a bit of a risk. You've either got to try and sort of run it down or hit through the ball where it's not really there to drive. That's a much better length.
Where does Scott Borthwick want you to bowl here?
He's hit the ball really nicely through the offside, through extra cover, and straight down the ground as well. As Thorpe mentioned, you don't always get a lot of left-handers that are great at hitting the ball straight back. A lot of them are really strong off the legs, and then when they get a bit of width, tend to hit it through the offside well. The way that Scotty's shaped up and the way that he's hit boundaries so far, I think he's probably looking to hit the ball, like you say, through cover, through extra cover. He's looked in really good touch when the ball's been there. If I was a bowler, I would be trying really hard not to let him do that. I'd be trying to bowl really straight at him, bowl a bat of a length, make him start to try and manipulate the ball a bit, and take a bit of a risk. Because at the moment, like I say, those ones that he's hit, there was no real risk involved.
End of the over, 11 gone. Partnership is worth 45 from 45 balls, so going along nicely. And we're going to see another change of bowling. A bit of leg spin from Mitch Wagstaff. Harry Moore, 4 overs, 1 for 26. I'm not sure if he's only allowed to bowl 4 off the reel or what, because he's a young man.
Yeah. I think I like that as captaincy. I think what Patel's just done there, he bowled 1 over where he did get too full, and it would have been really easy to take him off at that point. However, he's let him come back. The over that he's just finished was pretty good. He bowled it back of a length, much better place, with a bit more purpose. And I think taking a young bowler off after they've bowled a good over is a much stronger position. It's a much better thing to do. So leg spinner's just landed his first ball in the right spot. Forward defensive, no real no risk, but no run opportunity.
Yeah, good captaincy from Samit Patel.
Yeah, I agree.
Who has played thousands of games. Samit Patel.
He's been around a while, hasn't he?
That's not a great ball from Wagstaff, back of a leg, but he gets away with it. Just a single for Jones.
We've seen all the way through the T20 competition in particular how the spinners have sort of come into their own when the spinners have bowled well. I appreciate this is it's a much longer game. There's a massive difference between 50 and 20 over cricket, but taking the pace off the ball it restricts where you can hit it. You know, you should, in theory, take out a third of the pitch, really, bowling this sort of pace.
Another single. Borthwick moves on to 29.
Yeah, nice batting from Scotty. Just used the crease well, got right back, and just clipped the ball into the leg side to get a single. There are lots of singles to be had, so you could just see the partnership start to develop nicely now.
Straight to Samit Patel. Remember, Alex Lee's the 1 wicket to fall for Durham so far. Caught and bowled by Harry Moore, who just come on to bowl, actually. He was only 3 balls into his spell.
Yeah, that was a good start.
Sam Connors lasted just a 1 over, a bit of concern over him. Oh, a bit of outside edge there, bit of turn.
Yeah.
Darl Fields. A backward point.
Yeah, just got that one in the right place. The first sort of 2 or 3 balls of the over just dragged it down a little bit too short, but that one's the right sort of place, particularly to the right-hander. Just drag him forward, and if there is a little bit of turn, like you say, that one's just sort of squirted off to backward point. And again. And again.
End of the over. 12 gone, 62 for 1. Chubby, I'm going to let you have your feet up for 10 overs or so. So one magnificent spell. Go back, have a massage, get yourself in an ice bath, some isotonic drinks. I'm sure you're used to all that.
I was never one for ice baths.
Oh, I've just bought one. I had one this morning. Oh, it was a little bit cold.
Yeah, I might have been going for a nice cold drink. What's about it?
Thank you very much, Chubby. We'll see you very shortly. And I'm going to bring in, for the first time today, James Wiggin, alongside myself, Sam Dalling, here on the Durham live stream, sponsored by Daffer News. Hello, James, you right?
Hi there, Sam.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
I like meeting people on comms. It's a good way of doing it.
Absolutely.
You have to be nice to each other, even although it would make for quite good viewing, I'm sure. Here's Anuj Dahl around the wicket. On the Lumley end, just a single. Scott Borthwick, what have you made of it so far, James?
It's been a great start from Durham. Nice and steady, building. I think it's a bit reminiscent to the first game when they played at Sedbergh, to be honest. It looks like they're going to try and set a big platform. Go nice and steady, keep rotating here, and now spins on. And wickets in hand, and then go hard towards the back end.
Yeah, teams are realising 50 overs is a long old time.
Yeah. You can play. There's a lot of time in the game. You can play some proper cricket.
We're almost, I feel like we're back in those days of the 50 over game getting a little bit dull. Not dull, but proper in the middle.
Yeah.
Because now teams go, well, all we need is wickets in hand and we can score 150 in the last 10, 12 overs.
Yeah. Yeah, you can play a T10, can't you? What's been noticeable, I've been watching from a couple of boxes down, really, really straight behind the bowler's arm. The Derbyshire bowlers have looked to really attack the stumps and bowl very, very straight and bowl very full. There's been no width.
Yeah, Scott Borthwick, his shots have been straight down the ground. He's played beautifully. Just when they've just over-pitched, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Or just drifted maybe a bit too straight. Being able to use a little bit of angle there. Well, yeah, a lot of the scoring shots, if you had a wagon wheel, they'd be straight, wouldn't they?
Oh, yeah. I will have a wagon wheel very shortly. I'll get one up for you. Ask and thou shall receive.
I love that.
Here's Dahl. Oh, beats the outside edge of Jones. .63 for 1 then.
So a little bit of trivia for you, Sam.
Oh, go on, go for it.
There's a player on each side
Yeah.
who went to the same school, stroke college, sixth form college, and it's where I used to work.
I was gonna say I knew you used to work. Okay, right, hang on. Dials in. I think the man batting right now, Michael Jones, is 1.
Correct.
And I was told that. I was cheating.
Oh.
Someone told me that Michael Jones went to that school.
Love that. A little bit of inside.
Yeah, exactly. So I've got 50% there. 50% there. So I don't know the school, ashamedly. Which school was it?
My school college,
Right.
just north of Preston.
Oh, I see. Yeah, of course, because Michael Jones is, well, heading back down that way as he
Yeah.
turns it round to fine leg, where Wagstaff does the fielding for no run. Short fine leg. End of the over. 63 for 1. So
Yeah.
let's have a look.
Jonesy lived in Ormskirk.
Now, the thing is, Derbyshire are quite good at picking up Lancashire players, aren't they? There's a few. So who have we got? Brooke Guest?
No.
No. Guest is a Lancashire boy, in which case I'm going to go for Harry Kane.
No.
Oh, okay.
You've got one left. One guess left.
One guess left. I know it's not Samit. I know it's not Nye. Or Di. I'm assuming. I say I know, but based on...
Yeah.
Zach Chappell. Where is he from? He's a Notts boy, isn't he? And you taught them, or they just went to that school?
No, they went to that school before I was there.
Okay, as Wagstaff is in. And that is a
took the piss off that.
a fast bowler's effort. A short third from Zach Chappell, collapsing in stages, but doing the job just about. They're always going to get one. Okay, this is going to be a complete guess. Slightly educated, but not as educated as my previous two.
Would you like a hint before you stab in the
I
dark?
don't know, because if it's a hint and then it becomes obvious and I don't get it, I look worse, don't I? Whereas if it's a complete stab in the dark, and I've just turned around and I've seen the imposing figure of Victor Main behind me as well with his sunglasses. It looks very Demon Headmaster-like when I turn around there. Got his shorts on.
Oh, that's a pitch. It's coming towards us.
That is belted down the ground by Michael Jones. That's gone wrong for Mitch Wagstaff. I think it came out of the hand wrong, but so often those balls don't go punished. This time it does, and that's the 50 partnership. 6 down the ground, 55 runs from 59 balls between this pair. Jones has 22. Borthwick has 32, and I'm going to guess at Wagstaff.
Louis Rees.
Oh, okay. What would the clue have been?
That he's playing for you as an all-rounder. Because he will bowl, won't he? Especially today.
Yeah. Okay. I might not have got that.
Okay.
I could have said Harry Moore.
Could have. No. Louis Rees and Michael Jones, both at Myerscough College.
That's better from Wagstaff, who's doing the fielding off his own bowling.
There is another tenuous link to myself and one of your players as well.
Oh, okay. Playing currently?
Yeah. To Samit.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Worked with Samit twice. Coaching.
Pushed it out for a second. I have to tell you, that's why you're confusing me. I'm not Derbyshire side.
Right.
So I don't know the... Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. I was wondering why you're saying you're and then Samit.
You just know them so well.
Technically Durham Delling. Okay, I want to know the tenuous link after this ball to Samit. All links to Samit are good links, I think.
Samit used to... he's brought around quite a few games, hasn't he? He's been around the leagues a while.
Just
a few years ago. I think it was 2 years ago. He sub-pro'd at Clitheroe Cricket Club, Lancs League club that I was involved in at the time coaching.
Push for a single. Clitheroe. I'm sure I've watched Clitheroe play football. Just a single.
Yeah, good football side.
Yeah. Non-league, the FA Vars style, pushing for those. End of the over anyway. 72 for 1. I could go down the Lancs Leagues. Samit's warmed me up, by the way. I went to watch Nantwich Town last night.
Okay.
Northern Premier League West. There you go.
Who were they playing?
They were playing Hensford, or Hednesford.
Okay.
They're spelt the same as Sheffield Wednesday, or the silent letters in the middle. Anyway, cracking chip, pie, and mushy peas and gravy.
Do you rate your grounds by the food?
Pretty much. It was a bit new for a non-league ground.
Okay.
Like, I was a bit disappointed at how nice the facilities were.
No.
But the food was lovely and homemade. As Dahl is in, bit to the outside edge. Harry Kane, quick work behind the stumps. Appeals to the umpire. Brooke Guest, behind the stumps. Given not out.
I think it's like cricket clubs. Rate them by the tees.
Yeah.
Or the trip back.
Yeah, the trip. Yeah. Well, it was only 6 miles away, so the trip back wasn't too bad. The Bovril was lukewarm.
Ooh.
I like steaming hot Bovril. Although these days, and we're going off on tangents here, I'm going to pull it back shortly. But the cups they use for Bovril now, I'm sure they're eco-friendly, but the plastic melts when it's boiling hot.
Oh, no.
Well, that's a beauty. This is better from Anuj Dahl.
I think keeper coming up's massive for him here. Standing up there, yeah. Yeah, it drags the batter back into the crease. They can't be as aggressive there.
Victor Main has moved from his imposing position at the back of the box. And he's got even more imposing because now he's right in the middle of Wiggy and myself, shorts on.
Don't believe I've ever been called imposing before.
Flicked away for a single by Scott Borthwick. How are you, Vic?
Yeah, I'm very good, thanks. And really interested in listening to the stories, actually. I've only been in the box a couple of minutes, but one of my favourite cricketers you're talking about, Samit. Love Samit to bits. And talking about journeys as well. I had an interesting journey last week when I travelled back home to Radlett to watch the boys play Middlesex. So I went on a team bus or team coach.
Outside edge, and it's gone. Michael Jones has to go. Keeper up to the stumps has completely changed the dynamic. Brooke Guest was appealing for one a little bit earlier in the over. That was given not out by the square leg umpire. This time, Anuj Dar has taken the outside edge of Michael Jones. He has to go for 25. He faced 35 balls, and Durham are 73 for 2.
I'd like to see a replay of that, see if it's just nipped a little bit.
Shame that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Really didn't want that at that stage.
No, they were just starting to build, weren't they?
Yeah, they were going well.
Partnership 58 between that pair. Borthwick, the slight aggressor. Jones did hit that 6 in the previous over. Just had been getting his eye in. Looked like he might have got his eye in on a day that he's been called up to the Scotland squad to play against Australia in September, which will be fantastic. I'm sure those will be up at the Grange, which is a wonderful place to play cricket, as is the Seat Unique Riverside. And speaking of wonderful, Colin Ackerman is on his way out into the middle. He's in decent nick, Vic.
He has been recently. Yeah, I watched him up at South North Friday of last week, and he played really well up there. Big day for him today. Hoping for big things from him.
When they play at the outgrounds, do you go up and help and support the staff, or do you leave it to the club groundsman to deal with it? Or
yeah, it's an interesting one. I actually started as head groundsman at an outground, so I've seen it from the other side, and I always think the last thing that I would want as an outground head groundsman is somebody from the headquarters coming and standing over me, telling me what to do, how to do it. So I know the head groundsman up there, Craig, very well. He's been there for quite a few years now. He knows his ground better than I do. So,
what's the beauty from Dal to start with?
So I tend to leave him to his own devices, and I'm there if he needs me. He knows he can call me at any time. Couple of the guys go up the day before to help with things like sight screens and put everything ready. And then we all go up on the day in case we're needed for pulling covers and things. But really, it's his day, and when you play at an outground, it really is. It's like your test match. They come around so infrequently. It's the big day of the season, and so, as I say, I try and leave Craig to his own devices, and he's good at his job. He knows what he's doing. Doesn't need me there.
Brilliant.
And the over, 74 for 2. Good over then for Derbyshire, a productive one, picking up the wicket of Michael Jones. Little tickle behind to Brooke Guest.
Yeah, Dal's really pulled that back, hasn't he, that over?
He looks like he's nipping it around a little bit.
Does look like
both
he has,
ways.
Yeah.
Well, he had that over where Scott Borthwick hit him for a trio of boundaries. That was a ninth over. It would have been very easy for Samit to go, sorry Anuj, we'll use you again a little bit later, as Wagstaff is in. Back of a length, push down the round for one. But since then, Dahl bowled an over for 1 run, another over for 1 run, and then that previous over has gone for just 2 and picked up the wicket. That's not bad in one-day cricket. Keeper
No,
up,
that's good.
nipping about a little bit. Vic, talk to us about the pitch.
Yeah, well, it's a very central pitch, pitch number 13. It's one of our international pitches. It's been used for 3 previous games this season. We played a women's international on it. Then we played a T20 against Worcester, which was about a month ago. Hasn't been played on since then. So it's a pitch that I'm pretty confident in. It's had decent preparation. Ideally, I think I'd like it to be a little bit harder than it is at the moment. The readings that we were getting this morning were it's not quite as hard as I'd like it to be. Decent moisture content in it. The grass coverage is good. I was always fairly hopeful that this would be a decent pitch, but of course you never know until they start playing on it.
It looks a belter.
It may look it, but you say that actually. It's funny that my old boss at Trent Bridge always used to say to me, "You don't want pitches that look like belters. They're no good. You want a pitch that looks like a scabby dog. They're the ones that play well."
What was his theory there?
I have no idea what the theory was, but that's what he thought. If it looks like a scabby dog, it's going to play a lot better than one that looks like a shirt front.
Oh, you don't want to be walking out to bat with that, do you?
Have you taken his advice? Have you followed it?
Normally, yeah, my pitches pretty much look like scabby dogs every time we play on them.
Just a single to end the over, 77 for 2. Vic, you mentioned you and your team weren't happy with how hard the pitch is. How do you measure that?
We have a device called a Clegg hammer, which drops a weight onto the ground from a certain height and gives you a reading of how hard each pitch is. And we take it at 5 points on the pitch: spinner's length either end, seam bowler's length either end, and one in the middle.
Shot that. Just over pitched. Colin Ackerman threw his hands for it all the way along the ground. The chase for Samit Patel will just be to retrieve the ball from over the boundary. Nice for Ackerman. First boundary for him.
And that's a tool that's used by a lot of agronomists in many sports now, golf, football, whatever. Just everything is about data now. We have to take this data, moisture meters, we have hardness readings. There's so much data for everything. Everything has to be logged before the game's played.
Oh, good comeback from Manoj Dal. Just a little bit of zip. Maybe Y shape. Colin Ackerman then rehearses what looked like a golf swing to me. He hit that one. He was hitting that one in his head very hard. You like data?
And I'm not really a data person, no.
Surprise me.
Who's the data for?
It all goes to the ECB. Everything goes to the ECB and everything is logged. I'm sure there's a massive computer somewhere which stores all of this information. And now we've got Hawkeye as well, with the umpires wearing cameras and more cameras around the grounds. So they're measuring every ball for bounce. So they're now looking at sort of consistency of bounce, what they call good bounce, what they call average bounce or below average bounce. Every ball of every game is recorded.
We're just shaping nicely into Ackerman potentially, striking him on the pads. Good from Dar, having been hit with that boundary.
See, the first one went away, and then he's brought the next two back. Bowling really nicely here, Dal.
Good cricketer, good all-rounder.
Yeah, challenging both edges there.
Got 100 in this tournament with the bat as well. You won't see a quicker runner or fielder. He's rapid. A little bit of width. Misses out on one potentially there, Ackerman. This is good from Dal though. Just that 4 off the over.
What happened to Connors earlier on? I didn't pick up what.
Not sure quite what the injury was. I'm assuming it's an injury. No sign of him. If anyone's just tuning in, I have seen a couple of people in the comments asking.
I think from Fletch next door, I think he's gone in the fetlock shot.
That's a lovely shot.
It's a lovely stroke from Colin Ackerman. Shows the full face of the bat, the straight face. Ackerman loves playing. That is his V, the traditional V. So boundaries to bookend the over.
Oh, coaches hate that as well.
Best shot in the book, isn't it?
Isn't it?
We've seen Sam have 2 lovely chases down the ground today, and I really enjoyed his dive and pull back just down underneath us. And yeah, it's a cracking shot to see.
Sad to see then if he is gone in the fetlock, that could be the end of his summer potentially. We saw a Durham man pick up a similar injury very recently, Ben Stokes, whose summer could well be over. Sam Connors' summer might be over too. I think he's out of contract at the end of the year as well. Interesting to see. Not a great time to get injured. Never is. 85 for 2.
Yeah, coaches hate to see that from Dal, you know. A boundary first and last ball. We always talk about it. It's always in your plans. You're always mentioning it before. Get into your over and get out of your over. It's when you're most vulnerable.
Turned a decent one into a decent one for Durham.
What's the pass score, do you reckon, Vic?
Difficult to say. I mean, this season you're probably talking 260.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see us get a few more than that, actually.
Yeah.
I'd like to see us up to sort of 280, 300.
Chipped in the air. It was well bowled from Wagstaff. Just held it back. Had to wait for it. It didn't quite time it. Gets away with it to the left of Samet. We'll have a look at the scores elsewhere, in particular down at Old Trafford. That's one we'll keep an eye on. It's a relatively simple equation, by way of reminder, in that if Durham win, and Worcestershire don't win, then Durham will be at home here on Friday, and you'll have the joy of a game in less than 48 hours, as that one's fired down the leg side.
And there's a question for you. Where are you going to put that one?
Yeah, what happens in that?
Is there a plan?
There is a plan. There isn't really an option.
Same again.
It will almost certainly be on the same pitch. I mean, it's not ideal, a quarter-final 2 days after the group stages finish.
Well, there's many reasons why it's not ideal. It's in theory, 6:30 tonight is when all the games are scheduled to finish, and 11 a.m. on Friday morning is when two teams will have had to have travelled and booked accommodation. As Wagstaff is in, cuts it away, and two teams will have had to prepare a pitch, sell tickets, and people forget about things like match day staff. You know, people are on temporary casual contracts, actually. I've seen it in tournaments before, 88 for 2 after 18, when the last quarterfinals was so soon after the group stages, and teams haven't been able to open up their full ground because they couldn't get enough staff and stewards in to do it. It's
but
a bit of a nonsense.
Not only that, I mean, let's think of why any of us are here today. I mean, we're in the entertainment business. We're expecting people to go down there, wherever, and watch these games. If, say, for instance, you've got an away game, we could be anywhere in the country. I mean, how many of these people watching today are going to be able to get down there in 2 days' time? As you say, I mean, some will have to take days off work, book accommodation, get travel down there. It's not ideal, but
well, and even if you're at home, there's a good chance that come Wednesday night, people have already got plans for Friday. So, anyway,
and we could be going as far as Glamorgan.
Yes, that is a long old way.
Yeah,
and potentially Somerset in the semi-final.
Well, stay down.
Would if there's that outside. Beats the outside edge there. This is good from Dahl. He's got into this over well. A couple of dots to start. Borthwick just slowed down a little bit, having had that flurry of boundaries 5 or 6 overs ago. This is very good from Derbyshire. Last 5 overs, just 18 runs from them.
Yeah, Dahl bowled well, and that losing Michael Jones as well, it's just going to slow Borthwick down a touch, knowing how much time he's got left in the game.
You ask about options. We have actually got one option, which is the pitch, which is more or less straight in front of us here.
Oh yeah,
we've got a brand new pitch, but that really is a scabby dog.
Then it'll be 350 plays 350. So life is good.
It looks very similar to the Somerset pitch at the moment, actually, and I'm not sure I want to go through another 80 or 90 overs of that.
that was a 220, 230 pitch, wasn't it? Dahl around the wicket. Shaping it in towards Borthwick. A couple of, I don't want to call him Borthwick, drop the R. Silent R in Borthwick, as people have been mispronouncing it for 15 years. No run.
It'd be quite short to this side as well, wouldn't it, if it was right in front of us?
Be quite short, yeah. That wouldn't bother me too much.
No.
But if someone like a Jack Leach were to come on and bowl,
pulled, just dropped a little bit short. There is a fielder out there at deep mid wicket. I think they're going to come back for a couple. They do indeed come back for 2 runs.
Substitute fielder out
sub,
there.
Isn't it? I'm trying to work
12th man.
Goes up to 90. I think it's young Mr. Potts out there as 12ers. Not Matthew.
He bowled well last night. Did you see that?
I didn't, because I was at Nantwich Town.
Oh, you were.
Yeah. Is that in? Was he playing for Northern?
He was playing for the Superchargers. Yeah.
End of the over. 90 for 2. Good from Dahl. That just 2 off the over. He's through 6 overs, 1 for 26 for him. Wagstaff for Leggy is going to continue 4 overs. 0 for 17 so far. Good bowler. Is he another alumni of the school of Mike? Yeah.
No, but there was somebody in that game playing.
Oh, was there?
Yeah.
Get everywhere, do they?
They do. This was somebody who's coached with us.
I've got no idea because I couldn't tell you who's in the side.
Richard Gleeson played for London
okay.
Spirit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was coaching with us. Lancs had released him off his full contract.
What's
this?
That's a horror.
Yeah, a little bit short. I think he might get away with it. Cuts a couple. Ackerman sharp too.
No, a little drag down.
Yeah, luckily, it's a big boundary square on the leg side, so he gets away with that one a little bit.
Yeah, so Glees had been released from his full contract from Lancs because of injuries, and he was looking for work. He came to work with us part-time coaching and teaching on the cricket course, and then he was getting himself back fit. Played T20 for Lancs, and he blew everyone away in that T20 that year coming back. I remember seeing him up here against Durham, and fortunately for Lancs, unfortunately for us, he was on fire, and off the back of that he got picked for England and played against India. So he was still working as a teacher at that time, playing a white ball, T20 only contract, pay as you go sort of thing for Lancashire, and got picked for England.
That's the beauty of
it's
cricket.
It's a good story, isn't it?
For cricket, yeah. I remember him playing for England. All those troubles with injury. If only his body had been able to hold up to it.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? Back in 22, was it? Yeah.
It was 22.
Got 3 for 15. Was that his debut?
That was his debut game, yeah.
That.
I think Coley was his first wicket in international cricket.
And then he had to go back in and teach a load of kids.
Yeah.
35 T20 wickets that summer.
It brings you back down to earth, doesn't it? Very quickly, cricket.
Yes, you can get Coley out as many times as you want. It's not going to change the behaviour of kids. As that's thrashed right through a gap as well. There's a short cover and a short extra cover as well. That's a beautiful shot from Colin Ackerman. Those hockey hands all the way along the ground. He moves on to 23. Durham on to 98 for 2.
Thread that needle.
That was brilliant from Colin Ackerman. He's so good at that. He's got Di Lloyd and Samit Patel both in his eye line.
Well, they've got a plan here, haven't they? Bringing that short cover in and then Samit just over his left shoulder as well.
He's proactive, Samit. He likes to put pressure on. He did the same with Borthwick, brought long on up to Wagstaff. Said, if you want to hit me over the top, you crack on. There's a bit of a mix-up there, but Ackerman says no in time to allow Scott Borthwick to turn and run back. These two involved in a run out up at South North as well. Scott Borthwick run out by a fielder who I think he thought was the square leg umpire, which is why he was not quite motoring. But it was in fact Carl Abbott who was swooping and hitting the stumps. 98 for 2. Borthwick's got 40. Colin Ackerman has 19. There's 20 overs gone, so I'm going to dip out for Ashthorpe and, well, yeah, I'm going to dip out.
I've since got involved in 1 or 2 run-outs, actually, in my time here.
Notorious now. You'll be giving him a reputation, Vic.
He's a darling, and that is driven behind square, and it's a brilliant bit of fielding. Superb bit of fielding there in the deep.
Welcome back, Ash.
See who that was. Thank you very much. There's Wagstaff down there, stretching away. That brings up the Durham 100. 20.1 overs in. Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are we?
Very good, boss. How are you?
Boss, I like that.
We seem to be working together quite a lot
Love
just
it, Vic.
recently in the last 10 months or so.
Couldn't wish for a better man to work with, as that one beats the outside edge.
You see, I don't call it work. Every day's pleasure.
Happy with your pitch?
Yeah. So far.
That pregnant pause.
I'm waiting for Jack
Just put
Lynch
him on
to
the
come
spot.
on.
Yeah, I'd always like to put him on the
He
spot.
haunts me.
Yeah, that little bit of turn, eh? Dahl just causing a few issues here, isn't he? He's beat the bat quite a lot.
He's bowling beautifully.
Like seems a little bit of nip off the seam. Like a little bit of live grass on the pitch, Vic, keeping the bit of pace on it.
It's this typical Durham thing.
Yeah.
Like, people can run in and hit the pitch hard and just go the distance. Take the pace off, just throttle it back a little bit, and it always does that bit.
Nips.
There you go. No secrets here. Keys to the house. Vic's telling you how to do the job. Keys to Vic's house, actually just over the literally. He's dialed in again, and Borthwick tries to pull that one away, but misses. He's disappointed he's missed out on that one.
Yeah, it looks like he's been able to get one to go in the air as well. Go the other way. He's nipping it back into the right-hander. Yeah, it's bowling really well.
Wiggy. Nice to watch.
Yeah, bringing the keeper up's made a huge difference.
It has. I think he just started his spell, I think, when Chubb and I were on, and I just thought, is he going to bring the keeper up? And he got driven a few times, and then he brought the keeper up, and he's been a different proposition for the Durham batters.
Yeah.
His length's been much better as well, as Borthwick again plays and misses, and be interesting to see with inclusion of Ben Rain, who you would say is probably a similar kind of pace and skill set to Dahl. Should be very effective here. Great man to have back in the side.
Yeah, who's Rainey coming for?
What a great question.
I've missed that.
What a great question. Coggers, I'm going to go with Coggers. Glover's also missing out from the last game.
Yeah.
Borthwick cuts that away really late off the back foot, and he's going to race back for two. Is he? No, he's not. He sees better, talking about his prowess of running between the wickets and tendencies for the odd barbecue or two and a run out.
I heard that. And on that, it's my turn to dip out and let Brownie come in.
Perfect, mate. Thank you very
Good
much.
to see you. I'm with you. First 10, second half.
Mate, living the dream. Absolutely living the dream.
After some dinner.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Wiggy.
See you in a bit.
Going to bring Chubby back in. Durham sit on 101 for 2.
I think just talking about that, swinging the ball around a little bit. I mean, what we tend to forget in these games is that you've got 2 new balls, so it's only 10 overs old. It still should be swinging around a little bit.
Absolutely.
That'll hopefully soon go. The other thing that I've noticed about these guys as well in the field, unlike a lot of the teams, they don't look to me as if they're trying to soften the ball up. They're not hurling the ball into the floor when they throw back to the keeper.
She's pretty lush out there, Vic, actually, isn't it?
It is lush,
great
yeah.
nick the ground for this time of year.
Well, we've been lucky, you see. I mean, we haven't had that much cricket recently.
Yeah, we had a chat about that this morning, didn't we? We've had the chance to kind of reseed a few of these pitches and bring that square back up into really good shape. And the outfield, after a bit of rain last night, is in good nick as well. Samet Patel is short and punished. First ball, is he? No, excellent bit of fielding again out in the deep.
Great fielding.
By Derbyshire, who just on the money in this, really. It's a do-or-die game here at Seat Unique Riverside.
Great fielding to keep that to 1.
Yeah, Borthwick would be a bit disappointed that he hasn't put that away for 4, but it just takes the pressure off your bowler, doesn't it? Last thing you want is first ball of your spell. As the slip comes in place for Ackerman. A loud shout of no. Samet Patel been around the block. I'm saying he's that old that me and Chubby played against him.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Good bowler to come on in these circumstances as well. Just loads of experience. Probably get through the overs really quickly as well. Just put a bit of pressure back on the batsman. Just get the momentum going back towards Derbyshire.
He does. He will race back
to
the end of his mark. Ackerman thinks about a single there, but I like that Harry Moore is quite tight there at mid-on, not sitting on the edge of the circle. Prevents a single. Just trying to create a little bit of pressure here. Durham 102 for 2. And Ackerman uses his hands nicely as he guides that one out into the point region where there is no fielder. And he'll pick up a single. So we can actually have the deck chair out, mate. Easy job you've got, isn't it? You just sit in the sun all day and watch cricket.
It's made a change this season, hasn't it? We didn't get outside until July.
Yeah, it's crazy. Borthwick uses the crease really well and punches that one just to the right of cover. And he'll pick up another 2 there as Potts comes around and does the fielding.
It's really good footwork by Scotty there. He used the crease really well, gave himself a bit of room. There's not a lot of a gap in the offside to get through there, but hitting it through extra cover is probably about the only place where you could pick up a couple.
He did. He hit that one nicely. Seems to be in really good touch so far this morning. 105 for 2. He He moves on to 46. Ackerman on 20.
Talk a lot about Ackerman, like use the expression sort of fast hands a lot, but and sort of hockey hands and things as well. But it's quite unique the way that he bats. Balls that are a decent length, where a lot of players will be playing forward and blocking, just fast hands to whack the ball through the offside in particular. It just makes it really difficult for the bowlers. It's a different dimension.
Dahl in, and Ackerman just opens the face but can't beat the man at backward point. Interesting to see where they go here. Dahl might bowl all the way through his 10 overs. Might be spin back on from that far end.
He's just got some control back for them, hasn't he? Since he's come on, there was a couple of overs he didn't quite get it right, but these last sort of 2 or 3, he's hit the money, hasn't he?
Sure has. Such a similar action to Bapara when Bapara used to run in back in the day. Doesn't do that so much anymore. Normally off a couple of steps and a ton of different slower balls and things. But Dahl, like you say, is in the middle of a good spell here. That one is tight. Ackerman clips that away. Just don't look, they've quite lined him up, these two.
No, and he's got the ball past the bat a lot as well, hasn't he?
He has.
Even sort of through just normal defensive strokes, not like batsmen looking to push the ball anywhere. So he's obviously sort of doing a little bit with it as well. And Vic made the point there that obviously you have a new ball at either end as well, so the chances are the seam on the ball is still relatively firm as well.
And again, right on the money and challenging the stumps, which I think Durham will look at as a blueprint for their bowling in the second innings. Just a score update: 67 for 3 Lancashire against the Worcestershire Rapids over at Old Trafford. A win for Lancashire means a home tie for Durham if Durham were to win today.
How many overs is that, Ash?
That is 18.5, Vic.
60.
67, so slow going. I think they lost a couple early. I'll just have a look at the scorecard there. This one's driven nicely down the ground by Ackerman. Yeah, it was a very, very poor start. Bell going for 7, Fonseca for 0, and then young Rocky Flintoff for 9.
But where are they playing?
At Old Trafford.
Old Trafford.
Yeah, which is normally pretty.
Forecast isn't very good over there, is it? I think that today the forecast's a bit wet.
I'll take your word for that one.
Yeah,
mate.
it is.
I normally ask Vic what the weather's going to be like. That is my go-to, man.
I haven't a clue.
Me either. And Borthwick again squared up a little bit there by Dahl. And that ends another good over. 107 for 2. Just the 2 off that one from Dahl. He has 1 for 31 from 8. So an interesting phase here. Do Derbyshire keep him for a couple? I think they'll just bowl him through and maybe go spin from the Lumley end to follow him.
I think Durham would be happy to get him out of the way, wouldn't they?
He's been a niggle, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I'd like to think that they wouldn't do anything stupid if he bowls his remaining 2 overs, just a couple of runs and over. They'll probably take that.
I think from a Derbyshire perspective as well, it's if you get to this stage of the innings, when you get through your overs quickly as well, it really helps. It just gives you a bit more breathing space. If you start to lose a bit of control later on in the innings, where you can just pause a bit and say, right, okay, now what are we going to do? If you're up against it time-wise as well, it's an added pressure you don't need.
It is, especially as they're a bowler down with Sam Connors going off after just 1 over this morning. That's what you want as well. Get through the overs. A bit of pressure in the field there. Another good stop.
Scotty's missed out a bit there, hasn't he?
Yeah, just past the fielder there. Could have quite easily gone for a boundary, but
very slow from Samit Patel. They normally seem firing them in the T20 game, but maybe just thinking, maybe if we can get a wicket, just to eat into the Durham middle order. Trying to tempt the 2 Durham batsmen. Borthwick moves on to 48. Ackerman just trying to use the crease, slip in place. Struggling to get that one away as square as he wanted.
he's varied his pace nicely as well. Like you said, that one was just fighting a little bit more. The last one was very slow.
Good loop on that as well as Ackerman drives that one down to mid-off. Lots of experience. Samit Patel probably played the most T20 games in the world.
Yeah, he must be up there, mustn't he? He's played a lot. Played an awful lot.
Came into the game just as a T20 was kind of kicking off in the UK, and he's franchised around the world as well. Oh, Borthwick goes back to a full ball, but manages to get a single. Just did him in the flight there a little bit.
I've seen him. I've watched him winning a lot of T20 games as well.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Yeah, he's been a good performer, hasn't he?
Successful down at Nottingham, wasn't he?
It's funny, in my days down there, you'd watch them in practice, and they'd come out day before a T20 game, and you'd have Hales and Vessels would whack it on the roof of the old pavilion time after time, and Samet would come out in practice and he'd scratch about, couldn't hit it off the square. Yet game day, totally different.
He's a performer, isn't he? None for 7 from his 2 overs so far, as I said. And it was Dahl 1 for 31. Borthwick on strike on 49. It's come from 70 balls. Ackerman at the non-strike is in on 22. And Borthwick drives. We'll get a thick inside edge. And he'll come back for a second, and that will bring up 50 for Scott Borthwick. As he gets a nice round of applause.
Yeah. Played nicely there. That was just a little bit mistimed, but he's played some really, really nice shots today, hasn't he?
I think Dahl's given him the most trouble today out of any of
definitely.
the bowlers.
Yeah, I agree.
But he's still there. And what Durham need from Scott Borthwick for him is to, the old adage, come on, double it and all of that kind of start again and all of that.
Just back the rest of the innings.
He's an important part, and he'll be happy that he's passed this mark. But his job not done yet. And that's a lovely ball that for Borthwick as he tucks that one away off his hip for 4.
Yeah.
It's probably the first poor ball I've seen Dahl bowl for about 5 or 6 overs.
It is. Yeah, you're right. Nicely done. Again, really easy to try and hit that too hard, where it just really needs to get some bat on it to get it past the fielder.
Great touch from Borthwick.
Yeah.
And Vic, despite all the quite heavy rain yesterday afternoon and last night, the outfield's in great touch.
Yeah, I mean, it needed that rain, to be honest with you. And we're forecast quite a bit of rain tomorrow, I think, which will be very welcome, unless we've got a home quarterfinal. That may be different. Yeah. But I mean, it was getting dry. We've started to irrigate the outfield quite a lot, so any natural rain that we get is very welcome.
Borthwick just rocks back and eases that one through point and picks up another single. Yeah, there is a bit of rain forecast tomorrow afternoon, Vic.
Yeah, the ground looks in good nick though. Looks a picture.
Thank you. Yeah, well, we're fairly happy with it. It's been a difficult season. It's been the hardest season that I can remember since I've been here. But it's the last month or so has been okay.
Been pretty reasonable cricket weather, hasn't it?
I mean, it's not been bad at all, has it?
You look at like I say, you can go all the way back to the winter that we've had. You've had a horrible winter and a horrible summer.
It was shocking, and it was so cold to start the season.
Yeah.
For so long.
You can't get anything to grow, can you?
No.
Like that?
No.
The only thing that grows is the stuff that you don't want to grow. That is Darling again, and Ackerman drives gloriously through extra cover as the two gentlemen to my left say lovely shot. All timing, graceful, beautiful. 4 more to Ackerman as the players will have a drink.
Yeah, wasn't not a half volley either. Just hitting on the up as well. Like I say, I mentioned hands. That was just really, really nice timing.
That brings up the 50 partnership, does it, between the two of them? I think no, not quite. Just having a look there. 121 now for 2.
So you say that was this is the toughest year, but is that literally because just not being able to get on the ground to do any preparation, or?
Well, all winter was really wet. We finished fairly late, so as soon as we got our new seed into the ground, it started raining. It then sat in water all through the winter, so that new seed that we put down, that all rotted off and didn't grow. Then come the spring, when you'd normally expect to see the grass start to kick on, it's been so cold that any new grass seed that we put down at that stage, hoping to catch up, it needs to be at 8 degrees ground temperature
right,
which it didn't reach.
Nowhere near, was it?
So we had no growth through the winter. We've had no growth in the spring. It's only really been the last month where we started to get grass growing. So what we ended up doing at the start of the season, we were having pitches that had very little grass on them, and most of the grass that we have got is a weed grass.
right.
Our cricket grass is a fairly fine leafed, and the weed grass is like a thick stalky.
Right.
And that's what we were seeing in our pitches. And for instance, our first championship game, we didn't bowl a ball because it was too wet. The second one, we played Essex, not far from where we're playing today, and there just wasn't a blade of grass on it. It was like an Indian pitch.
Very flat, wasn't it?
Just didn't. It was a horrible pitch.
Yeah.
And in fact, most of our pitches this season have been horrible. Not for want of trying. It's just the fact that we've had nothing much to work with. And the other thing that we've had as a result of that wet winter is we've got like a film of algae that's grown over the top, which is affecting our pitches as well.
And that algae, does that just cause the kind of the top layer to dry out, does it? When
when the algae dries, when you get a bit of sun and the algae dries, it sort of crumbles. Yeah. And so that crumbles off, so anything below it is just like a dust as well. Hence the spinning that we've seen this year.
Borthwick clips that away in the air over the man at mid-wicket. And a little fumble there. I think they were going to come back for 2 anyway, but a fumble there. Out in the deep from young Wagstaff allows a second run, and that is the 50-run partnership. I just jumped the gun there a little bit, but that 50-run partnership comes up off 63 balls. Borthwick now defends. Little recap of where we are in the game. Alex Lees was the first man to go. He was caught and bowled by Harry Moore, who just joined the attack. And Borthwick tries to sweep, but he gets outside the line. So no appeal, maybe even a little edge on that one. So he was gone for 9. Then a nice partnership between Michael Jones and Scott Borthwick ended when Jones was caught behind by Guest off the bowling of Dahl. He went for 25 off 34. Borthwick down the pitch and belts this one back over Patel's head. 2 bounces, it skips away for 4. Lovely use of the feet, and I love the fact that he's looked to hit that straight.
Great execution again. Just we mentioned before the boundaries that Scotty's hit, the ball being where he hasn't tried to hit the ball too hard, but footwork was really good there. I think that's the first time we've seen anybody come down the pitch to the spinners so far.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah,
that's one of the things that we didn't see in the Somerset game. Also looks to me today, I don't know if it's right, but it looks to me as if Scott's getting a long way across to the off stump in his stance.
He does tend to, especially with the left arm, he'll probably bat on off stump, which you're absolutely right, Vic. Just having a look on our monitor, he is batting on off stump. He'll try and get outside the line, and he'll look to favour the leg side, as he's just done there, and punches that one down to mid-on. It's a bit of a common one, isn't it? But that will probably block off a little bit of his offside play, because he'll be too close to the ball. But that is his plan, and it's working so far, as he's on to 63 now from 80 deliveries. Ackerman's on 26, and Durham, after 26 overs, are 128 for 2.
It's really tempting as a bowler to bowl too straight when you see somebody do that. Yeah. Because you just think, well, if I hit him on the pads, I've got to be in with a chance of getting him out. Which obviously is what Scotty wants him to do, like you say, so you can just manipulate the ball into the onside. And it's difficult as a bowler to convince yourself to keep bowling the ball the sort of line that you want to.
Darling for his last over, and Borthwick times that again. Real feature of his innings so far today has been his timing and not trying to overhit the ball as he cuts that one away, and he'll pick up another single. Simon Brown and Victor Main with me in the studio. Always nice to have you here, Vic.
It's great sitting up here and watching. I think what we're talking there about Scott and the way that he's executing his plans today, I think that's one thing that we were missing as a team against Somerset. We seem to be doing the same thing over and over again, whereas now he looks as if he's come in with a plan there of what he's going to do, and it's good to see people trying to do that.
Darling defended away by Ackerman. Yeah, I think it was the perfect storm, wasn't it? I mean, the pitch. Hey, don't get me wrong, it did turn, but did it turn?
It wasn't a good pitch.
Did it turn
by
massively?
Any means.
I think Leach probably turned the ball the least out of any of the spinners that were on show. Is Leach a world-class performer? He's probably not far off it. He's a very, very good left-arm spinner. As Dahl comes in again.
But people always say
nicely.
that, don't they? You don't want to be turning the ball a foot.
Yeah. Well, I think Drizzle turned the ball probably the most, and he beat the bat quite a lot through the gate.
And that's what you're going to do. If you turn it too much, you're going to beat the bat constantly.
And just going back to that innings, I think Durham's two left-hand top-order players in Lees and McKinney, which you would back your left-handers to play against the left-arm spinner a little bit easier than the ball turning away. They were both out by the time that Leach came onto bowl, so it was a lot of things, a lot of factors went into that innings. Yeah, that one just missed out there by Borthwick. As Dahl. A couple of balls remaining in his spell. It's been a good spell from him. Like I think Simon Brown mentioned earlier, there's offered real control to Derbyshire. Quite an expensive first over. I think that's where Borthwick got his innings away, didn't he? He hit him for 3 consecutive boundaries. Oh, and that one's right on the money as Borthwick tries to open up the offside that time a little bit more.
He's pulled a good spell here, but he has, like I say, he's just offered some control back to the skipper. It's really hard if you've got somebody at one end who's going to sort of 4-5 and over, or possibly even more. It doesn't matter how well you bowl at the other end, you can't get control of the game.
131 for 2 Durham. Last ball of Dahl's spell. And this is flicked away, and it beats Harry Moore at short 45, and goes away for another boundary for Scott Borthwick. And that's, unfortunately for Noosh Dahl, a poor way to end his spell. It was on the hip and probably deserved to be tucked away with that field.
Interesting to see what Derbyshire do now. What they're gonna do from the far end. My gut feel is might see spin from both ends now.
Just having a look to see who's potentially warming up out there.
Yeah, it's one of the seamers, I think. There's
a few different options for Samit Patel. Scott Borthwick moving on to 68, and Noosh Dahl finishing with 10 overs, 1 for 49. Samit Patel in, and Ackerman gives himself some room, and looks like he's trying to hit that over the cover region, but gets it a little bit squarer than he wanted, but he'll pick up a single. I think it's Zach Chappell maybe warming up down there. The big fella starting to get on a little bit and need probably a little bit more stretching than what he did in previous years. Scott Borthwick again, as Victor Main said, batting on off stump and punching that one really nicely down the ground. He'll pick up another single.
When you get a bit more experience as a bowler, you kind of know when the nod's coming your way as well, and you can start getting yourself ready in advance. I think you've got to be careful if you start doing it. It looks like you're a bit too willing sometimes.
It hurts, doesn't it, Chubb?
It does, yeah.
This one's fallen again, slapped down the ground with those almost MS Dhoni-like helicopter wrists. He slaps that one down to mid-off, but he'll just pick up the single. Yeah, fast bowling really hurts. You've got to be a special kind of human being to do that. Probably not in the nicest way.
No,
either
just special.
Yeah, just special. Borthwick gets back in his crease and he pulls that away. He's looking to beat the sweeper out in the deep. Ackerman turns and comes back, and that's brilliant running.
He's quick, isn't he?
From Colin
He's
Ackerman.
quick between the stumps.
He just touched.
Yeah,
the old touch and go.
Turns quickly.
Getting back really quickly there for another 2. Borthwick using his experience, just scratching his guard and having a breath. Oh, wow.
Oh, bowled.
And that one
bowled.
did turn.
Turned and bounced.
Hit Borthwick in the chest, and he's playing up, putting a bit of mayo on it, etc., etc. But that's the first one. That's probably a little bit of turn. Maybe caught the edge of a foot mark there, just outside the off stump.
Yeah, don't mind saying that when you're 140 for 2, though, do you? It's not so good when you're 40 for 2.
What do you think of Durham's team today, Vic, with 4 spin options? Do you think bowling second is going to be an advantage?
I must admit, I was very surprised when Samit won the toss and put us in. I think we would have batted first. I certainly thought it was a bat first pitch.
Tucked away by Borthwick.
I think we said at the outset, we don't think it's a bad toss to lose, actually. Just you've got more options when you're fielding second. If, like you say, if some of your bowlers aren't having the best day, at least you can do something about it. You can change things around and bring somebody back later on.
You can go through Durham's bowling options. They've got Neil Wagner, they've got Ben Rain, they've got Johnny Bushnell in the seam department with Buster Lader. And then the spin options, you've got your lead spinners, you've got Parkinson, you've got Drizzle, and then you've got the part-time of Borthwick and Ackerman. So there's 8 bowlers that Alex Lees has at his disposal. So he does have options, and like you say, you can get the read on the pitch after that first innings and just seen, right, this worked for them. So they'll now look and see that Dahl probably bowled the best spell of the game so far.
Yeah.
Right, we've got Ben Rain that can do that job.
Yeah.
We've got Johnny Bushnell that can do that job.
Yeah.
Spin, that one just seemed to spin a little bit. And Vic's
Yeah, I mean,
talking to you earlier, this pitch,
it's
used
pitch.
but quite a while ago.
Yeah. But
And
you'd expect it to offer a little
Yeah.
bit of spin. I think this partnership is absolutely crucial to this game.
As Chappell comes back into the attack and Borthwick punches that to Samit Patel, who's in the middle of a spell, and identifies it. That's a pretty easy single there to mid-on.
If these two boys back for another 15 overs or so, then hopefully that should give us a lot of options with the ball.
It's a really good platform that Durham are setting at the moment. 142 for 2. 28 overs, well, 28.1 overs in. Like you say, setting a platform for that. And Ackerman, full of confidence, driving that one the up top, not quite timed. But yeah, what you want is one of these batters to be in those last 10 overs.
Yeah.
And I think, speaking to Colin Ackerman, they call them KPIs or targets or whatever. Their key performance indicators, that they want to have a batsman in at that 40 over mark, which on a couple of occasions this season has been him.
Well, that was so good up at South North, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He was in, and that took it from a 220 score up to 260.
Absolutely right. And this one's full and driven to Patel, and Ackerman will get through for another single as Samit Patel not so enthusiastically fields that one. I feel your pain, Samit.
It does make such a massive difference if you've got one of your top 4 still in at the end of the innings. As a bowler, you start looking at who's facing. Can you get the established batsman off strike, bowl at somebody else instead? As soon as you get rid of your key batters, your top batters, and you're bowling at predominantly middle and lower order, just makes your life so much easier.
And that's short and probably a little bit slower than Borthwick expected as he just helped it round the corner. I think they've found that the ball being banged into the pitch hasn't quite come onto the bat as you would expect. So just having a look, going back to the Kent game the other day, that was set up really nicely by the century from Ben McKinney, but then the innings was finished off superbly by Delader and Hayden Mustard down the end. They accelerated away, and you're right back to the South North game. They had Ackerman and I think it was
Neil Wagner came in.
Came and whacked it at the end.
Yeah.
And they're crucial runs and just building momentum. So that score was 260 at South North, like you say. If that was only 210 or 220, then you can bat totally different chasing that to chasing 260. And Ackerman opens the face and he'll probably look to come back for 2 as Potts does the fielding out there, the substitute fielder. And that's great running from this pair.
I think he knew he was getting 2 from the minute he hit that, didn't he?
Absolutely.
Turned quickly.
Just
the non-strikers in.
Opened the face nicely, didn't he? Didn't try and overhit it. And this partnership is building nicely for Durham. And there's a little bit of danger signs here if you're from Derbyshire. And I do apologise every stream. If you're from Derbyshire, I will apologise because we are the most biased stream in the history of cricket. And we will talk Durham through and through. But we do like seeing good cricket. Will be a leg by. But yeah, unashamedly apologise, I guess. As that ends the over from Chappell. 147 for 2 on the board. And this must-win game for both sides. Scott Borthwick on 74 not out. Colin Ackerman just getting into his work on 32 not out. .29 overs done.
Umpire's just having a bit of a chat there. Not sure what that was about.
Umpires Paul Pollard and Liam Ashraf are out there. Had a nice little chin wag with them this morning, Vic.
Yeah, I always try and get on well with the umpires. There's some good guys amongst the umpires. Funnily enough, as I was coming round here, I met another one on the having a wander round. Pete Hartley, who's actually mentoring today.
And that is slug swept. Probably not as well as what he would normally hit the Ackerman, but he'll pick up 4. Samit Patel round the wicket. Ackerman moves on to 36. The partnership now to 78. So that brings up the 150 for Durham.
It's just a bit of width there, wasn't it? Just let him get his hands free. Probably, maybe not where he's trying to hit it, but as soon as, like you say, somebody who's got fast hands, as we've said, if you can get your hands through the ball, there's lots of different places it can end up.
And that is slapped away again by Ackerman, as Jamie definitely in the crowd shouting for 2 out there. But Ackerman will just pick up the one. Yeah, I think he was looking at as soon as he saw the tossed up, and he was looking to go aerial over mid-on in the circle. But dragged it away for 4. Borthwick can't beat cover. He's disappointed there. Moved his feet really nicely. And again, we've talked about his balance all innings. Superb use of the crease. So he's come down the pitch and he's using the depth of the crease. He's on 74, not out. And this one he just gets trapped a little bit on the crease by a clever bit of bowling from Samit Patel, just a little bit quicker. 152 for 2, Durham. Borthwick down the crease again and gets a thick outside edge, looking to go downtown again as he did earlier. And that ends the over from Samit Patel, who's raced through that over.
Yeah.
Ends over number 30.
It's a really interesting point, that, because he does get through the overs so quickly.
Yeah.
It doesn't give the batsman time to sort of regroup and think, right, okay, I've tried to hit it through cover and I can't quite get it there. I'm trying to go down the pitch and hit it straight, didn't quite get there. The next ball's just on you, so you don't get the time, like you say, to have much of a sort of plan. It has to be a bit more sort of reactive the way you play. So fair play to Patel for, like I say, just for kind of hurrying the batsman a little bit as well.
So I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Sam Dalling. Vic is going to leave us. Vic, thank you
I'm
so much again.
Leave again with the thought that 30 overs, 152. If we can double it in the next 20 overs, that will be a good effort.
And that is driven
Lovely
gloriously down the ground. Victor Main on our way to 300 by all accounts, according to Vic. And that will help the cause as Ackerman drives gloriously back down the ground on the up.
Lovely shot. It was quite a long sort of half volley there. It was again, there's not an awful lot of purpose behind the ball there. Lovely shot again. Great timing.
He moves on to 41. I move out of the studio and hand you over to Sam Dalling.
Cheers, 4P. Oh, nice shot. There's a fielder out there, the sub though. Nick Potts is going to keep it to just 1. Bumbling along quite nicely.
Yeah, there aren't too many dot balls. Like I say, apart from, like I say, when Patel's bowling, he's getting through the over quickly. But off the seamers, when the batsmen have had chance to, like you say, to sort of regroup and replan, if you like, it looks like we're going to score off the seamers relatively comfortably. I'd be tempted, if I was Patel, to bring spin on from both ends, to be honest.
Keeps it a little bit low, that one, from Chappell. He's a tall man. Well, they're flying through the overs. I tell you what, you're 10 overs off. You don't get. I can barely get upstairs and back again. What are we? An hour and 50. They've bowled 30 and a half overs. Yeah,
it's good. It's good to see teams doing this. Actually, I like to see it when teams have got a bit of, like you say, a bit of purpose about them. They get round between the overs. I was just mentioning then the last stint there that it helps if the ball starts flying to all parts in the last few overs where it can. You've actually just got time to plan a little bit and regroup. It's really difficult if you're up against the clock as well.
Single for Borthwick takes him to 75, and it puts pressure on the batters, doesn't it? Because they look up and they think, I've not been out here long, but suddenly we're into the final throw. So it's
big difference. Big difference.
Samit's bowled 5, not for 25, so he's got 5 left. Wagstaff still got 5. Sam Connors won't bowl against us. He's going to have to find another bowler. You would imagine Harry Moore's got 6 left. Zach Chappell's into number 6 for him, so he could get away without turning to Lewis Rees, who I did see warming up a little bit earlier on.
Oh, well bowled.
Just cut him in half there.
Yeah, it's just nip back and just cross the top of the stumps.
Just watching to my right, Ash Thorpe is struggling. He didn't see my bag initially. It's a huge leap. So it's a massive bowling stride from you, Thorpe, to get across that. Well, I tell you what, might see him out for the rest of the summer there, I think, after that movement. Another retirement for Thorpe. What would that be? Number 4 of 2024? Oh, he's bowled him.
Well
got him. I thought I heard a shout of no ball there, which is why I was slightly hesitant. Someone shouted just as Zach Chappell released that ball, but Colin Ackerman has to go. The ball before cut back and cut him in half. Went through to the wicketkeeper this time. It's just hit the top of middle and off, I reckon, and Ackerman has to go for 42 from 45 balls. Durham 158 for free.
Yeah, that's a good bowling change by the skipper, and it's just what you want from your senior bowler as well. You're looking for him to come back and break a partnership that was looking really dangerous for Derbyshire, so fair play to Chappell. Like you say, that's really what you're looking for from your senior bowler. You're right, the ball before nipped back as well and bounced a bit. Looking at that, I think that one didn't bounce as much, obviously, because it hit the top of the stumps, but that one might have just nipped back a bit as well, because I think Ackerman was looking to push that through the offside.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't leaving it on length.
No,
Gets a round of applause for his efforts. 42 for Ackerman. That partnership worth 85 between Borthwick and Ackerman. Almost shared the scoring equally as well. Ackerman 42 from 44 balls. Borthwick 41 from 53 in that partnership. He is the key man. He is still out there. He's got 75 from 95 balls. So still plenty of time for Durham and plenty of batting to come.
Still, like you say, still a long time to go as well. When you play 50 over games like this, it's almost like the 30 over mark is almost the halfway mark, because the innings is likely to start to pick up pace from now, and there's a lot can happen in the last like 19-20 overs. With the lead just coming in.
Yeah, Big Baz. Hayden Mustard, Johnny Bushnell, Neil Wagner, who scored very useful runs up at South North last week. Ben Rain can hold a bat as well, more than hold a bat.
Yeah, definitely. So
plenty of batting. Yeah. Just want to avoid losing quick wickets here. 158 for free, 31 gone. When did you prefer bowling in one-day cricket?
I always opened, which was fine, apart from obviously you got the fielding restrictions, which just makes it a bit more difficult.
Patel, continuing.
I think we talked about it in previous games where I've commentated that I always, regardless of when I was bowling, whether it was right at the start of the innings or later on, I always think it's really important that bowlers give themselves a chance of taking wickets. And it's even more important. You see it in the 20 over competition where it's almost that a run of ball is accepted, and if it's only a run of ball, that's okay. And I appreciate the game's changed a bit as well, but certainly in games like this, I like to see the bowlers put pressure on the batsmen, so it evens the contest, so it gives the bowler a chance to get somebody out. And I think, like I say, I think Patel's done well in terms of shuffling his bowlers round here and his field placings. But if you're just looking to bowl dot balls without giving yourself the chance of getting a wicket, then there's only really one winner eventually. The batsman's always going to come out on top.
Oh, outside edge. And first
quickly.
Slip. Yeah, it did. It went in between keeper and first slip. It was a big, thick outside edge from Baz Deleda, and Slip is quite wide there. Had to stick a left hand out, but I think it was well past him by the time Lloyd could move.
Just got through the gap, didn't it, between the two? It's really difficult for Slip there as well, because the keeper's sort of in your way as well. You don't get a good view of it.
Yeah, and these days first slip isn't really first slip in one-day cricket either. He's more like second slip.
Yeah,
so there is that gap.
Yeah,
there is that gap. More quick pulls into a little gap. I think they'll probably only get one there. Yeah, they do. Nye Donald, who's going to be one of the keys to this Derbyshire reply a little bit later on. Explosive top of order player. So later then, he's got 3. Wasn't the most convincing 3 runs he'd ever score. Oh, outside edge, and that hasn't quite carried. He's got another one.
He's done it again.
Yeah, Samit Patel is in the teapot position. He's not going to turn around and look at Baz Deleda. He's still not looking at him. He's looking away. No eye contact. Chuntering away to himself, I'm sure Samit. He's bowled 2 balls that have found the outside edge. And neither of them really you'd expect Slip to catch. I don't think that one carried.
No, I'm sure it didn't. But from a Durham perspective, with 4 potential spinners in the lineup, seeing the odd ball turn and bounce a little bit, and like I said, 2 wicket balls really to the right-hander there. That's encouraging from a Durham perspective. I said before, you don't mind when you're 150 or 160 for 3 when you see the ball starting to spin and start to do a little bit, knowing that that you're not too far away from bowling yourself.
164 for 3. Yeah, Callum Parkinson, for those of you just joining us, Callum Parkinson and Ben Rain have been released from various other competitions, well, another competition. But Callum Parkinson, left arm spin. We saw Jack Leach in that defeat here for Durham a few weeks back. So successful to the right-hander.
Good competitor, isn't he?
Yeah.
Really good competitor.
Really good. Right, Zach Chappell is also a good competitor.
Yeah, very much so.
Andy Sixsmith's sneaking in, been to M&S. How the other life, how the other halves live, eh? Thinking about the field here. Bannister Lader, who's just going to do a bit of gardening. I think they're going to stick a slip in.
Yeah. Yeah, again, good captaincy, I think. Just put a bit of pressure on. If you can pick up another wicket here, if you're Derbyshire, that starts to even the contest out a little bit.
As you said, give yourself a chance to take a
wicket. You've got to. Yeah, I think you have to.
So second slip, Lloyd. It's a better shot.
Yeah, nicely played. Nicely played.
Would you always have a slip? Because slip catches in 50 over cricket are relatively rare now.
I would normally, with a new ball, I would normally look to have a slip. If it was swinging a lot, then I might even have somebody sort of on the drive on the onside. If the ball was swinging back into the pads a lot, or even on the offside, depending on who was batting at the time. So I always like to try and have catches where I thought the ball was likely to go. It's really tempting just to put somebody in slip. But sometimes, like I say, if the ball was swinging a lot, that might not be where it's likely to go.
.78 Borthwick moves on to that throw. Just this
just in front of the keeper. Yeah, just what they like. Yeah.
Little stare. It's a long way out there, in fairness.
Boundaries are big today.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, the boundaries are big.
Not so much straight, but the width-wise.
Yeah, they are.
There's 2s and 3s. For Deleda, the right-hander on strike, he just drop it into the leg side. There's a fine leg, a deep mid-wicket. Or it's a deep square leg, and then a mid-on and a mid-wicket.
Oh, bounced him. Not the first one we've seen today.
It's been given as a no ball.
Yeah.
Over
it was too
shoulder height.
It was just too high.
So, Deleda, we'll get to face that one again. Costly. Yeah, we haven't seen many at all.
It's the first one. It's the first one where the bowler's really tried to bang it in.
We haven't had that many bowlers with any great pace. There's been a lot of pace off, hasn't there? Dahl, Wagstaff.
Yeah, just mixing the pace up, and I think Ben Rain's been mentioned a couple of times. Ben obviously does that quite a lot, so he doesn't bowl 2 balls the same speed, which makes it really difficult for the batsman to get set.
Proven it, Samit Patel. Lancashire have lost another wicket. It's a big one as well for Worcestershire. Venkatesh Iyer has gone for 25. He's a big name signing, an IPL winner who hasn't really performed for Lancs in the competition. I think Durham fans and everyone here at the Seat Unique Riverside were hoping for a big one from him today. Remember, a Durham victory is not enough on its own to secure second spot in this group. Need Lancashire to win too.
Somebody in the crowd getting very excited here.
That's exciting. Always an exciting occasion to be here. Yeah, just looking at Iyer's score, IPL winner. So his last knock, I think, was in the IPL final, 52 not out. And you think, okay, this is a serious player coming in. 15, 4, 9, 15, 25. I doubt he's getting paid £1 a run or scoring by the run, but whatever he is being paid, it's not going to work out that good a value. As Borthwick is thinking about a single, gets turned down. Anush Dahal is one of the best fielders around, so I wouldn't take one to him.
Chatwell's done a good job for his captain here. He's come back and obviously picked up the wicket and just putting a bit of pressure on the batsman as well. It's just what you want from your senior bowlers.
Been around a bit now, Zach Chappell. Can bat as well. I think he got a 90 odd to win him a game.
Yeah.
In this tournament. Just keeping keeping the strike ticking over. 6 off the over now.
Nice timing again by Scotty. Just easing that through the offside for 1.
Oh, no, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. 170 for free. Not going to jinx it here in the Daffer News commentary box. Self-sandaling alongside. I still can't bring myself to call you chubby.
Oh, everybody does.
I know
Please
they do.
Yeah,
I know they
please
do.
It's fine. No. Yeah.
Self and Chubby Brown.
I've just about got my dad to call me that now.
Yeah.
So it's,
Okay.
it's taken a while. He is 91, bless him, but it's taken a while.
And if your dad does it, then that's fine. Samit's going to continue. A man playing professional cricket. There can't be many people playing professional cricket now that were around before T20 started. Down to the last couple.
No, you're right, there won't be.
Oh, good use of the feet.
Lovely
That's
shot.
a lovely shot from Scott Borthwick. Just gets to the pitch of the ball and plonks it straight, and it just about has the legs to go all the way for 6. To having sat back a little bit, having
Nice control again. It's been a feature of Scotty's innings today. That would have been really easy to try and hit it a bit too hard. You've got long on back if you don't quite time it. Good cricket. Single off the next ball down to long on. Hit a boundary, get a single, rotate the strike.
.86 for Scott Borthwick, the Durham skipper. Not the Durham skipper, sorry. He's the Durham skipper.
Yeah.
Former Durham skipper. Durham Red Bull skipper. Just a single. .86 from 104.
Yeah. Scoreboard's just ticking over nicely now. Just not too many dot balls.
One almost gets stuck in the pitch.
Yeah.
There's Callum Parkinson just leaning forward, I'm sure, at the dressing room. It's like that. Doesn't mind that.
Yep. I was really impressed with the Durham bowlers in the last game at South Northumberland. I know they sort of went on to bowl Hampshire out quite cheaply, but when it was important at the start of the innings, Hampshire got off to a decent start, I thought. When we pulled it back, the lengths that the seam bowlers in particular bowled, I thought were exceptional. The Hampshire bowlers I thought had bowled well, but probably just a little bit too short. That the Durham bowlers really hit the mark in that spell where they sort of picked up 4 or 5 wickets. It was a really, really impressive bit of bowling as a team, really. And you often hear them sort of talk about sort of bowling in pairs or bowling as a unit. I thought that was like I say, it was just a really impressive spell from all of the bowlers at that point.
There's a unit walk in front of us as well.
Yeah.
Off the nets, Graham Onion, Stuart Pointer. Is that Bryden Cast?
Think so.
Yeah. He'll be back bowling competitively by the end of the month. And who's that with the batting handlers? Actually, change of bowling. Chappell's done his job. Brought on to take a wicket. He has done. Harry Moore is back, and they are scrambling a single through to Samit Patel, who just said, that's fine, you can have that one. I'm not going to be able to stop that.
No, I think Samit, he's got too much experience for that. I'm not going to throw my arm out trying to get you out there.
On to 88 Borthwick, which is his equal best list A score. Never got a list A 100.
Yeah.
He's batted beautifully today so far. Deft from Basdelader, actually. Took a couple of outside edges off Samit Patel that were a little bit streaky, and I think maybe it's gone a tad finer than he was intending, but he definitely opened the face.
Yeah, he was running the ball down there, definitely.
Couple of runs. Just about him getting in, because we know how quickly he can score once he's got his eye in.
Yeah, in the T20s and obviously the 50 over competition, he's contributed in every game that I've seen. Now, sometimes even in the 20 overs, I think it was the Yorkshire game where we won off the last ball. I think he ended up bowling the sort of the 17th or the 18th over, having not been involved for the rest of the innings.
Pulled, and that's a brilliant catch at mid-wicket. He just didn't quite get hold of it. It's sat up really nicely from Harry Moore. No massive pace in the pitch. I think it was Di Lloyd. No, it's not Di Lloyd. Identify the third. Lewis Rees, I reckon.
Yeah, just didn't quite get it, did he? Just toe end of the bat, I think.
It was a good catch.
Yeah.
Diving away to his left, and it was just dying on him a little bit. And Vasdelader has to go for 9.
Yeah. It was there to hit as well. It was, like I say, it was back of a length, and it did sit up a little bit. But we talked about this bowler earlier on. Obviously young, a little bit inexperienced, and early on he bowled first sort of 2 or 3 overs really well. Sort of bowled the ball hard into the pitch, back of a length, and bowled quite nicely. And then just bowled 1 over where it got a bit floaty and a bit full, and got scored off a bit too easily, really. He's just come back well here. This over so far, he's done all the right things. He's bowled the ball hard, he whacked it into the pitch, and yeah, that one was probably a little bit too short. But in circumstances like this, it's probably better to be a little bit too short than it is too full. Certainly as a tall bowler like he is, he'd probably be likely to get away with that more than over pitching.
Ben Rain, next batter.
Interesting.
Up to 6. What are they playing at here?
I've been a lot of experience, hasn't he? You've got 2, obviously, of Durham's most experienced batsmen in now. I don't think he'll have been sent in for a thrash by any stretch. It might be because he got the left-arm spinner. We saw a couple of balls, first 2 balls at Deleed spinning away from him, which one could have gone to slip. The second one wasn't a million miles off. They might have just thought, okay, we'll go with another left-hander, so the ball's actually spinning in rather than spinning away from them. Interested to see if Patel brings himself off and brings somebody else on, or whether he keeps going. I think he'll probably keep going.
He's got 3 overs left. So
yeah, I think he'll probably ball out. Be surprised if he doesn't. So that might have been Durham's thinking, that you've got, like you say, 2 left-handers to combat that.
Slip coming in to Ben Rain. One of those 2 left-handers. The other is Scott Borthwick on 88 unbeaten.
That's well bowled. That's well bowled again.
I like Harry Moore.
Good purpose, yeah. Good purpose. I like what I've seen so far. How old is he?
18.
Yeah.
Played England under 19s.
Yeah, good.
Down at Taunton.
Yeah.
In that game, he bowled a couple of overs from the end of the innings, and it got hit for. He's only 17, in fact. Got hit for 28 or something. Sean Dixon took him apart a little bit at the end.
It'll happen. It happens to everybody.
And he didn't let it affect him. He came out and scored the winning run. Scored a perfect little cameo of 30, and they won it 9 down. Half an appeal.
Now I was just chatting to Thorpe earlier on when he first came onto board. I thought I really like what I've seen. He's obviously got long levers. He bowls his height as well. He stays up nicely and makes the most of his height. Bowls the ball, like you say, hard into the pitch. As he gets older, he'll get a bit stronger as well, and probably just put a bit of pace on. So I think Derbyshire have got a good find here.
Yeah, he's the youngest ever player. Made his debut last year in this competition, age 16. Around the wicket.
Yeah. I'm sure the strength and conditioning coaches and physios and things will be looking after him, making sure that he gets, well, hopefully make sure he gets enough rest as well, just to make sure his body gets a chance to recover. It's really tempting when you get a young fast bowler who can potentially help you win games to like over bowl them and just get them, flog them a little bit, unfortunately. So I just think it's important, like you say, with bowlers like this, that we look after them. And I think the way that the setup generally, whether it's ECB or counties, they're very, very good at looking after players now. A lot more aware of like you say, the strains on particularly young fast bowlers.
Well, Samit Patel has said, if you're going to bring 2 left-handers out, lads, I'm going to come out of the attack and wait for your right-handers a little bit later on. Because we've still got spin from the Finkel end here, but we've got the spin of Mitch Wagstaff, the leg spinner. 5 overs, 0 for 25 from him so far. Patel's got 3 left. He's bowled 7 overs, 0 for 30. It's young Harry Moore, who we were talking about, and 2 for 29 from his 5. Zach Chappell with the other wicket to fall as well. Samit just having a chat with his young bowler. He's got to find 15 overs, which Wagstaff has got 5. Moore has potentially got 5. Patel and Chappell have got 3 each, so he's got 16 overs to play with without using another bowler. That's into the gap. That's lovely timing from Scott Borthwick. He's going to move into the 90s for the first time in List A cricket. Wagstaff just dropped a fraction short, and Borthwick.
Beautifully timed. He wasn't looking to hit that hard at all. It was just punched through the onside.
.186 for 4. Borthwick very strong down the ground. Slight off-die preference, but that was a lovely stroke from him. Quicker one. Wrong one.
Yeah. think you might see quite a lot of wrong-uns here. I think that's why the leg spin is being brought back, like you say, to the left-hander, get the ball spinning away from them.
Well, it's deft from Borthwick. Not quite as fine as he'd have liked, but gets another single. 93 for him.
Nice balance again from Scotty. Just really looks really nice at the crease. Doesn't he's not sort of falling over. He's not trying to move too much. But when he goes back, he's going back nicely into the crease to give himself a chance to manipulate the ball around. He's just kept a little bit lower, that one. Spun back in. It's good bowling.
Swept hard, but it's going to go to the fielder.
So straight at the fielder. Nice shot. Nice control there. Makes it so difficult for a spinner if batsmen can sweep well, because regardless of how well you're bowling, if somebody's good at that, it's really difficult to stop someone scoring.
That's good from Wagstaff. He's through his 6 over. Just a 6 runs from it. I don't think Derbyshire will mind that too much. 188 for 4. 14 overs left in this innings. Scott Borthwick's got 93. Ben Rain has just a 1. It's a beautiful day up here in the north east. There's been rain elsewhere. I think they were off for rain down in Bristol. I think it was raining at Rugby. Had a slightly delayed start.
It's not unusual in Bristol, though, is it?
They've been so battered by it, haven't they?
Yeah. I know. I'm going back a number of years ago now, but speaking to Graham Gooch, the Essex lads always used to say they thought they played one more game than everybody else because they get so little rain down in that part of the country.
Young Harry Moore is going to continue. Looking to just drop and run, basically, there. Looking to give Borthwick the strike. But it's good. He saw it was Anuj Dal closing in on him.
And also, even when it was raining in Essex, Graham used to flatly refuse to go home because he'd have to go shopping. So he used to make people stay until the grim death anyway, even if there was no chance of playing.
188 for 4. Good from young Harry Moore.
And depending where he was in his fitness regime, he might just have ran home anyway, which he used to do now and again.
He go in cycles, did he?
He always liked running. He was always out early in the morning running, and he used to run miles. I remember playing a pre-season game against him, and I'm sure he'd ran to the game. He batted all day and then ran home again.
Yeah, he's a batter. They just stand there, doesn't he? Not like you bowlers. Hit hard by Ben Rain. They might come back for 2 here. I think they will.
Or
4. It's a misfield.
No, he's got it. It'll be 3 though.
Yeah, comfortable 3 in the end, or is it? Has the fielder just given up? Is that a boundary?
Not sure. I think the umpires might have a look at this.
It was an initial misfield. It was definitely going to be 2.
It was 3, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, they came back for 3. It's just the way the fielder stopped.
Yeah,
and
his shoulders slumped a little bit. It was almost a bit of a guilty. That might have just about hit the boundary rope.
Gets Ben Rain free. It brings Scott Borthwick back onto strike on 93. Ticking him over.
It's like sarcastic cheer from the crowd as the fielder picks that one up.
At least he'll be pleased. I can't quite work out who it is over there, but he'll be pleased that it's not a T20 crowd. Because you then, as soon as you make one little mistake, no, Donald.
You certainly do when you're playing at Ilford.
Yes.
The West Ham fans are sitting behind you. Sorry, you certainly know about that.
You've got a bit of distance here as well, about 15 yards.
Yeah.
Lovely shot from Ben Rain. Is it going to get past mid-off? It's not.
Well fielded.
Zach Chappell, quick bowler, backing up, quick bowler.
Yeah.
It goes down in stages, Zach Chappell, but he does it very well.
Yeah, he stopped it. It's good.
He stopped a few.
Yeah.
A few quick bowlers in your time that just waved that one by, wouldn't they?
I might have been one of them, to be honest with you, depending on
the stage of the game.
Yeah.
40 overs in, if you bowled your 10, no chance.
Yeah.
Borthwick back on strike. 94.
funny. It made me laugh actually earlier on. I was thinking about a game. I'm going back a long time ago now when I first started in Northampton, and there was a bowler who played there, really, really good seam bowler called Jim Griffiths, who was a fantastic performer for the county. And Griff wasn't the best fielder in the world by his own admission. And it was when Jeff Cook was captain down there, and Griff was having a bit of a tough time in the field. And they were playing down at Canterbury. And Jeff was setting the field, and he was looking around thinking, why is there only 10? What's wrong? What's missing? And because Griff was having such a tough day, he was actually hiding behind the tree, just trying to keep out of the way.
Cut away. Wagstaff still bowling. Subfielder. He's done a long old shift out there as young Nick Potts. .194 for 4. And 300 is still on. Victor Main was demanding 300. Not sure he was quite demanding it, but we'll call it that. Sounds better, doesn't it?
It was positive, wasn't he, towards 300? I think anything up in that sort of region is a really good score.
Flick down the ground. They'll think about 2 because it's slightly wider, Lewis Rees, but I don't think they're going to come back. And Rees keeps it to 1. Scott Borthwick moves to 95. Slowly. What do you do if you're skipper now when Borthwick's on strike? Do you try and bring the field up, play to his?
I don't think he'll change the way he's playing. I think if you bring the field up as he's approaching 100, I don't think it would make any difference. I think he'll just continue to play the same. So,
fired in.
Yeah, leg spinner's just tried to bowl a seamer there. I think as quickly as possible and just got it wrong. Unfortunately, pushed it a bit wide. So no, I would keep it exactly the same.
Another single. It's good from Derbyshire, this.
Yeah.
27 for 1 off the last 5 overs. So they won't mind too much, 5.4 and over.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, like you say, anything less than 6 and over, you'd be pretty pleased with, I think.
Partnership's 14 from 19. Borthwick keeps the strike, moves to 96. Wagstaff 3-7. Cost him 36, so it's been good from him. Young Harry Moore has his hat off again. It's one of those things, I've started calling him Young Harry Moore. You know, the footballers, you have to say their full name.
Yeah.
Young Harry Moore. It's like whenever Wayne Rooney's manager of someone, it's like Wayne Rooney's Derby County. Wait, you can't just say Derby County.
You do, yeah. Now I think Patel might be looking at possibly a change of bowling, one more from Moore, I think, and then I would probably be looking just to mix it up a little bit, I think.
Borthwick on strike. He's got 96, 97 now. Ticking them off. He won't be feeling nervous, I wouldn't have thought. We're probably more nervous up here than Scott Borthwick. Or will he?
No, I don't think so. He's a particularly nervous sort of character, to be honest. I think he'll just keep batting. I suspect he's looking at the 199 rather than his own score, to be honest with you.
Ooh, outside edge, and he's gone. It was a big swing and a little tickle through to Brooke Guest. Not much by way of celebration from young Harry Moore, who's taking it all in his stride, but he's picked up his 3rd wicket of the innings. Ben Rain has to go for 7. Durham 199 now for 5.
Yeah, bowlers just had a little bit of good fortune there. That was quite wide. Ben, obviously, given the width, was looking to try and hit a boundary basically, and just got quite a thick edge on that one. Not sure whether it might not have been a bit of a slower ball, whether it was intentional or not. I don't know, but it just seemed to balloon through to the keeper. It didn't seem to come off the pitch particularly quickly.
They all count in the scorebook.
They do, yeah, they do. I strangled a few people with ones down the leg side and things, and it always says caught behind. So,
a round of applause for Ben Rain as he makes his way off. The 2 left-handers. They promoted him up the order. Went for 2 left-handers. And who have we got coming in next? Is that Johnny Bushnell?
Yes, I think so.
I think it is. It always sells me out because the scorecard always says 27. Where's the number 20?
He's 20, isn't he? Yeah.
I might send a letter to Sam Blacklock demanding that he reprints them all for this game as well. Still 199 for 5 then. Johnny Bushnell out in the middle with Scotty Borthwick. If we're sticking IE on the end of everyone's name. Another one of Durham's talented young cricketers. That's the beauty of this tournament. I haven't talked about that much today, but Harry Moore.
Yep.
And Johnny Bushnell too. A little bit older Bushnell, 22, played a little bit of cricket. Hasn't quite got the score he's been looking for. Here's his chance today. He's got 11.4 overs. If he can bat with Scott Borthwick and add 30 or 40 himself.
Still a long way to go. Still a lot of balls to face. 68 of them, in fact. Well, bowled again. Yeah, he showed real potential here, Mo. I think he's, for a bowler of his age, he's actually showed quite a bit of maturity as well. Like I say, there's some rough edges, but only to be expected of somebody of this age. Getting warned for running on early in his spell, that can kind of throw somebody's confidence a little bit, and it hasn't. He's just come back and he's bowled really nicely. Captain's put a slip in as well now. I think that's a good idea.
Reese has gone in. This is good from. Well, what are those? This is not us criticising him, but I'm just interested in you as a bowler. What are the little rough edges? What might you be working on?
In his first spell, I think his first sort of 3 overs in particular, he bowled really well. Bowled back of a length, hit the pitch really hard, which is just what you're looking for from a tall bowler like he is. And then I think it was his 4th over. He just got really full and just got a bit floaty and a bit too easy to score off. And again, that's just lack of experience. He's coming in again here now. That's much better. Ball sort of just going over the top of the stump height, not letting the batsman get forward, not letting anybody sort of drive. And it might have been because, like you say, he got warned for running on. Because he's tall, when he follows through, he's always going to be past the 5-foot mark. So he's got to make sure that he doesn't run on the pitch. And again, these are just things that it happens when you're a bit younger, and as your career develops, you iron out the sort of the little niggles. But I mean, he's picked up 3 wickets, and he's comfortably looked the most dangerous bowler.
Flicked in the air, but there's no fielder there. They might well come back for 2 here. They will. That's the Durham 200 up as well. 201 for 5, Durham. At the end of the 39th over.
Yeah, nicely played.
Johnny Bushnell off the mark with a couple. Scott Borthwick on strike now on 97. I wonder if we'll see Samit come back into the attack. No, we won't, I don't think. He's warming up.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether he might not bowl from the other end. I think Moore's done really well there. I think had he not got a wicket, I think he probably would have come off, and I think Patel may have brought himself back on at that end. I think he's probably just looking to see how he's going to shuffle his bowlers round for this last spell, his last few overs. But with Moore taking the wicket, it might be tempting, particularly if Bushnell's on strike. If the new batsman's on strike, I would probably keep Moore on.
Borthwick on strike. 77 he's got. 78 calls through for a quick single to Dyer Lloyd at mid-off. Takes that single, moves to 98.
Yeah, I think Scotty knew he was running as soon as he hit that. There was no doubt about it.
Bushnell's got 2. Think about a single, don't take it. Don't run ones to Samit has always been the rule, I think, on the county circuit.
Yeah, for the last 30 years. Yeah. I think they probably could have chanced their arm and got a single there, but better safe than sorry, perhaps.
He Borthwick has a bit of history with run-outs, though.
He has had, yeah, he has.
Big LBW appeal, it's a wrong one, and I think Johnny Bushnell has to go. Finger, go straight up, and Durham have lost a second wicket pretty quickly. 202 For 6 they are now. Johnny Bushnell was made just a couple, and Wagstaff has his first wicket of the afternoon.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I think that might have been the wrong, and he just played down the wrong line, and as soon as it hit him, the umpire pretty much gave him out. Good bowling again.
Just when Durham would have been hoping to build a little bit of momentum, it's in fact Derbyshire who've not quite wrestled control, but wrestled it back to a little bit of parity, maybe even noses in front.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that the loss of that last wicket there was things were just about even. It's really important now that Scotty Borthwick sort of bats the rest of the innings and people try and bat round him. I think 300 is going to be a bit of a stretch. But I still think we'll post a decent total here. In fact, this is a platform for a decent total. It's just important that we make the most of the remaining overs. We don't go mad and end up getting bowled out with a few overs to go, which it's easy to do in this type of situation. Still a long way to go. What, 10.5 overs to go?
Hayden Mustard is the new batter. He had to punch the gloves from Scotty Borthwick. He'll be telling him to bat his usual way, but will also be relaying that message relatively firmly that please don't let me run out of partners here.
Yeah,
I'm happy to bat 50 overs. I just need to be able to stay with me.
Yeah.
If they bat 50 overs from here, you'd imagine be 260 plus.
Yeah.
Even with these wickets down.
If you'd accept to run a ball from here without getting bowled out.
And if Borthwick bats the 50 overs, I think it would be a bit higher.
Could
than
be. Yeah, it could well be if Scotty gets enough of the strike. But it's just really important you don't waste them.
Mustard on strike. Bit of
suddenly the Derbyshire fielders have started to make a bit more noise now, and
as you would, even those ones that are just patted back quite firmly are suddenly
definitely.
So close.
Suddenly
to being
everything's a wicket ball. Yeah, I've been there.
Turned into the leg side again. All those huge shouts.
Yeah,
from
nicely played.
Fielders. This time Samet can't cut off the single. 4.98, 1 ball left of the 40th.
Scotty back on strike now. Could just do with Scotty just picking up a single, just rotate the strike again, get back on strike at the other end.
And the back foot flicks it into the leg side, just going to be a single. 99.
Run a ball for the next sort of 6-7 overs, and then if you don't lose any more wickets, you can afford to be a bit more adventurous towards the end. Just got to be careful, like you say, for these next few.
It's going to be Harry Moore still. Chubby is going to take a well-earned break. He's done a good 20-over stint there. Ashford,
well done,
welcome
Chubb.
back.
Great work, mate. Back to his Durham days, that 20-over stint for Chubby.
Conceded very few runs, picked up a couple of wickets.
Picked up too many wickets for my liking, actually.
Another ice bath. Borthwick's got 99. Now he has 100. Scott Borthwick, his first list A 100, would you believe it? 100 not out from 119 balls. If ever there was a man who encapsulated what cricket up in Durham is all about. There he is, Scott Borthwick, helmet off, bat up, huge grin on his face. It's his 96th list A game for Durham. He's got 15 first-class hundreds for the county, but never before, never until today on this important occasion has he done it in list A cricket, Ash.
Well, I can't believe that.
I know.
To be honest with you, I'm absolutely shocked, but thrilled at the same time for Scott, and looks like he's giving a wave to his family over there in the stands. Absolutely superb and much needed for Durham in this must-win game.
Outside edge. Not going to take a single. Probably a good decision. Dow's very good there. Yeah, I started doing some Googling and I went onto the Cricket Archive, and you can find out players' scores by setting your search parameters. And I went, scores are 100 and more in list A cricket, and it came up blank. I went, what?
Mad.
But then if you bat in the middle order sometimes, which he probably would have done before.
He's probably not played as much list A cricket as you would have thought either, and a lot of that has probably been as a leg spinner batting down the order, as you say.
Solid from Mustard. What do you reckon here?
Yeah, Durham looked like they were all set, didn't they, for a big total there when kind of we finished our stint. So I'm blaming you 100%.
Yeah, I did come on and take a few wickets. Sorry.
No, mate. Hey, the flows of the game, and that's the beauty of 50 over cricket. It does flow, doesn't it? And Derbyshire have had a really good period there where they've picked up Ackerman, which was huge, with a good ball by Zach Chappell. Then chipped away at the Durham middle order. So this is important that Durham get 260, 270 at least. On what looks a pretty good surface, as Mustard has a flirt at that one. Yeah. And I think Durham will look at that and they'll be competitive with that bowling attack. They've got around 8 options that they can use, whether it's seam or spin.
Spin might be the way.
Yeah.
Harry Moore's bowled beautifully.
He has here. He's come back really nicely. He was a bit full, I thought, in the first spell, and that I was on with Simon Brown. He was driven quite a lot, but he's hit the pitch really hard, a little bit more from the Lumley end.
Couple of balls left in this over.
Just there.
Shout for LBW, turned down, sliding down the leg side.
Just getting the ball to angle back into Mustard there, and he's putting pressure on, isn't he?
Yeah, Durham under a bit of pressure here. Mustard will be feeling it a little bit. Young player, chance to really stamp his authority on this competition. This is the key time. It's not a knockout game, but it is a knockout game.
Yeah, absolutely. And he'd have known from the start of this competition that he's had this opportunity with Ollie Robinson being called up to the 100. And he made a meaningful innings down at Kent.
Oh, again, inside edge, and they think about a single, they don't get one. So end of the over, 205 for 6.
A little bit of confusion there between Borthwick and Mustard, but no damage done. Yeah, just a tricky period here as they need to get another partnership established. I know that sounds silly, but can these two bat for 3 or 4 overs and then be in at the death? So they can go hard and without the fear of being bowled out and leaving overs, unused. It's a funny one because Wagstaff's on. Wagstaff's bowled really well. He's got 1 for 39. He's got a couple left, as does Harry Moore. Then you would think they'll go back to Chappell. And then maybe even Sambit Patel to finish off at the end there. I'm just having a look at the scorecard.
Sambit might be thinking, well, we can bowl these out inside the 50. Won't need them all. He's juggled his bowlers really well, actually.
He's had to with Sam Connors, yeah, and that was huge. And, fair play. The Derbyshire, they haven't really let that impact them. So Wagstaff is bowling. And Borthwick tucks that away out into the deep on the leg side again. His timing's been a real feature today.
Batted beautifully, isn't he?
He has. And thoroughly deserved. Oh, God. I can't even get my words out. I'm so emotional. Thoroughly deserved even his 100. A much needed century from a Durham point of view. But Derbyshire fighting hard, getting back into the game after the wicket of Ackerman. That one's full. Mustard unable to pick up a single. Pressure just building on Mustard here a little bit.
I love how you say Mustard.
Mustard. Keen as the young colonel, 1 from 8. That was slow and did bite a little bit there from Wagstaff. And Mustard will get a single. I like the fact they've still got a slip in places. They're still looking to take wickets and knock Durham over here.
Colonel will be watching on in complete silence. I remember being on... the first time I met him when we were on comms. We were chatting about it. We had a lovely, lovely time with him. And then all of a sudden, I said something, and I got no response. I said something else, and I got no response. It was because young Hayden was out there in the middle.
Totally
just completely zoned in. It was lovely.
See that with a few parents watching their kids. And that one's fallen down the leg side. Off the foot, I think, of Borthwick rather than the pad as it ran away. And they do. I was down in Leeds and I was watching Holly Armitage's father, and he couldn't sit with his own family. He would normally walk laps. Obviously, with it being a 100 game, he couldn't do that. So he was sat in a different seat in the stand. And lovely late cut by Borthwick. Beats short third man. Not a lot of pace on the ball. He's going to hustle back for 2, and that's great running. Ben McKinney's dad is another one who's a horrible watcher of cricket and gets really nervous as he's going. I had the pleasure of watching the stream on Sunday, when he got his 100, and having coached him a little bit, my son was going, "Are you really nervous?" I was like, well, "What have I got to be nervous about? I can't. There's nothing I can do about it. I want him to get 100, and I want him to do well." Thankfully, he got to that milestone, and I was absolutely thrilled for him. But it's just a funny one how different people react when you have no control. I guess it is the thing, and you're desperate for your kids to do well. Samet's going to come on a bit earlier, Sam. Sorry to interrupt you.
It's all right. Yeah, I don't mind this from Samet. On the right, got a right-hander in it. Chubby was right. He took himself out of the attack when he saw two left-handers. When they sent Ben Rain up to 6, which was Durham playing their poker hand.
The old matchups.
Yeah, he went, I'll call you that, and I'm going to raise it. I'll raise you Harry Moore, and it was a good raise.
Yeah, it worked, didn't it?
Back into his work, though, Samet.
Tell you who's into his work. Jamie over there in the members is absolutely screaming up a storm over there.
Yeah, he sold me out a second ago, Jamie, because I thought there was a wicket that had been called a no ball. Always lovely to hear and see Jamie here.
Absolutely.
They take a single, pressure, and they run hard, and Borthwick is home. It was good running. Borthwick was just slightly hesitant, but I think Hayden Mustard was right with a big quick bowler there at mid-on. Come through for a single.
Yeah, brilliant piece of running that from Mustard. Borthwick was a little bit startled, wasn't he? But got home comfortably. He's very quick as well. And that could be a feature here. Durham, the boundaries are huge here. Some of the pockets down in the corners.
You do it in 2s and 3s, can't you?
Yeah, you can definitely rattle up the score.
Borthwick just taking an off-stump guard to Samet Patel. Long off, long on. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and deep extra cover. Pretty standard field, really, at this stage in the game. So he whips that one for just a single. Decent crowd in, sorry, Ash.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Great crowd. As the cloud just comes in a little bit and blocks the sun. But I was just going to say that what a nightmare from a 12th man's point of view there. One over in, then you've got to go out and field for the whole thing.
Do you prefer that or running the drinks off and on, though? I don't know. As that's a nice sweep shot, actually, from Mustard.
As someone who run quite a lot of drinks on, I think I'd prefer to run the drinks on. But at least you're in the game, aren't you? And that you can have an influence. He came on, he misfielded one, bless him. Nick Potts has went away for 4.
Are you a good drinks runner?
Had to be. I did a lot of it.
A lot of steps. Long way to go as well.
It is a long way
set back.
Yeah. Nah. Well, if you're not in the team, do what you can for the team. You always got to contribute somehow if you want your team to do well. It's hard, isn't it? Like this job as a professional, you're in and out of the side, and
it's good that from Sam.
Oh,
wow. He's bowled him.
What a peach that is.
The previous ball just tucked Scott Borthwick up for width, and that one has just turned a little bit from Samet, and it's snuck back through the gate of Scott Borthwick, who has to go for 104. A maiden list day century for Scott Borthwick. It's helped set Durham up, but they're now 212 for 7, and this game is just evenly poised at the moment. Borthwick trudges off. He'll be disappointed because he would have wanted to be out there for the next 7 overs, but Samet Patel has brought himself back into the attack, and it's worked straight away.
Huge wicket and great delivery there. Lovely that as an off spinner. You want to beat the batsman back through the gate, and that he's done that to a batter who's on 100. So fair play to the skipper, bringing himself back on. Scott Borthwick goes for a brilliant century.
Huge round of applause from the Durham members.
Neil Wagner, the new batsman.
Need him to do what he did against Hampshire at South North on Friday. Just a little finish with a flourish.
A little stutter, isn't there, from Durham? And what a ball by Samet Patel. Just waiting for it to come up so we can grab a replay of that. But beat him through bat and pad. As if by magic the internet shall provide. Oh, it's turned a lot. Hit the top of off stump, out of the rough. Beautiful bowling by Samet Patel. And Borthwick has to go. 104. Wagstaff into the attack again. He looks like he'll bowl out his overs from the Lumley end. Bowling quite full. Young leg spinner. This one's a bit shorter, and Mustard tends to chop it away. Mustard 4 from 13 now. Only 4 from 14. He gets out the reverse sweep, but gets outside the line as he's struck on the pad. That just tells you he is feeling the pressure a little bit, the youngster. Neil Wagner's just going to come down and have a chat and go, it's okay. Need to make sure that you're still batting here in the last 3 or 4 overs for Durham to get up to a meaningful total. They're just stuttering a little bit here. 212 for 7, halfway through the 44th. This one's tossed up and again unable to get it away. Mustard. You can see the frustration on his face. 4 from 16 is now long on goes out. I'll probably be happy for him to get a single and try and keep him on strike for the next over. And that one's flat and Wagner gets through for a leg by. Hear the energy and the buzz around from the Derbyshire fielders right on top at the moment. Like you say, can Durham shift the momentum back towards them with a little cameo down at the end? With just Drizzle and Parkinson left in the sheds. Wagner made 33 up at South Northumberland and that had a huge influence on the game. Good partnership with Colin Ackerman. What he doesn't have with him at this stage is an in-batsman. So Wagstaff in and just defended. And that is a maiden over to finish off from Mitch Wagstaff, who finishes as 1 for 44 from his 10. Sorry, 1 for 43 off his 10.
It's just these last couple of overs. After 38.1 overs, Durham were 199 for 4. And here we are, 5 or so overs later. 7 down for just 213. So momentum shift in favour of Derbyshire, the visitors, but it could also be shifted back just as quickly. Samet Patel is going to continue. Let's have a quick look at what's happening down at Old Trafford. Well, Lancashire, well, good news for Durham fans. They've got a bit of a partnership going. 75 off 72 balls for the 5th wicket. As Patel is in, they take a single, think about 2, and they do come back for 2. Good running from young Mustard, who's very quick. He moves on to 6. So Lancashire 188 for 4 with 10 overs left. So they could be about to set an imposing total.
Yeah, fingers crossed from a Durham point of view.
It's good from Patel, good from Mustard, who's got 6 now from 19. So just have to keep batting. This is a test of temperament. He can still turn this into a very good knock. If he finishes with a runner ball 30, 35, that becomes a very, very good knock.
Yeah, it'd be hugely valuable.
Bunted down the ground. I think it'll just be 1.
If he's anything like his dad, he won't carry any baggage. He'll just concentrate a ball at a time, which is definitely a skill, especially when you're just being stuck a little bit. Durham were looking at posting around the 300 mark, weren't they, after 30 overs, and now trying to scramble up to 250. Full credit to Derbyshire. Picked up some crucial wickets all the way through the innings after the dismissal of Ackerman. That was a huge wicket.
Patel to Wagner. This is great from Patel. Casually as you like.
Leg slip in place as well, I like that.
He's been attacking, hasn't he, with his captaincy. Floats that one up. Finishes the over with a dot. Just free from it. 45 gone, 216 for 7.
Mustard on 7. Wagner yet to get off the mark. Bowling options for Samet Patel is that Zach Chappell will probably come back into the attack here. He has 3 overs remaining, the big fella. Harry Moore still has 2, so that might be your last 5. Samet doesn't have to bowl out, as Sam Connors is the odd man out, having bowled just the 1 over, having to go off injured with what looked like a glute or a high hamstring injury at the start of play.
So the last boundary Durham scored, Ash, was the first ball of the 36th over. 10 overs ago at this stage of this day innings. That's how well Derbyshire have done. Picked up 3 wickets in that time. Took a wicket just before that as well.
And it is Zach Chappell who's going to come back into the attack. He'll bowl the last 3 overs, you would think, from the Finkel end. I'll leave it to the youngster Harry Moore, I would assume. Although if I was Samad, I wouldn't be shy of bowling another over myself. As Chappell comes in and Mustard pushes this away, unable to beat Dahl at backward point. Another dot. These dots are just building up. Zach Chappell looking like every step's hurting right now as he starts another spell.
That 1 over spell, really, Skip? Really? Got to get myself wound up just the same.
And Mustard flicks this away and will pick up 6, I think, as that hits the Toblerone on the full. It's a glorious shot there, and it is signalled 6. It was full and straight. Zach Chappell's trying to shout out to his fielder, was it 4? And Nick Potter's going, no, it was 6. He's put his 2 fingers up in the air. The crowd are letting him know too.
So Zach Chappell's still protesting, and Nick Potts is going, I think he said, no, mate, hit it on the full.
Yeah. Well, he literally walked away, and obviously nobody can see me, but he's put his 2 fingers in the air. It was 6. It's a glorious shot anyway from Mustard. Deep mid-wicket now goes out, and mid-off comes up into the circle. This is pulled away by Mustard, but he won't beat Potts. Zach Chappell's not overly happy with at the moment, for just telling the truth.
I might just get the quick bowler ticking. But yeah, wouldn't expect any less from a quick bowler. Wouldn't expect any less from Nick Potts, completely honest in that situation. And look, we waited 10 overs for a boundary.
There you go.
It was worth the wait in terms of the shot we saw.
Glorious.
It was a beautiful stroke, wasn't it? Not worth the wait in terms of the game situation for Durham. I don't think anyone on that dressing room would be saying it was worth the wait. But it was a glorious stroke.
Important to try and get that momentum back. And Wagner pulls this away. Unfortunately, he won't beat the man out at deep square leg as well. So that's Wagner away. Mustard just looks like he's starting to get away as well. So 224 for 7 now. Just the 27 deliveries left in the innings. If it's a runner ball from there, there's your 250. Can Durham bat out the overs, and can they get north of 250? That one's short and a slower ball, and Mustard does well to claw it round the corner with a pull shot. And Potts does the fielding, but they'll scamper back for a second. That's great running between Mustard and Wagner going to the danger end. Much to the applause of the crowd here. Which is a nice crowd on a pretty nice sunny day here at the Seat Unique Riverside in this do-or-die clash. The winner goes through. We don't know where to. We know it'll be Friday, but who knows where. Chappell short again, and this one's nailed by Mustard. But he won't beat the fielder. Chappell seems that full floaty one wasn't going to be repeated as he hit the pitch hard for the rest of the over. So that ends a pretty good over from a Durham point of view. 10 off it. 227 for 7. And Mustard just starting to claw that back. 16 now from 25 deliveries. Wagner on 1.
Might not have to go anywhere. Might get to stay here.
That'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
That's like that Peter Kay song, isn't it? Road to Nowhere. Nowhere we're going.
Absolutely.
Samit Patel is going to bowl his last over.
Yeah, I don't mind that, you know. He had the easy option of bowling Harry Moore for the last 2, but if he can pick up and over here, that'll take even less pressure off the youngster having to bowl at the end. And it looks like the spinners have been quite difficult to get away. You've got Wagstaff only went for 43. Samit Patel himself has only gone for 46.
Mustard on strike. Patel just holds that one back, and Mustard has to hold the shot back as well. Just one out to Potts, who's been out there all bar the first couple of overs.
See if Zach Chappell's speaking to him at the interval. big boundaries here as well, isn't it? Like you're talking good 75 metres. I didn't get the dimensions from Vic, but it's huge boundaries. Wagner unable to get Samet away. Almost looked like Wagner settled just to get rid of this over and maybe have a dip at the last 3. Maybe the pace will be easier to hit than Samet Patel. Or will he go big for Samet's last couple of balls? Defends that last one. Samet again racing through his overs. Last ball of his spell is knocked on the head. So Samet finishes with 1 for 47 from his 10. Durham, with 3 overs remaining, are on 228 for 7. It's Mustard on 18. And Wagner now just 1 from 9.
Yeah, they've done a brilliant job. Patel, Wagstaff and Dahl, who are the sort of middle overs bowlers largely for Derbyshire, all bowling their 10 overs, all picking up a wicket
Less
and
than
all
5.
going for 40 odd. Yeah, 43 for Wagstaff, 47 for Patel, 49 for Dahl. It's been a brilliant effort so far.
And Durham will no doubt be looking at that, Sam, and thinking, right, okay, that's worked, hasn't it? So
Colin, George, Parky, Ben Raim, keeper up.
They've got options, haven't they? You know, add Borthwick into that mix as well. There's 4 spin options. Like you say, Ben Rain probably the most. Oh, and Mustard tries to heave that into the leg side and thankfully doesn't get as much of that as he wanted. So he has a look at his bat, and I think he'd be thankful that that hasn't carried out to Nick Potts at deep mid-wicket.
You could just hear it. The sound wasn't
It's
right.
awful. Kind of ones that reverberate through your hands as well as a batter. You know you haven't got it. Stewie Pointer and Graham Ungans just down in front of us watching on. Must have been over the nets with a few of the lads having a hit. Most of the staff in and around at the moment. Wagner tucks this into the leg side. Oh, and steps off back for a second. And I think still could have been run out there. I'm not sure. Mustard said no. Wagner was still coming. And then just casually turned around and could have been run out.
I think there's probably 2 there if they go quickly from the start, because Wagner got halfway down, turned with not the smallest turning circle there, and I think Mustard's rapid, could have got back, but I understand why he didn't go.
I think you might want the strike. That is the only thing I can think of at the moment, because I think you're right. I think if they'd both set off as Wagner had done, touched and turned, but they're both still there. More importantly, from a Durham point of view, Mustard does get plenty of that, and you can tell by the sound of the bat that that's 6. It's short, it's high. And Mustard climbs into that one and hits it the best part of 80 metres for 6.
That's a brilliant shot. He's taken that from right above his head there. Young Mustard. That's why he wanted the strike.
Maybe.
That's why he turned the 2 down, and immediately Zach Chappell sends long off out. Maybe he won't be bowling any short ones at Mustard again.
Oh, he kicks his bowling marker away as well. I love a grumpy bowler.
Ticking.
Brilliant batting from Hayden Mustard. Reading the field there. Short, fine leg came into short, fine leg, and they put an extra man out, and he gets down and ramps that one. And you talk about catching up, runs to balls. Sam?
29 off 30.
There you go. He's not far off, is he?
What was he? 6 off 19, I think it was, something like that when I last looked.
That's well behind, and look at that score now as that gets to 240. And Hayden Mustard is the man that can propel Durham to a defendable total here. 2 balls remaining in the over from Chappell. That's short and done in with a good slow ball into the pitch. Mustard swings hard but doesn't connect. Probably hurt the back of that one.
I was going to say he threw everything at that. It was well bowled from Zach Chappell.
I'll tell you who is hurting. Sam Blacklock.
Is he?
He's hurting because there's only Thai green curry for lunch.
Oh. He's got a white polo on as well, so even if he tried to eat it.
Oh, mate, he's fizzing.
Is he?
Oh, angriest man in the Riverside right now.
He's going to tell Graham that?
He's already told him I was in the room. This one's short and
he's got away with
wide, and Chappell, fair play to him, took all the pace off it and must have tried to launch into that one. He's unable to get it away.
I mean, you say fair play to him. I think that's going off the strip. If Mustard doesn't get out,
it's a dot.
It's a dot ball
it's
in
a
the
dot.
book.
Chubby behind us will be telling you that's a dot ball. That's all that matters at this stage of the innings. 240 for 7. 12 balls remaining in the innings.
Patel's bowled out, so I'd imagine it'll be young Harry Moore, who has 3 for already. So he won't quite bowl his full allocation. He's only going to bowl 9 today, but the 80 he's bowled so far have brought him 3 for 38. So he has ball in hand at the Lumley end. Samit Patel over there, just having a quick chat to him. What are you going to do? I always wonder that in the dynamic between captain and bowler. I won't say who it is, but I remember interviewing a bowler quite recently, and he was saying, yeah, me and the skipper, he fields at mid-off, and we have he says, what are you going to do? And I said, I'm going to do this. And he says, no, I want you to do that. And he says, no, and he called it an off. They have an off. And I said, and what do you ultimately do? He said, what I want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got the ball in your hand, haven't you?
Around the wicket. Tries to heave it into the leg side. Mustard calls him through for a single, and eventually Wagner sets off. Anish Dal decides not to chuck it, perhaps seeing that the man backing up was the skipper.
Q ender there, wasn't it? I think from Wagner, trying to launch that one over towards Lumley Castle.
Gets Hayden Mustard on strike though. That's what Wagner needs to do. He's going to try and hit it now. We're now at a stage where wickets aren't so much of a problem. A few overs ago, 4 or 5 overs ago, you're thinking, oh, if they lose another one here, they're in danger of not batting the overs.
212 for 7, I think, wasn't it? I'm going to check the partnership actually.
29 from 31. The partnership is now. Mustard gives himself some room. That golf swing comes out. He's looking over towards the Bannatyne Hotel. Not hotel, it's a fitness centre, isn't it?
It is indeed.
And had he connected with that, I think it would have been somewhere on that balcony. But well bowled, Harry Moore.
I've dropped into the pool. He likes a bit of golf as well, young Mustard.
They all do. You can't be a pro these days. You've got no chance of playing for England if you don't play a bit of golf.
That social circle.
Short ball. Pulled into the ground for just a single. So this is good from Harry Moore. Penultimate over of a 50-over innings and just 2 from the first 3 balls.
I think what they've identified is that if they go full and they miss slightly, they're going to go the journey. If they bang it into the pitch, they've got more scope for a margin of error.
Big hit.
I mean, Chubby will probably know more than me about the bowling side, but it looks like if you hit the pitch, there's a bit of variable pace in it. It's just holding up and quite hard to hit.
Coming around the wicket to left-handed Wagner. Goes full, goes up in the air. It's gone a long way up. It's not quite gone the distance, but it is going to go for 4. Di Lloyd ran around in a circle, looking to see where it was going to drop. It went up, and actually it only dropped about a yard or 2 inside the rope. Went for 4.
And there you go. See, I do know what I'm talking about sometimes. The margin for error when you go full is really small, whereas, like I say, you hit the pitch, and I've turned around to look at Chubby, and he's bowled as if I'm going to hit the pitch hard. There's even anger in the face of Simon Brown. Hitting the pitch hard. Make him hit to that big boundary as well. That's massive out there. And if he gets it, then fair play. There you go.
Well bowled. Maybe even pace off around the wicket.
Absolutely.
He's just fuming because of the tiger green curry as well. He's with Sam Blacklock's been in his ear. This is not good enough, as Blacklock's up there saying.
He's absolutely fizzing. I've not seen the angry side of Sam very often. He's
No.
very, very upset.
The strength, because the benches up there that the journalists use are attached to the ground, and the strength for Sam Blacklock to rip one out of its place.
Incredible.
Unbelievable. Ooh. Hits him on the shoulder, I think.
Maybe in the back.
Slower short ball that Wagner was through the shot too early. Where's he going to rub?
Nowhere. Neil Wagner doesn't rub.
He's just annoyed.
Please.
6 off the over. Good one from Harry Moore, who's finished off his work with the ball today, at least. 3 for 45. Sam Blacklock would be a good Clark Kent, actually.
Oh,
magnificent. He'd be perfect. Imagine he just takes that white Durham polo top off and underneath he's Superman. Just flying off to
the kitchen.
Oh, yeah. Whip up. What does he want? What's his ideal?
I don't know. He just didn't want a curry, he said today.
It's not a curry day, in fairness to him.
Every day's a curry day.
Okay.
That's a lie.
I did see Andy Sixsmith sneak back in with a supermarket bag, so maybe
did he?
Nice to him, yeah.
No, hopefully it's full of something nice. Zach Chappell the ball, the last over, and this one's full and slapped by Wagner. Can't beat cover. There's an attempt at a run out. which was all a little bit shoddy in the end. I'm not sure how much Harry Kane had the ball in his hands at the time, and Zach Chappell wasn't that interested in trying to run Neil Wagner out. He's probably just happy it went for 1. 2:48 for 7. So Durham are going to bat out.
Oh, not necessarily.
Yeah, they are. Well, they're going to get to the 50th over. It's Chappell in. Mustard on strike. Bat high, and that is full and slapped. I'm not sure he's got enough of it. And it's caught. Juggled and caught. He made that probably a little bit harder than actually what it was, and probably to the advantage of him. He's 6'35", Harry Moore, and he wrestles it in, and Hayden Mustard goes for 30.
Yeah, good knock from Hayden Mustard. I think that's a brilliant catch because he's right on the rope. So where he's taking it initially is over the rope. So he had to cast half an eye down onto the Toblerone, and he just juggled it, and you could see the relief. And I think the relief largely came because Zach Chappell's an angry man, and if you drop a catch off Zach Chappell, I don't think you need to be. You don't want to be that man who's dropping a catch off to what we've seen previously. But a good knock from Hayden Mustard. He played catch up. He was a little bit. Took him time to get going. When he did get going, it was wonderful to watch, and I think he's put Durham in a very good position here. At worst, par.
Yeah, it was important, wasn't it, that Durham got to at least the 250 mark, and at 212 for 7 when Wagner came in, that didn't look like it was on the cards, especially when Mustard was struggling to get his innings going. But as you said, could be important. 30 from 35, 4 and 2 sixes. And he was only a couple of metres or a shorter man probably away from hitting another 6 there as Harry Moore juggled that one in. And it was good awareness. It looked like he was going to carry that over the line at one stage. George Drizzle on strike. That's a swing and a miss. Another lovely golf swing. Looked like he had the driver out on the first tee there. That was a beautiful swing. Unfortunately, no contact with the ball.
Yeah, small details, Ash.
Yeah. It looked great.
These days with AI, you can make it look like, if you clip it up, make it look like he's hit it miles.
Well bowled, and Wagner runs through, but that hits the stumps and he is run out. That's a good bit of work from Brooke Guest behind the stumps as Wagner was trying to get back on strike. And the only strike was Brooke Guest 10-pin bowling. Knocked them over, and Wagner's on his way run out for 9, and Durham are in danger of being bowled out, and now 9 down with 248 on the board.
Yeah, had to do it really, didn't he, Wagner, just to try and get that extra couple of balls on strike. It was worth the risk. Wicketkeepers practiced that so much. Good work from Brooke Guest, who knew he had a bit of time there, so it'd be easy just for the ball to hit your gloves and to try and release it straight away. But actually, Brooke Guest just steadied himself, took aim, hit the stumps. Easy decision for the umpire.
Parky's back in the house. Callum Parkinson at number 11 comes in. He will be at the striker's end.
And he can bat, Parky, right?
He can
I
indeed.
remember Cambo coming on the live stream saying when he signed him, he was like, I want to bat. Was it 8? Maybe even higher. Was it 8? I think he wanted to bat 8.
It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if he wanted to bat 3. He's that so much of a competitor. I tell you what, you know how they do the time trials, like the 2Ks and stuff like that? He's an animal. He doesn't look like he can move, but I tell you what, it's a great shuffle. Incredible. One of the fastest times. He's on strike, and he outside edges that gorgeously down to third man for a much-needed boundary for Durham. That brings up the 250 with 1 ball remaining. Durham at 252 for 9. It's easy as that. That's why he should be batting 3.
Which is the point he will probably make when he goes back into the dressing room. No doubt, to which everyone will laugh, but he won't be joking. But yeah, just a little flurry, 250. Psychologically as well, 250 is big.
It is.
252 for 9. It's been good. This has been good fun cricket. It's swayed back and
The
forth.
old ebb and flow.
Oh yeah.
Last ball, and that could be a wide, and it's a run out anyway, so it will be an extra run for Durham, but Drizzle's run out for 0. Durham are all out for 253, and Zach Chappell's got a double teapot on because he can't believe he's called that a wide. I absolutely love it. Absolutely love that. That's the competitor of the man. That's how greedy he is. That's an extra run off my bowling. What are you doing?
Chubby's nodding. He'd have done the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
What I really enjoyed there, and I don't know if we picked it up, but Cal Parkinson, he's been playing another tournament where the turnaround is massively quick. As soon as that wicket went, he ran and he kept running. And after about 5 steps, something in his head went, yes, I don't need to run.
I've got Thai green curry.
I've got half an hour and Thai green curry to get through. So I don't need to be shuffling. And that is the end then of the Durham innings. 253 they made. So Derbyshire will require 254 runs to win this game in what is essentially a knockout game. The winner will probably go through to the quarterfinal. Durham will definitely go through to the quarterfinal on Friday if they win. Derbyshire, it depends a little bit on Hampshire, but it was an innings that really revolved around Scott Borthwick. 104 off 126 balls. Would you believe it? It's his first ever List A century. Colin Ackerman made 42, and whilst those two together, Durham looks set for a really big total. But hats off to Derbyshire, who pulled it back in the middle there. Harry Moore, young Harry Moore, 17-year-old, 3 for 45. Couple of wickets for Zach Chappell, and that run out to conclude the innings. Dahl, Wagstaff and Patel all took 1 each. And Hayden Mustard, who started slowly, 6 off 19, finished with 30 off 35 to take Durham to 253. So 254 to win. And I believe the gents are in the Daffer News studio ready to talk you through it all. So I'm going to say hello, Andy Sixsmith. Are you there somewhere?
Of course I'm here. Somerset Sam, Durham Dalling. I've no idea what to call you anymore. But I do know that Derbyshire need 254 in this do-or-die game here at the Seat Unique Riverside in Chester Street. Durham getting to that competitive 253 total in no small thanks to Scotty Borthwick, obviously a massive friend of us here on Durham Live. He did his punditry stint during the T20 blast, but he's back out there doing what he does best and scoring runs for his Durham side. I'm joined now by Ash Thorpe, who's literally leapt from his commentary seat to a punditry chair, probably because there's a promise of Thai green curry on the way. But Thorpe, just summarise that one for us. 253 for Durham. It could have been an awful lot less, but it could have also been an awful lot more.
Yeah, it was kind of a typical 50-over game where it ebbed and flowed. Durham looked like at the 30-over mark they were set for a score of 300 plus.
Yeah.
They had Borthwick and they had Ackerman going, and the beautiful ball from Zach Chappell kind of changed the course of the innings. And Derbyshire fought really hard and kept Durham down to, I think both teams will be pretty reasonably happy that the game set up for a good chase.
It did stagnate a little bit, obviously, for Durham, but credit to Derbyshire. Like you point out, they came roaring back into the game.
Yeah.
But it'd be remiss of us not to spend a lot of this analysis talking about one man, and that's Scott Borthwick. I can see you smiling straight away. There was huge smiles, huge celebrations from us here in the Durham Live and Daffer News studio when Scotty got his century. Just how pleased are you for him to get that?
I'm thrilled. I didn't realise that was his first List A century. I couldn't believe it when Sam, I looked at him, I was like, no, that can't be right. But to be fair, the majority of his List A career he's spent probably as a leg spinner and all-rounder. So for him to stand up in this big game, like we said, Ben McKinney's away doing other things. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. But one of us needed to stand up today, and that was Scott Borthwick. And especially with the loss of Ackerman, if you're really honest, you want Ackerman to be in at that 40-over mark and for him to accelerate because he can hit the ball big. Yeah. But Scott did a brilliant job, and it took an excellent ball from Samit Patel to get rid of him.
I know you talk about, Scotty being an all-rounder. Batting's not necessarily his first port of call, but it is still a big surprise. It is. I mean, I'm in the room next door, and I kind of looked and thought, no offence, Sam's just looked at me right there and gone, hang on a second, it's definitely true. It is a massive surprise to see a player, and I think it's a praise towards Scott Borthwick, a player of the calibre of Scott Borthwick, not to have got a century before.
Yeah, it is, and he'll look at this tournament in particular, and he's got to start pretty much every game, and I think he's got 20s, 30s, he's got a 40. Today might have been his first 50 in the tournament this year, and then to go on and make that 100 and make a meaningful contribution into hopefully what will be a winning total.
What impressed you most about his innings, would you say?
How calm he was, his timing, his balance. When Scott bats, sometimes we all know Scott, and Scott's 100-mile-an-hour man. Like everything he does, he can't sit still. He's on the move. He's a bloody nightmare at times, and we've seen that in the studio, and you can see that on the cricket pitch. But his calmness, and I think even Simon Brown mentioned it, just the way he timed the ball and his balance was absolutely superb today. And kind of almost from ball one, he struck it beautifully and deserved 100.
We can all testify, I'm pretty sure, here in the Daffy News studio for his 100-mile-an-hour attitude. I know he's nicknamed the Badger, but he's more like the Duracell Bunny at times, and certainly has been during the T20 Blast. You mentioned the fact that he's been in positions already. He's got himself in so far in the One-Day Cup. He's hit 20s, 30s, etc. Even got 42, I think, in one of his innings. What do you think changed today that allowed him to convert that into first a half century and then that century, obviously?
Sometimes it's just your day, you know, and he's had that start, and you know that might have been a mental thing for him to go, right, today is the day I have to stand up. I have to be the one that makes the runs for Durham today. Without his innings, we might have got less than 200, but just the fact that he just made it look pretty easy out there today. The only one that really troubled him, I thought, was Dahl, the medium pacer with the keeper standing up. That ball nibbled around a little bit. But apart from that, his balance and timing was absolutely magnificent.
We'll come back to his innings in a second, but just talking about Scotty Borthwick and Durham as a cricket club, how good a bloke is he for the club?
He's a rubbish bloke. But for the club, he's huge. He's returned from Surrey was massive. He's a leader. He's not captain here, but he is a leader. He's infectious. It's killing me saying all these nice things about him, but mate, he is huge. He is a massive part of it. I'm not sure when his playing days will end. He's still running around like a youngster, but I know he's into his coaching and that, and I think he'll be another one that will be part of this club for a long time to come. Look,
I know you wouldn't say these words to him to his face
Absolutely
if he was
not.
here in the Daffy News studio. So if Scott is watching this in the dressing room, then at least you've got some nice words from Ash Thorpe to carry on the match today with. Look, he is quite in terms of a character. He'll be looking. I think it was Simon who actually said he'll be looking at that scoreboard and he'll be seeing Durham's score, not his own necessarily. But how pleased silently do you think he will be with that? Because we saw his celebration. He looked up towards the stands, looked up towards his family. He'll have been silently a little bit chuffed with that, won't he?
Oh, it's a magic moment for him and for his family. There, you know, his dad rarely misses a game. And hopefully his family and other members are here as well to share that special moment. Like you say, his first one, I can't believe that is his first century in list A cricket, but he's got that off his back now, and you know, hopefully he can go in full of confidence in the second innings and make his family even happier with some wickets and a Durham win. Yeah, it might not be the last time we mention Scott Borthwick in this game, especially given with how spin looks to be taken, but we'll come back to that in a second. We talk about how pleased Scotty will be. How disappointed will he have been that there was only really Colin Ackerman who stayed in and around him? Yeah, and that just transfers a bit of pressure onto you as the in batsman as well. What he did do really well is he was able to keep his scoring rate up. The boundaries seemed to dry up a little bit as his partners changed too often for Durham's liking, and that's probably left us probably about 30 short of where we could have been. Like I say, 300 looked a big score on this pitch, and we've had Vic in to say, you know, slow bowling looks like the way to go. Durham have 4 spin options, and Ben Rain where the keeper can stand up, so he'll be pleased that we've got to a total that we think we can defend. Yeah. I mean, Sam was saying it there, and I picked up one of the stats, and Durham went 10 overs without a boundary between 36 and 46 overs. How crucial, how telling could that be at a time of the game when you're really needing someone to kick on and bring in a bit of aggression into the innings? And that is the issue when you don't have batters that are in. On the plus side, that might indicate that the wicket, once the ball gets a bit softer, is quite hard to score. And the ball still did move around quite a lot, whether it be spin or, you know, bowling cutters into the pitch, and Simon Brown was looking on with much interest, you know, how they attacked those death overs at the back end, and when they tried to go death and go in the hole, bowling Yorkers, that seemed to go. When they bowled the ball in the pitch, it looked really hard to score. It's my favourite, just need to interrupt you, Ash, my favourite time of the Daffy News studio when you see Sam Dalling just crawl, commando crawl underneath the cameras. He's desperate. I've never seen a man more desperate to get hold of a Tyne Green curry. The exact opposite end of the spectrum to Sam Blacklock, as you guys were perfectly describing on commentary, Thorpe. Just while we're on with that, we talk about the bowling, and I think you mentioned it on commentary. 8 bowlers Durham have in this team, 4 of which are spin bowlers. That could be the crucial differential between these two sides when it comes down to a quarter-final place today. Yeah, like I say, he's got good options. You've got a left-arm seamer in Neil Wagner who will test the middle of the pitch. He you know, he loves that. You've got the skills of Ben Rain. You've got Johnny Bushnell, who can bowl dead straight. You've got Bastilleda, who'll probably be the quickest bowler on show today.
Yeah.
And then you go into the spinners of the really competitive Callum Parkinson.
Yeah.
You've got George Drizzle, and then you've got the two probably more than part-timers of Colin Ackerman and Scott Borthwick. So as a captain, with a score to defend, a big ground as well, we look out there and that boundary is absolutely massive.
Yeah.
He's got really good options. He doesn't. If somebody has an off day, he's got somebody else that he can go to.
Yeah, and bowlers as well. You know, we mentioned his name before the game, initially thinking he wasn't playing.
Yeah,
he obviously is playing in
George
terms of George Drizzle. Yeah, George who, exactly. 4 for 38 in his last game. He's a man in form coming into this, and he'll be looking at that and thinking, you know what? I've seen what the pitch is like now. This could be a big opportunity.
Yeah, he'll be a threat. He'll be a real threat, as will Parkinson. I think the 20 overs between them will determine how this game goes.
So just looking at generally, before we quickly move on, I think Vic on his commentary stint turned around and said 260, pretty decent score today, given the pitch, given the length of the boundary. 253, is that a winning score, do you reckon, Ash, or not?
It has to be. That's simply the attitude that the lads will have to take. It has to be.
Yeah.
What we've seen from Durham is that the way that they have managed to squeeze totals, whether it be 300 or whether it be 260 the other day at South North, whatever you've got, it's got to be a winning score. And that's the mentality that they'll have. And they'll go out there and they'll attack that with all they've got.
Absolutely. I mean, we're looking very, very quickly. This is cutting-edge stuff on Durham Live at the minute because, naturally, we're not just focused on the game here at the Seat Unique Riverside. We're also looking at the Worcestershire-Lancashire game at the moment. If Lancashire can somehow beat Worcestershire, remember, Lancashire Lightning bottom of Group A, and Durham win today, then it's very, very likely, if not certain, that Durham will have a home match on Friday as a quarter-final. I'm not going to lie, it's not looking particularly great. I mean, I'm looking down at a very, very quick update on Twitter. Lancashire 221 for 8 now. I think there's a couple of overs left down there at Lancashire. So 2-2-1 for 8. I mean, Worcestershire are going to be looking at that and thinking that's a job well done, aren't they, Ash, so far?
It's a funny one without looking at the pitch.
Yeah.
What I do know is that they've played a lot of cricket at Old Trafford this year. They've got the 100 ongoing there at the moment. It might be a used pitch. It might be another one that's turning. I know they lost a couple of wickets up front and had a few partnerships. But Lancashire will be looking at that the same and thinking whatever we've got has got to be enough. From a Worcestershire point of view, like I said, it'll probably depend on the pitch. They're quite a youngish side, a little bit of an experience, but you've got to think that that's a score that they'll be looking to knock off.
Absolutely. Well, it's rare we say this anywhere around Durham, but come on, Lancashire. And if you can't win Lancashire, come on, Rain, all being well. And hopefully, this isn't the last Durham Live you'll see of the season. We might very well be back on Friday for a home quarter-final. But that remains to be seen. If you are just joining us, Durham setting 253. Or 253, so Derbyshire chasing 254 for the win here at the Seat Unique Riverside. Scott Borthwick with his maiden first-class century, or list day century for Durham. Tremendous innings from Scotty Borthwick. Well, remains to be seen whether that total is enough for Durham to clinch the win that might well lead to a quarter-final on Friday, and who knows, maybe even a home quarter-final here at the Seat Unique Riverside in Chestler Street. On other news, one man who's not involved today, who's had a huge impact for Durham this season, a young lad who, throughout the T20s, he was constantly named in squads. We were looking forward to seeing him. He never really got out there here in Chestler Street. He's had a big impact in the one days. He got his maiden century just a few days ago as well. Ben McKinney, one of the latest off the academy rank here at Durham, this fabled academy system that we celebrate here at the club. And Durham Live have been sitting down with Ben to reflect on his breakthrough here at Durham Cricket.
And congratulations in England. Lions call up, you must be delighted. Sum it up for us.
Yeah, it's good. We had the invitational game against the West Indies, which is sort of similar to this, I think, but obviously it's a Lions thing, which means a little bit more to me. And obviously, it should be a great experience against Sri Lanka.
Tell us when you got the call up and who made the phone call.
Well, I actually missed the phone call, but I got a text from Guy Jackson about the selection. It was actually when we were rained off at, where was it?
Radlett last week.
Radlett, yeah, Radlett, so yeah.
What was going through your mind at the time when you said you'd be playing or involved in an England Lions group? You mentioned the county 11, but this is one below the men's team, so it's pretty special.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, everything's a good experience. Obviously, you'd love to be playing in the One Day Cup. Obviously, I've got my experiences from this, some good experiences from this, but obviously that's another step in the right direction for me.
You mentioned it before, but this follows our County 11 selection. Tell us about that experience. How valuable was that, first of all?
Yeah, it was mint. Obviously not having a lot of cricket in the second team at Durham this year, but to go and get some red ball cricket against obviously international players was special. And yeah, just to be around a different group, it was just refreshing, really.
Being around a group, but captaining the group, that must be pretty special as well. Talk us through that.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, there's not much different, but obviously it does feel a little bit different when you're doing it, which is good signs. I mean, yeah, it's a great experience. There's not much else I can say on that.
In terms of your career opportunities moving forward, how valuable is it being around the England setup and being around these groups for your career moving forward?
Yeah, I think it's massive, but obviously being around the first team for me now is great. Durham, the 2 winters I've been away with England, I feel like I've improved massively as a cricketer, and being a part of the Lions, just even this group this week, the next week, it'll be massive for my career, and I think it's a good stepping stone for me.
Just tell us a bit about being in that environment. How does it differ to being around the Durham setup?
To be fair, I think we've got pretty similar setup now. I don't know about in the last couple of years, but the setup's like pretty similar. But obviously, like I say, it's a different faces. I think Michael Yardy's coaching in this Lions, which is obviously a similar face for me in the 19s, which is good. But there isn't much difference. It's just refreshing, really.
And when you get these call-ups, do you set yourself goals, objectives, or is it just a case of going out performing and hoping you do what you do with the bat?
Just see the ball, try and hit it. Yeah, there's not much. Just take every ball as it comes. And
the game's at New Road next week. The last time you played at New Road, you scored 80 for Durham. Talk us through that innings a couple of weeks ago.
It was a relief, to say the least. I mean, it could have been better. Obviously, could have seen 100 out, but it was a relief because of my last year's campaign in this competition wasn't great, and to come back and to do what I did in the first couple of games, I know it fell off a little bit, but to do that at a pretty flat pitch and a lovely ground was special.
In terms of your performances so far, you mentioned that 80. How would you reflect on not just the One Day Cup campaign, but the seconds earlier in the season?
Yeah, like I said before, it's been frustrating for all the second teamers in Durham, and because of the weather that we had in the first couple of months. But to get your opportunity in the One Day Cup has really helped, find yourself as a player where you actually are, because it was quite hard to do that with so little games before. And I think it's for all the youngsters that have played, have really found out where they are in the game and in the season, so it's been good. How nice is it to play against some of the lads that you've played with in the academy to now play professional cricket with? Yeah, it's good. Actually, a lot of people in the 19s as well that I've come across, and it's a nice feeling to know that you're playing in that first team game, and they are as well, and it's good to see everyone doing well. After this Lions game, what's your aims, goals for the season when you return back to Durham ahead of the final couple of months in the run-in? I'd love to play red ball cricket. I'd love to see where I'm at in that selection. In the quarterfinals for the Blast, I'd just love to be there, to be a part of the squad. Just take every moment as it comes, and hopefully do well. I'll just touch on that T20. Obviously, your debut at Notts, never got an opportunity. Then the games you played, obviously, you never got a bat. How nice has it just been around a Blast team after a bit of T20 cricket in Zimbabwe with the Tuskers? Yeah, it's a total different sort of feel, but it's exciting. Obviously, sometimes 12 man in red ball format can be a bit tiring, but just be around the game and see how the game pans out in each one has been brilliant. So it's been good. Trip to Surrey, obviously a massive tall order for Durham. They're a line which is star-studded with international players. Just what an experience will that be for the group in general? I think it'll be amazing. I actually think we're good enough to go out there and win. And if not, I feel like we'll give them a mint game, and to play against players, or even for me or whoever's not playing, to watch players like that go about the business is going to be mint. So yeah.
A bloke so special that even the umpires want to have a word with him. I'm sure you just saw Jordan Montgomery else asking a question, making a statement. Anyway, great for Ben McKinney to sit down with Sam Blacklock of Durham Live there. That was obviously before Sam goes anywhere near his Ty Green Curry at lunchtime. Ash, this is a kid that you know very, very well. 18 years old, packed full of potential. What makes Ben McKinney so special as a cricketing package, as cricketing potential here at Durham? I thought I'd get the hard question out of the way first.
I hope he's not listening as well. Hopefully he's out in the field with this England A game. His biggest asset is he's so relaxed, which from a coaching point of view is probably one of his most frustrating things. That kills me as well. He's starting to realise now what it takes to be a professional cricketer. I think he's had the talent. He started off as a long, lanky kid who's now turned into a big man. He couldn't hit it off the square. He would occupy the crease. Yeah. He would bat for 4 hours. He would get 70. He would get 80. Yeah. He then, all of a sudden, realised he could whack the ball. Then he started belting it out of sight, and then he's just struggled to find out that game in between. So finding the moments of when it's tough, can I get through that period? And now he's starting to get regular first-team opportunities, which this cup competition has provided. He's got 2 big scores. He got an 80 and he got a match-winning 100 down at Kent. He's obviously very highly thought of within the ECB. He's been England under-19s captain, even as I think a 17-year-old. He captained them at the World Cup. He's now part of the Lions group. I said to him last week, imagine if you started scoring runs, what the ECB would think of you. And he just laughed. He was like, yeah, you're right. And I think he's ready to take an opportunity. And I said to him, look at Shoaib Bashir. The ECB have identified somebody they like. He's played 3 or 4 first-class games and he's banged straight into an England shirt. That could be Ben, although it could take another 5 years. So Ben just needs to figure it out. He's unique as well. He's like 6'6", 6'7", and trying to coach somebody like that, like, what do you do? I don't understand how his body works and moves, and he's just so unique. And that's something for him to figure out. And John Windows and the academy team have all done a brilliant job, and now that's been passed on to Ryan Campbell.
Do you think he realises how good he is yet at the age of 18 or not?
He's starting to figure that out, I think, as well. I think by the fact that there's people higher up that have a lot of faith in him. Ryan Campbell's been brilliant in giving him opportunities, but also when he hasn't deserved that opportunities, he's pulled him out of the side as well. So he's got to realise that now he's got to earn these next opportunities that he gets, and mate, the sky's the limit for him.
How much of a help or a hindrance is being that laid back? Because it can work both ways, can't it? I mean, if you look at it, you think, well, if he is quite laid back, nothing much is going to get to him pressure-wise, but then there's the difficulty of being a little bit too laid back and keeping the focus. So how do you even manage that as a coach, would you say?
Mate, it's above my pay grade.
Everything's above your pay grade.
That's very true. Absolutely true. No, and that's up to him. I mean, as much as you've got coaches, he needs to work that out himself, and that's something that, you know, Simon Brown's played a lot of cricket, and you've got to, at some stage, you've got to take responsibility for what's next in your career. Simon made it to Test cricket. Hopefully Ben can do the same.
What do you think he can do in the game? You talk about Shoaib Bashir there, you know, how he's been kind of fast-tracked almost into an England shirt. That's in the short term, but naturally we've produced some world-class stars here at Durham. Where do you think Ben McKinney can be in his career?
Hopefully the first real Durham batter to go. I know you had Paul Collingwood, who was probably in the all-rounder mode, although he was more of a batter than a bowler. Durham have produced no amount of, oh my God, how many fast bowlers that you look at, and that production line will keep continuing, but we haven't really produced that world-class batter. Maybe he's the one.
Absolutely. And he's going to be following in the footsteps of plenty of people, like you say, plenty of Durham players who've gone on to make it wonderfully for England. In terms of everything else, when did you first notice, Ben? When did you first start hearing about this kid at Durham who was starting to rip up some trees?
Well, his dad's a really good local cricketer as well, Neil. And you kind of keep an eye out for sons of names. And you see this McKinney's kind of starting to make his way at Seaham Harbour as a young kid. But he's always stood out, really, because of his height. Technically, always been very good as well. And was somebody who just loves to bat. So he's obviously making scores. He's getting noticed. He's getting into the Durham setup. And the likes of John Windows and people like that are saying this young lad has got potential and got a future. And then from there, he moved from Seaham Harbour across to Hetton Lions to get some Premier League experience, still part of the academy system. And then a couple of years ago, he started playing second-team games for Durham. So his progression through the ranks has been pretty seamless. And now, hopefully, there's more progression for him to come.
It's been tremendous to see him. Just a final one on Ben Ash. He's in the right place, isn't he? If he wants to go on and make something massively of his career, he's in the right place to allow him to develop, to give him game time like Cambo has in the One Day Cup. and to progress him and develop him as a player and as a person as well.
Yeah, I think Ryan is a great mentor for him, but if he looks around the change rooms as well, he's got Alex Lees opened the batting for England, Scott Borthwick's played cricket for England, Colin Ackerman's an international for the Netherlands. He's got some really good people. He's got a great batting coach in Jimmy Hilditch. And he's also got John Windows that he can call back on. He annoys me from time to time as well. But this environment is perfect for him to nurture him and for him to go to the next level. And then he's got somebody kind of Ben Stokes or somebody I think he's called who's around trying to avoid Mark Wood at all costs because he's just an absolute nuisance. But mate, there's just people around with so much experience, so much knowledge. And if you want to impress anybody, why not the England captain?
Absolutely. And it's amazing to see just how much potential he has. We can't wait to see where he can go with his career, both in the short term or long term. Ben McKinney, real star potential, who's starting to realise that potential. Like Ash was saying before, sky's the limit with him. Anyway, we'll leave Ben for now. Hopefully he's doing well for the Lions today, because that's exactly where he is. That's why he's not playing for Durham in the Metrobank One Day Cup in this do-or-die game. I've nicked that off you, Ash. You said that on commentary, didn't you? Thank you. I didn't realise you copyrighted it or anything like that. But if you're just joining us, where have you been? You've missed all of a half-time interval in the Daffy News studio. But Durham were, well, they lost the toss, naturally. We always lose the toss in the Metrobank One Day Cup. We were put in the bat. 253 was the total set by Durham, with Scott Borthwick claiming a century. An absolutely tremendous century. We're all delighted for him here on Durham Live. I think the reply is not too far away, so it just allows me and Ash to disappear out of the Daffy News studio, even if it is just for 3 or 4 minutes, try and wrap our chops around some Thai green curry, and we'll be back with you in a few minutes' time to build up to Derbyshire's reply. Whoever wins this one, very much likely to be in a quarter-final in the One Day Cup. Will it be Durham? Find out in just a few minutes' time. That was a quick lunch, wasn't it? Only 4 or 5 minutes. But we are back in the Daffer News studio. Welcome back to Durham Live, where it's a massive, massive day in the Metrobank One Day Cup, specifically here at the Seat Unique Riverside in Chestler Street, but everywhere up and down the country as teams vie for a quarter-final spot. 2 of those teams are right here in Chestler Street. Durham taking on Derbyshire, and if you are just joining us, Durham lost the toss. 'Twas ever thus this season. In 2024 this summer, Derbyshire put Durham into bat. Durham went on to set a total of about 253. 254 then Derbyshire chasing for the win. The 253 total, Vic was on, the head groundsman on commentary for Durham Live. Said 260 was about par for the course. So not a bad score for Durham, and definitely one of the biggest helps towards that score was Scotty Borthwick, the Red Bull captain, getting his maiden List A century. A tremendous scene here at the Seat Unique Riverside. Scotty's family is here and everything. It was great to see. But will it be enough for Durham to claim the win? A win will send them into the quarterfinals. A win with other results going their way could actually secure a home quarterfinal in the Metrobank One Day Cup. That would be in less than 48 hours' time this Friday against unknown opposition. But we shall see. Let's get this one out the way first. Let's see if Durham can defend that total of 253. And let's find out by heading to your commentary team. It's a big welcome to Durham Live for James Wiggins. And it's over to, first of all, Ash Thorpe.
Hello, mate. Haven't seen you for a while.
How are you doing?
I'm very, very well. Very well. What are your thoughts? 253?
Par, maybe just below. I think the Durham bowlers bowling on our own pitch has probably got enough there.
Yeah, it's an interesting score, isn't it? Durham were looking to probably post about 300 after the 30 over mark. And then Derbyshire fought back with wickets. Neil Wagner going to open the bowling from the Lumley end. And that one's down the leg side, and Mustard dives away. And Derbyshire away with a wide.
I think adding Wagner into this attack probably tips it our way a little bit as well. That international quality and experience makes a big difference, doesn't it?
He is, and that left arm option. I was saying that Durham have the kind of the 8 options really with the ball. That got the 4 seamers and the 4 spin options.
Yeah.
So I think up top, early wickets are key. And Wagner right on the money, and Scott Borthwick arms in the air as that one passes the outside off stump. Harry Kame and Lewis Rees, the 2 opening batsmen for Derbyshire. Do or die clash, I love it.
Oh, mate, these are the ones that you play for, aren't they?
Definitely.
The ones you really want to be involved in.
Absolutely.
I think dead interesting as well in the middle when likely Ben Rain bowls. Nips it about a little bit. We were talking earlier off comms how well Dahl bowled.
Absolutely right. Wagner in again, and this is defended nicely by Harry Kame. Out to the covers. Michael Jones in the covers.
Quite like this, having him at short cover there, putting that pressure on. You probably can't see it on the camera, but he's right in close there at a very, very short cover.
He is Michael Jones, the man, catching on the drive, just the one slip in place. Be interesting to see if they go 2 slips for the left-hander. You can see Michael Jones there, just the right-hand side of the pitch. About 3 pitches across. And this beats the outside edge by Wagner, and a bit of noise, and the boys are up and about early doors here for Durham, just trying to get the crowd involved. No doubt Borthwick will feel 10 foot tall standing at first slip after his first List A century, which I could not believe it was his first one.
Yeah, no.
Such as the quality of the man. But well deserved. Batted beautifully today.
Do you know what? He hit so well down the ground. And I think that the Derby bowlers were really trying to bowl straight, and a lot of the boundaries were very, very straight. Class innings.
Yeah, it was. Just his balance and timing for me was the best I've seen from him for a long time, maybe for about 2 years. I think he has scored runs, but he's never he'll probably admit that. We'll probably speak to him after the game, and just the way he moved into the ball and just eased the ball off the bat. It was a pleasure to watch today.
No, he stroked it about. There was no thrashing, was there?
No, it's beautiful to watch. Especially being left-handed makes it even better.
Oh, Gower-esque.
Thuds into the thigh pad of Harry Kame, and they'll run through for a leg bite. 2 without loss in the first over. And they are going to go with 2 slips, Wiggy.
Yeah. It was never in doubt once you called it.
Got the earpiece in. Surprised I've gone with any slips after I called that.
Well, what's Wagner going to try and do then? Pitch it up, get him driving.
He would think so. Lewis Rees, the left-hander on strike.
He'll take it both ways as well, won't he?
And this one does square up Rees. A little bit shorter probably than Wagner wanted, but that ends the first over. And Derbyshire had 2 without loss. A little bit of swing, not too much.
No. Probably better when it gets a little bit older. It looked like it.
Get that lacquer off.
Yeah.
Just did seem to nibble about, didn't it? I thought, picking up on your point there, Anuj Dahl, I thought bowled beautifully with the keeper standing up. Copped a little bit of tap in his first over from Borthwick. But then the keeper came up and it was a different game.
It was. Yeah, it was indeed. And that does that, doesn't it? It always puts that little bit of doubt in the batsman's mind. Can't drag out, can't just get to the pitch of the ball a little bit. Bowler can control his length a little bit better. It's good that, be able to pull it back.
Buster leader into the attack, taking the new ball from the Finkel end. Still a slip in place. Right-handed Harry Kame on strike. Pretty standard field, deep square and third man are the 2 sweepers in place. I think Bus might be the quickest bowler on show today. Bustles in, bowls a heavy ball.
Be interesting to see what happens from this end, because early on it did look to keep a little bit low.
Yep.
But then there was that one off Samet that jumped at Scotty.
I think it might have just caught the edge of the rough, that one, but you're right, yeah, it hit Scott in the chest.
Yeah.
He was rubbing it away.
Yeah, so if there is a little bit of uneven bounce coming into it, comes to us, doesn't it?
That's a little bit wide and called as such. Right, a little bit of shape though, away from the right-hander.
Yeah, I'll be encouraged by that.
Definitely.
Yeah, and want the batsman to be driving.
I say that slip in place. Scotty Borthwick, full of energy, clapping hands and fidgeting, and he just doesn't stop moving. Absolute pest.
Has he ever?
Absolute pest. I think they're going to go with 2 slips here, Wiggy.
Yeah.
Take out the mid-wicket. Alex Lee's the skipper talking to Buster later.
Yeah, Ben Rain was involved there, which is good to see as well, isn't it? Other bowlers talking to the bowlers.
Involved, isn't he?
Well, yeah.
Absolutely always involved. Early wickets are crucial, and this is pitched up. Came drives, but unable to beat Drizzle at point.
Yeah, it's good early doors. Challenge that outside edge, and then if it has nibbled a little bit early doors, and bring one back and challenge that inside edge and pads. It's good.
Seat Unique Riverside. Looking absolutely beautiful in the sunshine.
And good crowding as well.
Yeah. Groundsman just taking a little stroll away to our right, enjoying the sunshine and the fruits of their labours. Oh, that's right on the money from Deleda. And a little bit of a false shot there from Harry Kame. Slight mix-up Lewis Rees. Potentially looking for a run.
Yeah, just managing to square him up. No control over that, is there?
No, it's a good area. I think bowling really straight is key on this pitch.
They did that as well, though, didn't they? Bowled it really well, I think they called it. And that's the advantage of bowling second. You get
Probably
to
took them 20 overs, didn't it, to work that out. But once they did, it became quite difficult to score. Deleda is short and wide, and it's not punished. Timed beautifully, but hit straight at George Drizzle.
Talking about another game, last night with the Superchargers, you could see it. They did really well, pitched it right up there, got it in the block hole really well. And London Spirit did not learn from how they bowled.
Yeah.
They tried to hit the middle of the pitch. There was nothing in it for the seamers.
That one's fallen right in the block hole from Deleda, and Harry Kame just pushes that one out into the offside. Durham up and about there with a bit of buzz in the field. They know what's at stake.
Now, can he get out of his over? We talked about this earlier on as well. The Derbyshire lads tend to give runs first and last ball, not getting out of their over, so us coaches hate that.
Absolutely. And he does get out of the over nearly with a wicket as that one flies through to Mustard behind. And Harry Kane gives it a little bit of a quizzical look at the pitch and does a bit of gardening. But lovely way to finish the over from Busteleda. 3 without loss, Derbyshire. All the runs so far in extras. Both batsmen on 0.
Good start from Durham. A bit happy here. Keeps a little bit of pressure on. It'll be interesting to see if Wagner does change his field a little bit. Keep that pressure on and just make the batsman really, really think about the shots.
It is Wagner to continue from the Lumley end. 2 slips in place. I like the fact that they're looking to attack, and I like the fact that Derbyshire actually did look to attack, and Samit Patel had a slip in place for quite a lot of Durham's innings. It's Wagner in again, and that swings and is defended by Rees into the offside, and there's a real buzz and a real energy. Michael Jones there in the field.
Yeah, you like to see it. Keep that pressure on. Yeah, Samit moved the field around really well, actually. Bringing short cover in over here. He was quite inventive with the field. Didn't look to try and let the batsman settle. I think that showed in those middle overs as well, when they took quite a few wickets.
They did. I thought that wicket of Colin Ackerman was key, wasn't it? That beautiful ball by Zach Chappell, knocking him over.
The ball before set that one up.
As Rees tucks that away into the leg side and hits it, and they'll get 2. In fact, they'll get 6. As Ben Rain rushed into the stumps to try and impact a run out, and the throw came in from Deleda. It was hard, it was flat, and has gone for 4 overthrows.
I wonder if that's hit that used pitch 2 down and has just died on him, unfortunately. Yeah, Zach Chappell before, I think in those middle overs bowled really well. He was bowling slower balls, and then the quicker ball was a surprise ball. And he bowled a real snorter at Ackerman, which cut him up about chest height, came back at him.
Yeah.
And then the next ball, he stayed slightly leg side of it. It made him square him up a little bit. Oh, class.
Oh, and that beats the bat from Wagner. A little bit of class as well from Wagner. But yeah, I think spin is going to be the absolute key. And Ben Rain, I think, will be an absolute handful to play on this pitch.
Yeah. Keep that control.
That's what they did well, didn't they? Just as Durham looked like they were about to accelerate away, they got that control back with that wicket and never really relented that until probably the last couple of overs when Mustard hit a few 6s at the end.
Yeah, they squeezed really well in the middle.
And that's clipped away from around the stumps, and Deleda gets in, and Lewis Rees races back for 2, while Hayden Mustard demolishes the furniture. Nothing subtle about that piece of wicket-keeping from the young Colonel.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Phil would have took all 3, I think.
Absolutely. He'd have been turning and facing the umpire screaming. Love you, Phil.
Another couple to the total, 11 now without loss. Always great as a batsman to get off the mark with a 6. Not bothered that there was overthrows.
Doesn't say overthrows in the book.
Definitely not. Wagner, nice little channel and a bit of shape away from Lewis Rees. Nice crowd in today, Wiggy.
Beautiful crowd, yeah. Nice to see so many people making that trip during the middle of the week as well. The weather helps.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a glorious day here.
It's glorious.
If I look straight ahead, there's not a cloud in the sky, and if I look a little bit to the left, there's a couple of wispy ones away to the west, but nothing threatening at all. It's a glorious day.
It's always glorious up north.
Wagner right on the money, and this is nicely defended by Lewis Rees out into the covers. Ends over number 3. Derbyshire 11 without loss. Lewis Rees on 8, and Harry Kane yet to get off the mark.
A little bit of a conference here.
Ben Rain's always got something to say, always got some knowledge to impart, which is the majority of the time a really good thing because he's got so much knowledge of bowling on this ground. Him and skipper Alex Lees. The engine room.
Oh, good shape there.
Yeah, it looked nice, didn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit of swing.
deceptive as well, isn't he? That little bit of extra nip.
I think he hits the bat hard, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Strong boy.
Yeah.
Very, very talented player.
Be interesting to see Came here. None off 12. Does he start to feel a little bit of pressure here to try and get off the mark?
Oh, and he edges and that dies before it gets to Ackerman. He probably did quite well to keep that down.
Yeah, I think he's played it there intentionally, hasn't he?
He gets away. He gets off the mark. That will just ease a little bit of pressure on him.
That'll answer my question.
Yep. Done and dusted there. 1 ball.
Yeah. Try to build something up there.
Yeah, the players ruin everything.
Commentator's curse doesn't work.
Not on that occasion. It was really nicely played, wasn't he? Got right on top of the ball.
Yeah, he rode it well. Yeah. Oh, this is an interesting position there at point. Michael Jones coming at a short point.
Good bit of energy from Bustalida on that one as Hayden Mustard takes it around shoulder height behind the stumps. It flies through to the keeper.
Love to see it.
As long as I'm not batting, I love to see it.
Nice, sway inside it.
Nah, not anymore. Not anymore. I was watching Mark Woodenbriden cast bowled this morning.
Oh.
And that was so fast. So fast. Later again. A little bit of shake. Probably has it past the stumps. Possibly looks like he has some nice rhythm here this afternoon.
I'm just thinking now as a coach there wearing an inner whilst you're mitting.
Oh, yeah.
Save your fingers.
Yeah, there's a few. Stewie Pointer was meeting and Graham Onions happily passed that over earlier.
I saw that.
Because it,
Not daft.
No, seniority for sure. Pulling rank. This one's full and not totally punished as it's edged away down to third man where Callum Parkinson will do the fielding. He's going for the Yorker there, Bustalida.
Yeah. It's just pushed it, hasn't it, out the front rather than bowling it there.
By Ashraf again, just having a look at the follow through of the bowlers from this end. He gave young Harry Moore a warning earlier today, was right on that, and he's simply just having a look at where Bustalida's following through.
I think that helped us a little bit at that point.
That's driven nicely through extra cover. Absolutely gorgeous piece of timing from Harry Kane. Just push that, length on it, and it races away for 4. And that will make him feel good after he's chewed up a few balls. He was 1 from 13. He now moves on to 5. Lewis Reese is on 9. And Derbyshire move on to 17 without loss after 4.
Beautiful bit of timing. Just lent on it. Great transfer into the ball. Love to see that.
Yeah, it was a nice piece of batting.
Yeah. Seems like both sides are playing the game very, very similar kind of format. Keeping wickets in hand, not being overly aggressive during the power play, not looking to really take advantage, where I think before lots of teams have really tried to go hard, haven't they? Lost early wickets and then had to use those middle overs, chew up balls and rebuild.
Nice from Wagner. Yeah, it seems to have followed a pattern this year, hasn't it, where it's gone kind of reverted almost a bit old school one-day cricket where, like you say, we'll get away. We just don't want to lose too many wickets in that first power play and set the innings up for the back end.
Yeah, double it from 30.
Yep.
If it's not broke.
Well, it's worked for a long time.
It has.
Then you get the odd flash of lunacy or brilliance where it comes off or it doesn't. And that one's down the leg side from Wagner and will be a wide. That one did not swing. Just trying to have a look at the breeze out there. There's not much of a breeze. It's pretty much still day here in the northeast. Just kind of rippling across the ground a little bit. Still plenty of noise out there from the Durham fielders. Again, is straight and doesn't swing. I think Wagner's looking for that swing. Seems to be swinging a little bit from outside the off stump, but not so much from the straighter balls.
You can almost try and force it too much. Like your release is wrong. You're trying to search for it. And probably a faction straight there.
Yeah. And Wagner this time beats the off stump, probably with that natural angle across the right-hander, not shaping back in. And that's the threat, isn't it? With a left armour to a right-hander. He can shape the ball back in, so you're probably playing at balls that you don't want to. Bringing slip and the keeper into play.
Yeah, it's really dangerous there, isn't it? He can keep his wrist to the leg side of that ball, take it across.
Scott Borthwick waiting at first slip and catching at short cover also in place. And this one is driven nicely down the ground, where Wagner does brilliantly to stop that going for 4. That was again nicely timed from Harry Kane. Good bit of athleticism there.
Good leadership that as well, isn't it? You got your overseas throwing himself about there. The lads all see it, get behind him. It just brings everybody up.
Much to the amusement of mid-on and mid-off Alex Lees, and I think it's George Drizzle down there as he might be struggling with his pants a little bit.
I think he's winded himself there.
Just taking a moment. As he composes himself and says, right, I'll have another crack. And again, nicely defended and timed. Just a bit more pace from the Durham bowlers, isn't it, than there was from the Derbyshire attack so far. And that new ball does come onto the bat really nicely, doesn't it?
It does.
It'll be when the ball gets a bit softer, maybe around the 25-30 over mark, that Durham started to struggle to score a little bit.
And it takes a bit longer in this as well, doesn't it? Because it's a new ball from each end.
Balls, yeah. Wagner finds the outside edge this time, but it's controlled down to third man. Callum Parkinson does the fielding. And that ends over number 5. 20 without loss, Derbyshire. Lewis Rees on 10. Harry Kane on 6.
Be interesting to see with Durham's resources, bowling resources today, whether it would be worth having a couple of spin early now.
It's funny you should say that. I was just thinking exactly the same thing, whether you go with Parkinson maybe for a couple who you know is going to give you that control as well, but also with the newish ball, some might slide on, some might grip as well. So, but often bowls in the power play, as you know, that we've seen it throughout the 2020 campaign.
Yeah.
So yeah, it might be a good option, like you say, with up to 4 spin options available. This one's off the pad and will run away for 4-leg buys.
Yeah, Deleda just pushing that one. You know, really trying to bowl straight, and I think that's been a theme all day, hasn't it? The bowlers have really tried to target the stumps, and the pads bowl very, very straight and give no width to the batters.
Just striving for that swing. Still doesn't seem to be. Once it's, Simon Brown will be able to tell you a lot better than I, but once you start pushing the ball towards leg stump, trying to get it to swing, it doesn't tend to go.
No, don't get too greedy.
Yeah, carries on its natural line, doesn't it? Just the one slip now in place, and the man again catching at cover. And that's nicely driven.
Yeah, you can tense up when you do it, so your release isn't natural, so you push it.
I'm searching for wicket number 1. 20 without loss.
I'm a big fan of this format. I know a lot of people in the UK have derided it, and it's sort of fallen away. But especially with the 100 coming on at the minute at this time, oh yeah, great format of cricket. It can ebb and sway so much.
Just wondering there if that clipped the thigh pad on the way down the leg side. There was a little bit of interest from Hayden Muster, but it was probably all bluff, trying to get away with the wide. The umpire considered it and then says, yes, that is a wide.
You've got to play games with the umpire there.
Yeah. Not many at this level are going to fall for that, though, unfortunately.
They not. No, we still try.
Yeah. Right on the money there from Deleda. Line and length, very good. I think our internet's just playing up a little bit here. So
going
sure,
slow.
it's 25 is the score. The scoreboard seems to be a little bit stuck. Just trying to see on the old scoreboard. That seems to be on the same.
That's the same. Yeah, it is 25.
Yeah.
50p in the meter.
A few technical issues, a few little gremlins knocking around today. This one's punched away down to third man where they'll race through for the first, but I'm sure they'll settle just for that as Wagner does the fielding in the deep.
So, looking at Lancs Worcester. Lancs 237. They ended up getting.
Yeah.
Worcester 2 without loss at the minute.
They're a little bit behind us, weren't they? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lancashire scrambling up to 237. Like I say, without seeing the pitch. I know Old Trafford is pretty been used a lot.
Yeah.
So it might be an old pitch. This one's on the hip. Oh, and it could be a direct hit from Deleda.
Ooh.
But they scramble through. Lewis Rees for the single.
They're never the prettiest pitches down there either.
No. Hard and bare, aren't they?
Yeah.
Definitely have a bit of a glitch here on our scorecard. What are we at? About 27, I think, without loss.
Graham will be frantic.
This one's clipped away nicely off his pads. And he'll get 4. That's a lovely shot, that from Harry Kane. Delayed just too straight, trying to get that ball to swing. That's hit away nicely for 4. So the first ball of that over the 4-leg byes, and that ends the over with a lovely boundary clipped off his pads.
Done well there. Great shot. Yeah. I think Delayed trying to push in a Yorker there, really trying to... yeah, so Durham are just searching out here now. They're trying to push and push and push for the wickets. I think there's probably going to be enough in this pitch for them to be able to just bowl naturally tight. Hit those hard lengths. Make it really tight lines. Hard for the Derbyshire batsman to score with any width. And yeah, the ball and the pitch will do it itself. You don't need to strive, do you?
No, not at all. I think it's 31 without loss. We've lost our scoreboard now. I think they're trying to reset it. After 6.
31 without loss.
There you go. What a guess.
See, the ex-pros in the background just saying what we were just saying. I don't know if you were in when we said it, but go spin from this end now. Change it, yeah. Clipped away. Wagner just drifting onto the legs there. And, yeah, beautifully played. Clipped off his legs down to fine leg for 4.
Yeah, it was nice from Rees, isn't it? They're just trying to maybe again. I think Derbyshire were a little bit guilty of it, trying to go a little bit too full, getting that ball to swing, and Durham were able to get away. And that one from Lewis Rees again. Getting some soft boundaries, what you would say from a Durham point of view, but good batting from Derbyshire. As we're back with our electronic scoreboard, and we're back here with Wagner, and he beats the bat there, and I think they might be trying to bowl straight from what they've seen, but with this new ball it's only kind of swinging if it's outside that off stump. It might be worth just protecting one side of the pitch and trying to get that ball to swing away from the left-hander.
Yeah.
35 without loss.
And then if he does slightly get it wrong, I'll just push the odd one in. There's a surprise ball there. I think that's probably a good tactic.
Really good start from Derbyshire. 35 without loss. This one from Wagner is defended by Lewis Rees back down the pitch. So do or die clash here at the Riverside. The winner of this will progress through somewhere on Friday. We don't know where. That'll depend on the Worcestershire result. But yeah, Durham at the moment searching for that first wicket, while Derbyshire off to a very, very nice start here with Lewis Rees and Harry Kane. defended out into the offside by Rees for no run.
So yeah, they're right up there with the run rate. Both at 5.1 here, required, and what they're going at.
They're on track.
They are.
Right on track.
Very early though.
It is, like you say, it ebbs and flows. That's the beauty of 50 over cricket.
Yeah.
It does ebb and flow. Durham might look at spin, might also look at Ben Rain earlier rather than later, and this is again full and on the legs. And tucked away into the leg side. And Lewis Rees will pick up another single. That ends over number 7. The score is 36 without loss.
Right. Let's see if they take Simon Brown's advice.
What would he know? Only played Test cricket. They're going to continue with Toledo, and Toledo might try. Looks like he's going to try round the wicket to the left-hander as he's scratching away at the crease there. Oh, he's lurking menacingly in the background of that shot, Simon Brown as well.
I say we're allowed to smile.
Yeah. Right arm round the wicket to Toledo from the Finkel end to bowl his 4th over. Currently has none for 14. Wagner none for 17 from 4. Right on the money as that one's allowed through by Lewis Rees through to the keeper. Target 254.
Umpire's asking someone, shut the windows?
Might be next door.
Is it Ross on the roof? Is he causing problems again?
Chaos then, blokes. This is driven nicely, but without any timing really from Lewis Rees. Shaped up quite nicely right off the toe of the bat. No power, no timing, no run. I think the next phase of this, outside of this power play, is going to be really, really fun to watch.
Yeah.
No slip now in place, just to add to all the no's.
I was just going to ask you, because the Durham had it ringed. They had a ring field, slip in. How were they trying to take wickets at that point?
It's a really good question. And I think it's going to be basically by pressure. I think they're going to look at trying to maybe hang in to get to that next phase. Scott Borthwick just throwing that one in left-handed. Captain behind him, not amused as the ball hit the floor. I just got 100, mate. I can do what I want. Is probably what he's thinking. This one's on the hip, and Lewis Rees crushes that one away. Poor ball by Deleda. Well put away by Lewis Rees. Moves on to 20. The score under 40 without loss.
Yeah, it just releases that bit of pressure as well, doesn't it? You get it slightly wrong from around the wicket there, drifting in. Because Deleda naturally brings it back into the left-hander there. And too easy just to play off that hip. A player of Louis Rees's quality is always going to punish that.
Indeed, and he did punish it. Better. Rees moves nicely into that, times it nicely but can't beat Alex Lees at mid-off. If you were Captain Wiggy, would you be changing this now rather than just trying to sit in for an over or two?
Last one before the power play now. I'd probably save Wagner for later on. I'd probably try a little bit of spin. Definitely. I would have probably done it before now as well. Okay. To be honest, I would. A bit like Simon said, and like we said earlier, I'd have probably brought spin on. Have a couple of overs of spin. You can always come back to it.
Deleda tries his own version of spin. Takes the pace off that one. As Rees gets a thick outside edge. And picks up another single as Johnny Bushnell scrambles away to claw that one in. That ends over number 9. Yeah. 41 without loss.
And if it wasn't spin, then, like you mentioned, Ben Rain.
Yeah.
Definitely someone
I'd
like
be
Ben
bringing
Rain.
on Ben Rain right now.
Yeah.
Going to continue with Wagner, though. Sorry, that was over number 8, over number 9. Not even coming down as of yet.
No.
Just about to start. Getting ahead of myself there. Apologies.
Yeah. You'd definitely be keeping Wagner on. It's easier in hindsight after he's bowled the ball that there's just got the batsman playing and missing away from his body, but you know, that bit of quality, left armour like we said earlier, keep him on. Change from the other end.
I think the line's really crucial to him, Wiggy, there. That's where he seems to be getting the movement from, and every time I think you used the word greedy, we've tried to get that extra swing from 2 straight. It's been too much down leg side and punished, so
yeah.
would he just stay patient in that channel outside off stump? Slip in place. And on the money there, Wagner. Running in hard as he usually does.
I think we've said it, haven't we? The game's looked to have gone back to a little bit of an old school method.
Yeah.
Then the bowlers, that old adage of running, hit the top of off stump, make the batsman make the mistake. Just be consistent with that. Don't get bored with that. At this point is what needs to happen.
And Durham need a wicket. Derbyshire started nicely, 41 without loss. And that's probably as straight as you want to get here. Neil Wagner just threatening to shape that one away from the left-hander, and Rees deals with it nicely as he pushes that one away into the leg side. Both batsmen looking pretty good touch here.
Yep.
Be a good challenge, this.
They certainly seem in no hurry. They don't seem to be trying to force anything. They are patient enough to wait for the bad ball. They're in a good position.
Oh, and a leading edge this time as Wagner goes full. And Ben Rain, whose last throw was awful in front of Mustard, launches that one to make sure it gets back.
Oh yeah, it'd be nice to see a wicket, but I think those middle overs and that spin is probably going to be the key to this innings now for us.
I think the 2 men with the best haircuts are going to influence this game. And it's going to be Parkinson and Rain.
The buzz cut's all in, right?
That's it. Not even required for some of it. Wagner right on the money this over. Much better control, 5 dots. And what we've seen in this game, there's been quite a lot of boundaries leaked off the last ball of overs. Callum Parkinson just doing a little bit of stretching down in front of us. May well come into the attack sooner rather than later. Included in the 11 today.
Lancs have got themselves in the game.
And that one is straight, and we called it, and you could hear the cry from Neil Wagner. Apologies if that's offended anybody. But that runs away for 4, and that's a poor ball. It's on the hip and being tucked away nicely by Lewis Rees. And unfortunately, Durham are not making Derbyshire work hard for these runs, and they're off to a lovely start, going at 5 and over. In pursuit of 5 and over is what they need. 45 without loss now. Rees has moved on to 25, and Harry Kame is on 11. Really good 5 first balls there from Neil Wagner, and that last one was a gimme with 45 in the circle. They just needed to beat Callum Parkinson, and he was guaranteed a boundary.
Yeah. We're not at the stage now.
Oh, Ross is not on the roof. He's going up now. We can slag him off, then he can't hear us.
Yeah.
Bustelator to continue, and this is timed away beautifully off the legs. Out to Johnny Bushnell in the deep. And Harry Kane will pick up 1. And all he needs to do at the moment is keep getting Lewis Rees back on strike, because he's 25 from 31. Harry Kane's now moved on to 12 from 24. And the score is 46 without loss. Lovely start. I bet Fletch next door is just dreading. He'll be saying that Derbyshire are going to mess this up. I know Fletch so well.
Yeah.
And I'm just waiting for the moment.
You always have that bit of trepidation, don't you?
The big man, absolutely.
It's like our T20 campaigns at times.
Yeah. This one's short from Delita. Just falling short of Colin Ackerman. That mid-wicket off the toe of the bat, really. Rees looked to pick that one up.
Be interesting. Let's see what he's done with that. Because seems to be the first one that Louis Rees has mistimed.
Yeah.
Have we got a replay?
Oh, not going back that far. You won't get a replay. Jamie certainly encouraging the boys to get a wicket. And the leader gets a thick outside edge from Lewis Rees, but that goes safely down to third man. He'll pick up one. Just trying to grab a replay of that last false shot. Yeah.
No. Right, my last 3 balls. Let's see.
Can you get us a wicket, Wiggy?
Can we? I managed to get a lot for Derbyshire.
Delayed in. Harry Kane tucks that away quite nicely. Yeah, you might be the new Sam Dalling.
Yeah, no.
Somerset Sam. That brings up the 50 for Derbyshire. It comes with 2 balls remaining in the 10th over.
Mm-hmm.
And a lovely start. 50 without loss. Harry Kane on 13. Lewis Rees on 28.
Yeah, during the middle of the innings, I was on BBC and Fletch had a lot of stuff to do and Marty had then a lot of stuff to do, so I found myself in the chair for quite a bit. Oh, it's a great stop there at backward point.
I saved a couple there at least from Johnny Bushnell, diving athletically away to his right.
I've seen that for years from Johnny.
Yeah,
he was in my 13s.
Was he?
Yeah.
Great character.
Yeah, top lad. Top lad. Yeah, so I managed to get get a lot of wickets for Derbyshire in the middle of that.
Last ball of the first power play. Delayed it in. And this one's just defended out into the offside. And that will end over number 10. Requiring 5.1 and over. Derbyshire are 51 without loss, which by my magnificent math is 5.1 and over.
Even a simpleton like me can do that maths as well, mate. Right, I'm going to step away, make room for Sam.
So Somerset Sam is going to come into the attack, along with Callum Parkinson, who is going to come on from the Lumley end. And I'm going to vacate my seat also and leave Simon Brown and Sam Dalling the task of picking up a couple of wickets for Durham.
Yeah, double change. All these first-class professional wickets coming into the attack. Between myself and Chubby. And me, who can't even open a window. Despite my best attempt, I'm going to give up on that because I think the screens are going to go everywhere. Bit of left arm spin into the attack, then Durham need a wicket. It's looking a little bit too easy at the moment for Derbyshire, Chubb.
Yeah, I must admit I would have been tempted to bring spin in a little bit earlier than this, but we are where we are. Like you said, the Derbyshire players have played nicely, to be fair to them.
Bit of turn there early. It's going to be a wide, and it's going to be a few of them as well. I think it might even be 5. But encouraging because that's turned.
Yeah, that's turned from straight and then gone down the leg side. That would, if we can get the line right, get that outside off stump and spinning back into the pads. That'll make it really challenging for the batsman. There. That's the line. It's asking a lot for the LBW, but that's definitely the line. Get it outside off stump, spinning back in. Hopefully spinning back in fairly sharply as well. There's quite a few footholds to have a go at it, just outside the off stump for Parkinson.
That's a better shout. Although wicketkeeper more interested in retrieving the ball. Getting inching slowly, so by process of elimination, this one going to hit bang in front.
I was just outside the line again. I mean, to be fair, good selection from the batsman as well. As soon as the ball's outside the line, that's a free hit. That's better. That's a good line.
It's good from Parkinson.
Yeah, off stump just outside. The ball does appear to be turning back in. Not sharply, but it is turning back in. So it's going to make it really difficult for the batsman to hit the ball through the offside. And similarly, we saw when when Patel bowled as well for Derbyshire. You can start to get a bit of pressure on the batting side by getting through the overs quickly when you bowl like this.
Just a single. This is good from Parkinson, starting with 5 wides.
Yeah, this could be a real challenge for the right-hander. If the ball's turning away from him, this could make it a lot more difficult.
That's what Jack Leach did from that end, actually, the Lumley end, to the right-hander, left-arm spinner. Atkinson's got real quality. Needs something to happen here, and quite soon, actually, Durham. It's been a good start, but all it is a start. Parkinson appeals for the caught behind. Hayden Mustard, it wasn't so convincing in his appeal.
I don't think so. Good ball again, like you say, got that right in the right spot. The conditions could really favour Parkinson here, but we need to try and make sure that he bowls as much as he can at the right-hander. That's where the real threat is. You talk about batsmen trying to sort of rotate the strike, and when you've got somebody who's a bit more established, equally when you're bowling, if you know you've got somebody on strike that you really want to bowl at, you've got to try and keep them down that end. So I think we've seen a bit of Ben Rain coming on at the Finkel end now.
We're also going to get a bit of Ryan Campbell coming on at the Finkel end as well.
Just watching the two opening bowlers for Durham, it was a little bit reminiscent of sort of playing overseas with the Kookaburra ball, when literally the first 2 or 3 overs can swing quite a lot, but then it literally stops almost swinging at all after that. You really have to sort of change your attack after that.
Here's Rain. Batting at 6 today as well. Tucked into the leg side. And we felt, Ryan Campbell, going to ask you a question straight away. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Question, yeah, I'm all right, thank you. I'm all right. I'd be better with another wicket or 2 here.
Yeah, that would be a lot nicer. Wasn't a great 10 overs, to be honest. Too much leg side to the left-handers. Pretty obvious stuff. Right-hand combination. You've got to keep changing your line and stuff. But I think this is going to be the interesting part of the game, is how we can bowl now that pace is off, and how well they can bat against it.
We've seen already Callum Parkinson, an excitable Callum Parkinson, as he always is. How delighted was he to be batting at 11 today?
He hasn't had a bowl for a while, and there was not too much argument from him. To be fair, they paper, scissors, rock to see who bats down the order. Like I've always said, they all like to bat, so.
Here's Ben Rain, number 6 today. Harry came on strike. Could run just to the left of the field at mid-off. Was that to counteract the spin?
No. We're out of batters. That's the cold hard.
Just necessity.
I love how honest you are. You could have said, yeah,
mate,
coach is genius.
Well, yeah, I could take whatever, but no. Look, the facts are that Ben McKinney was taken to the Lions when it's the last game of the season, and we've had enough taken to the 100, of course, so it makes it tough. Mitch McLean's injured. Mitch Killeen, is injured.
Oh, beauty.
Bold.
So the facts are we're out of batters. Simple as that.
Well,
you got a lot of bowlers, though.
You do.
we got some bowlers. That's all right.
Bowling all-rounders, I think we'll call them.
Well, and that was the whole case of it. It was to pretty much moneyball losing a batter by playing Rain, Bushnell. Obviously Mustard's our wicketkeeper all-rounder. Could that be enough to cover for obviously not having Ben, which is the way we went with? And
driven straight to point. Well, I don't know if you'll be able to say it or not. You might well say it, but I'll say it. Of all the stuff that's been done to this tournament, to stick a Lions game that takes 11, 12, 13 of the players that this tournament is now designed to develop and pull them out of the group stages and the quarterfinals, I think is a disgrace.
I'll let you say
I thought you might. I thought you might.
It's not great timing, is it? Let's be honest.
It's not great timing.
No, it's not.
Just to add, and again, it's not my decision, obviously. That's the decision of the ECB and all that sort of stuff. But, you're trying to put together a team after you lose your 100 players. But then, of course, the 100 can then just pull a couple, which obviously we saw Ackerman get pulled last night. But then, obviously, to pick a kid who, for us, has just found his way, just starting. He doesn't play in our red ball team. But he could, if we give him the chance to make runs at this level, he might impress. But, you know, it is what it is. I honestly hope that Ben has a great 4 days down there and makes plenty of runs, and we'll see what happens. But
Parkinson in. There might not be that many runs to make because Sri Lanka are currently 93 for 6.
Ooh, that's not a great start.
No, it's not. Parkinson has made a great start. What he needs to do after that 5 wides is pick up a wicket. That would be brilliant. Good use of the feet.
Well, the funny thing was, it's Parky's first game for us, obviously, in List A cricket, which we forgot all about. He hasn't actually played a List A game since, I think it's 2019 or 2020 or something, because he's obviously always gets picked in the 100, and, you know, Leicester don't play him, haven't played him when he has had the opportunity. So, yeah, he hasn't played for a while. I think he was a bit nervous, to be honest.
Yeah. Good competitor, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, like, how he goes about it, you know, the pace that he needed to bowl. You know, Samit Patel turned a few balls, especially like the one that got Scotty Borthwick was a ripper. And no disrespect to Samit, but he's not a guy that you would think is a real ragger of the ball. So that, to me, says there's something in the wicket there that, you know, the spinners can go through. And again, we were. This is the way Durham's wicket plays. We know that it's generally okay for batting, but gives the spinners a chance and gets harder as the innings goes on.
Will just be one.
There's some turn and bounce as well from Patel. Like you said, the ones that he balled a bit slower, they did grip.
Yeah,
they gripped and bounced.
So it is, like I say, we obviously need wickets. But I think it is one of those places that if you get one, suddenly you can think 2 or 3.
Well, as we saw in that crucial, it was that 10 overs, wasn't it? 35 to 45, where Durham weren't able to find the boundary.
Yeah.
To pick up the wickets. But you see there's hope because you get wickets in clusters and it changes the game. End of the over, 63 without loss.
And that was the thing for us at the back end. We pride ourselves to have batters in at the death, and you know, Scotty did a really good job to get us so far. And like I say, we lacked, no disrespect, but probably lacked that one extra batter that, you know, would have given him some support all the way down. And again, no disrespect to Scotty, but he's probably not a back end banger that you think that you want in for the end. But you know, Hayden did a pretty good job.
Yeah, definitely.
But you know, all the guys said they found it very tough.
We said at the start of the innings that Scotty timed the ball beautifully without trying to hit it too hard. Yeah, that was noticeable when he batted.
Yeah, he's worked really hard. Everyone, you know, you can say he's had a disappointing red ball season so far, but he's worked so hard on his game, and everything for him is about picking up his hands. And if he can hit it at the top of its bounce, you know, the Scott Borthwick that I watched and stuff on video before I came, guy that if top of the bounce cut really well, pulled and hooked really well, and you know, could play through the offside. And I think he just got into some little habits where he wasn't picking his bat up. But again, today I thought some of those drives were actually on the top of the bounce where he's through cover and mid off were fantastic. And
thought his balance was excellent.
Yeah, so good time to make your first List A 100.
Yeah, I can believe that. I went in to do my search, which I normally do when someone gets near 100. I don't like to say it out loud because of all the cursive. You search for scores and you can narrow it down by competition. I went scores 100 plus. And I just got this blank page. I know, can't believe it.
Yeah,
can't believe it. But then as Ash says, he spent a lot of his time as a leg spinner who bats.
Yeah, and the thing he says, you know, he's been in 30s to 70s guy, because basically he gets to about 70, but when he gets to 70, he's almost at the 40th over, and he's not a back end banger. So
beauty. I like the back end banger phrase. Should clip that up and use it on social media.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. But yeah, you know, just really happy for him.
Yeah.
You know, I think he's actually batted beautifully in this whole competition, and I know he's only made 30s and 20s and 30s, but he's looked in that really good touch, and you think, oh, you know, if he could just go on and get a big one here, that'd be handy. And obviously he had to go bat up at number 3, which was the opportunity with Ben not here. You know, so you got. I'm all for opportunity. It's all about giving players, you know, a chance, and he grabbed his opportunity with both hands today, and you know, gave us something. You know, look, I reckon I was disappointed with only making 250 in the end, because we're at stages where, you know, you thought, oh, 280, 290, but if you look at some of the dismissals, that was, you know, Ackerman's delivery cop was an absolute beaut.
Yeah.
Ooh. Leading edge doesn't quite find the hands of Ben Rain.
So sometimes you've got to say hats off to the bowlers, and like I say, I thought they bowled beautifully. You know, how exciting is that young Moore?
Yeah,
and he can bat as well. So, you know, at 16 years of age, who knows what he'll end up.
He's a smart cricketer for a man so young. I saw him win the game down at Taunton when they were 9 down. I mean, he made 36. It just looked like he was under no pressure whatsoever. Strange side though, Derbyshire. You can't quite work them out, because I think they've been something like 70 for 7 and chased 220, been 90 for 5 and chased 318, but also lost a couple of games really heavily. So you just never know.
Yeah, it's the joys of this one-day cup, isn't it? It's you know, we were pretty poor at a few occasions, and then, you know, suddenly found our mojo, and you know, you need your senior players to step up, and I always say that, you know, when you're giving young bowlers and batters opportunities, you're going to have to buckle yourself in sometimes, because you're going to have some ups and downs, and you know, that's why this format is so perfect for them, because it's not T20 where it's the helter-skelter and it's just all out, whereas here you actually have to think, and you know, in a 50-over game there's ups and downs, and there's a storyline that can be told. So I like this format.
He's parking. It changes. It's a wide. Can't quite get gloves on it. Mustard. It's going to roll away for 5. There's a couple of those we've had now already.
And again, you know, talking about young players, Hayden has to understand that his wicket keeping needs to be at a level that, you know, everyone I think talks about his batting a bit too much, whereas his keeping as a pure gloveman, he knows he has to improve. He's young, but that needs to be stopped. The first one needs to be stopped. In a low-scoring game, you need your best players. You know, you need your fielding to be outstanding. So, you know, this is all learning curves for him, and he'll understand that. He's probably unlucky because he's got a wicketkeeper as a coach, which you know, and obviously a wicketkeeper as a dad. Or
there's probably a hint of madness in there, isn't there?
A hint of madness, but you know, there's, I think, different styles to it. So.
Oh, he just pulls away from that one at the last second. Harry Kane. Well, it wasn't actually the last second. It was in plenty of time. Cal Parkinson was too far for his action. He went through with it. Yes, those last couple, you're going to say, well, he doesn't need to be told twice, Aidan Mustard, but he is going to be told twice, I expect, by coach and dad when he gets home. So,
you know, we have a guy called Cole Pearce who's in our academy. He's a wonderful wicketkeeper and wicketkeeper coach, and you know, he works with all our wickies. I obviously continue to poke my nose in and say a few things, but us Aussie wickies catch a little bit differently to you English. You're a bit weird, and we actually like to use our feet and stuff, which obviously England don't. But it's always an argument about how you go about it, and there's different styles. You know, the wobble and all that sort of stuff here, but you know, traditionally English wicket keepers are beautiful up at the stumps. You know, they're excellent at what they do, mainly because, you know, you're up the stumps a lot. You know, the medium paces, you're generally up there and trying to put pressure on. So, yeah, it's been interesting to watch it. Myself and Ollie Robson obviously have a lot of conversations about it, about his glove work and where I see him at. And, again, he's going really nicely. The thing is about wicketkeeper batters, I think we've gone through a period because Adam Gilchrist was so amazing. Everyone picks a batter. Like, they want a batter, and we know that. But sometimes the batting overshadows a gloveman who can't catch, which is really scary. You know, if you can't catch, you drop that half chance, and it just puts so much pressure on your side. And to me, I'm always going to pick the gloveman. That's just how I would roll. But I reckon, especially in T20, I think sometimes you see batters get picked and they're standing there. It's like, ooh, that's a recipe for disaster.
You could probably name an England 11 of keeper batters in white ball, certainly in white ball cricket. I reckon I make 8 or 9 off the top of my head. But actually, the names that wouldn't necessarily come into that conversation are the people you'd say, well, they're the top 3 or 4 keepers in the country.
Yeah,
folks. Simpson.
I think it's the toughest job in the game as well. There's absolutely nowhere to hide if you're not having a good day. It stands out.
Yeah, it's England, the Test team have gone on it for a long time, and again, they chose Johnny Bairstow last year, and I felt, to be honest, I felt sorry for Johnny Bairstow. He's coming back from an horrific ankle injury, and he dropped a few catches. Now, did that cost the Ashes? I don't know. It depends on who you want to listen to. But
go on, say yes. It makes for better social media content.
Nah, not at all. I'm not saying that. You got beaten by a better team, I would have thought. But anyway, doesn't matter what you say. It was more entertaining, your style or whatever. But
the moral victory, I think, is what they call it.
Last time I saw a sportsman, they get hired and fired on morals. But anyway, that's what I mean. They're those clutch moments, aren't they? And that's why a gloveman has to be at their best, and that's why fielders need to be, backing up their bowlers.
Got him. That's the first wicket. That is the one they needed. Ben Rain, all his experience, he knows how to bowl in this format, in any format. Just put it on a length. Hit the top of off stump. Well, Lewis Reese has gone for 37.
It's interesting because we felt that the wicket at the start was, obviously beautiful. We had a pretty good power play and we felt good. But as soon as Dahl came on, it almost changed. I reckon we played and missed 20 times.
Yeah,
and,
definitely.
Guys like Colin Ackerman, who were in amazing touch, he was saying, mate, I felt at times I couldn't get a bat on it.
Yeah.
So we felt that, obviously if guys like Ben Rain, if they hit the wicket hard enough, there's going to be enough in there. So obviously we're well behind the game at the moment, but I just sensed these last 3 or 4 overs. Suddenly it's just getting a little bit harder to score, and hopefully, like I said previously, if you get a wicket starting against spin and this sort of bowling in this situation, can get it really hard very quickly. So hopefully that's the case. If you're a Durham fan, if you're a Derbyshire fan, we don't want to hear from you. You can you can sit down there and watch your own.
You're all welcome. Ignore Ryan Campbell. We tend to up here.
You also got 2 right-handers now as well. So if Parkinson continues at the far end, he's spinning the ball quite a lot away from the right-handers, which makes it so much more difficult. The left-hander was playing him pretty comfortably.
Yeah.
And you're right, a new batter coming in with the ball turning away from you, and somebody like Ben, like you say, who bowls brilliantly in these types of conditions as well. That's a real challenge. But this is where we do need to pick up another wicket or 2 ideally.
I'd like to see a slip get thrown in here just in case. You never know.
Thought Samet did that really well earlier actually as well.
Yeah,
he capped nicely, I think.
Last 5.3 overs, just the 23 runs, of which 11 of those have been wide. So that's just the pressure building. Rain and Parkinson. There is that slip. Is he going to go slip or gully? Gully.
Sort of wideish. Not sure about that. Anyway.
Brooke Guest is the new batter.
Catcher.
Now, speaking of good wikis, I thought he was magnificent behind the stumps.
Yeah.
I thought he was, very good. Was always tidying up for the fielding team, but then, up the stumps, just didn't miss a trick. Very, very good.
There's a few off the leg spinner, kept quite low as well and skidded through. Would have been really easy to miss them.
That's when it changed. Actually, Scott Borthwick hit Dahl for those 3 boundaries, and he came up to the stumps, and then Dahl barely went for a run.
That's the interesting one. Like I mentioned to Hayden, mate, if Ben Rain comes on, you're going to have to come up the stumps. But I think he's still at that stage as a youngster. He's sort of, I'm not sure. Ben's a senior player. I kind of had to whisper in Ben's ear, hey, mate, if you need the wiki up, make sure you're saying, bring the wiki up. But obviously Ben is probably comfortable, but, comfortable at the moment with where he is. But it'll all come down to where the batters are shaping up. Are they coming down the wicket at him, or are they batting outside their crease, so to speak? Trying to find ways to manufacture, keeping them in the crease so that nip, is at its most lethal, I guess.
All bowled him, 2 in the over for Ben Rain.
Just like that.
Gully had come out to short mid-on, and doesn't need either of them because it's an absolute beauty from Ben Rain. Keeper back. We've seen off-stump to the left-hander go. Now we've seen off-stump to the right-hander go. Brooke Guest goes for a duck. All of a sudden, Derbyshire find themselves a couple down, 74 for 2.
Well, I'm not going to lie, he was supposed to play as a batter and not a bowler. But anyway, as a coach, I'm going to take full credit that I brought Ben Rain back into the team as a bowling opportunity for us. But, you just know what you're going to get, aren't you? And he's refreshed. We've given him some time off because, to be honest, he looked tired by the time that, he played every 4-day match, played every T20, and mentally it drains you, So when we started this competition, I'd already spoken to him that there was going to be times where I felt, mate, we've got to give you a rest at some point. And that's I guess when you're sort of juggling, you have got one eye, yes, we want to make finals, but then, for instance, we didn't take Coghlan down to Kent because of the workloads he had. He's got a little bit of a sore elbow at the moment, and he could have played today, but it was like that thing, we just can't take too much out of our guys because we've got 5 4-day matches in 5 weeks to go, which, obviously we're looking at winning all 5 and winning the title, but mate, if you look in the rear vision mirror, it's not that far down that way either. So, we got some big matches ahead of us, and it's really important that we have a fit and healthy squad. Obviously, Bryden Cass is close to returning, which will be helpful. But yeah, a lot of cricket to be played.
Cal Parkins said a lot of cricket to be played in this game as well. Ben Rain with a double wicket maiden has been very helpful to Durham's cause.
I think it's right what you say. It's a mental rest as well as a physical one, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. He's the sort of character that he's always in full. He's still fielding things, trying to help people and younger bowlers. So to give him some time, a couple of weeks just to chill has been fantastic for him.
And is he a man you can say, actually, obviously you're still welcome him, but go away and do something other than cricket, or is he doesn't mind that?
Mate, he loves his fly fishing and things like that.
Oh, nice.
And golf. So, he was pretty keen. Obviously, checking in to see when he needs to bowl on that, which I literally said, mate, don't pick up a cricket ball. But that's the way he is. He started back late last week, bowling. Just bowling and having a hit on his own terms. And, now I think hopefully for the back end of the season, you're going to see a fresh Ben who hasn't really had a chance to rest too often.
You can let the niggles heal as well. Just the little things that are...
Mate, I wouldn't know. Obviously, I don't bowl. Like, even at his pace, but bowling the amount of overs...
Well, you're probably never bowling pain-free. You'll know far better than us. But after the first game of the season, you think, right, I'm ready to go.
I actually did ask. I asked an Australian mate of mine, Michael Kasperwitz, who was obviously a very good player for Australia. And I actually said to him, Casper, can you remember when you didn't bowl with pain? He said, mate, 100%. I was 12.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So that's that's the things they deal with. So it is one of those things we try and do our best to juggle, and it's why we need such a big squad, and again, it's why we try and have that situation where we've got senior pros, Cass, Potts, Rain, probably you look at those, and then you've got that middle tier who are in and out of the team, but our top guys like Coghlan, who's an outstanding competitor, but again has had his injuries worries, so we've had to make sure we're looking after him all the time.
I think when you're a bit more senior, a bit more experienced as well, you know when the time to say to the coach is, actually, I could do with a break.
Yeah.
That's really difficult when you're younger.
Well, and that's the thing. And then you look at our squad, and then suddenly you've got, Robinson, Hogg, young Minto we've brought in, but, there's Stan McAlinden. There's so many youngsters there that we have to try and get overs into them to build them a resistance, but also to look after them so they don't snap.
Yeah.
It's Graham Onions and Sam, our S&C, is always, I must get a million messages a week about bowling loads and this, that and the other, which I'll be honest, I start to ignore because it becomes mind-boggling.
Oh, beautiful from Ben Rain.
But that is the thing for me is, with our bowling loads and stuff, there is no one size fits all. No. That's the thing that I'll always say, because then I have run-ins with ECB or whatever about, oh no, he needs to rest this game. But it's like, no, wait, hang on a minute. We've still got form to take into account. He needs to get into rhythm and this, that and the other. And, so we've got to look after him a little bit. But over the whole time, there is no tried and measured. This, if you do this for every kid at 16 years of age, he won't break. Yeah, I'm telling you, there's no simple answer, because it's a horrible thing to do. I mentioned this the other day. I think fast bowling, the only thing you can compare it with is javelin throwing.
Yeah, probably.
That
impact
set up, impact, bang, release on a hard surface, putting your body through, God knows what sort of stresses. And everyone has a different action. Yeah. Every single person. Not two people bowled the same way. So, it's a tough one. If someone's got me the answer, feel free to give us a buzz.
No, I completely agree.
Oh, it's gone back into that gully-ish position. I think catcher is how Chubby described it, which
I think it is,
works. Single down the leg side. You got Colin Ackerman in a short mid-wicket. Just saw George Drizzle going through his bowling motion as well, so we might see a bit of off-spin at some point soon.
But interestingly, the batsman just started to advance up the pitch a little bit. Ben got the ball past the bat a few times there. What you were saying earlier on about Mustard coming up with the stumps now to keep him in his crease.
Yeah, straight away he needs to be up now, especially if Lloyd thinks, well, that's the way I'm going to play. The guys who played Ben Rain the best this year, Keaton Jennings, when we were in Blackpool, actually in a 4-day game, just kept walking at him until the wicket came up. Guys, and that's the thing that, Ollie Robson is a pretty experienced guy now. Like, he understands, boom, I'm up, I'm ready to go. Whereas, like I say, Hayden is still in that stage of, will he get upset if I come up? Or, am I going well enough to, still mentally you got to back yourself, say, I'm going up the stumps, I'm in the game up here.
Yeah, definitely.
$77 for 2 here then.
It's just, right now, if I said to you 4 for 100, I reckon we're in front of the game.
Yep.
Because again, I know they were 70 odd, but just reflecting on how hard that back end was, if we can get them 4 for 100 around the 25, 26, 27 over mark, and again, that's a big call, but it's just puts us in front of the game.
This is very good from Ben Rain. Just a couple of runs off that over. Number 18 of this Derbyshire reply, 77 for 2. They need 177 to win. There's no chance of any rain today, and I can say that relatively confidently, as confidently as you can in this country, but the DLS pass score is up there, and that's at 78, which suggests that this game is pretty finely balanced.
But you're right about the seamers of sort of Ben's pace, and on the Derbyshire side as well, they've caused the most problems. The bowlers that are a bit quicker and have bowled the ball a bit harder into the pitch, it's just kind of stuck in the pitch. It's not really done anything, has it?
Yeah.
I thought, like you said, the young lad who bowled for Derbyshire, I was really impressed. I think he's got a bright future if he still stays fit. I like the look of him. He bowled the first 2 or 3 overs of his spell really well, and then just sort of showed a little bit of a lack of experience by getting too full and got hit a few times. But to be fair, came back and hit better lengths later on. So, yeah, I was impressed with him.
Over number 5 for Callum Parkinson, just having a chat with skipper Alex Lees. Might be to drop mid-off just a fraction deeper. Not quite saving one. there for the one that's just miscued. Single to Harry Kane. 79 for 2. This is the end, the Lumley end, where Jack Leach was so successful. Left arm spinner. Samit Patel, I thought actually when he came back on at that end as well, that's when he picked up the wickets that turned.
Yeah.
Made me laugh. You're talking about how frantic the 100 is and things like that. I saw Callum Parkinson as soon as the final wicket went. He was going through his run because he was coming to the non-striker's end. Well, he was trying to get to non-striker's end, and he started running off. And about 10 yards in, he just checked himself and was, oh no, and we've got half an hour here. We've got a nice little lunch break. We don't have to start again in 4 minutes and do a song and a dance or something.
The T20 is frantic, isn't it?
It's the scorers I feel for. It's really tough for the scorers.
Full on from start to finish.
Oh, big swing and a miss. A little bit of turn. Good from Mustard. Good hands.
You talk about bowlers bowling in pairs as well. Ben's bowled a really good spell so far, and obviously picked up a couple of wickets. But if you get 2 or 3 overs together where you're only conceding 1 or 2, then you will start to see batters playing shots like this and starting to take a bit of a risk, and that's where hopefully might manage to capitalise on it.
End of number 19. 80 for 2. I think it's going to tick over. The scoreboard sometimes sells me out. Yeah, 80 for 2. Always back myself.
And again, talking about that, obviously everyone wants a couple more wickets, but just also to get that run rate to 6 and over. I know it doesn't seem a lot in T20, but on a wicket that starts to get tougher and tougher. As soon as it gets over run and ball, and then a couple of good overs, then suddenly it's 6.5, you can start to push on. Whereas if they just keep at the rate, then it's sort of, well, it's always in hand, so to speak. And I know that's probably changed a little bit in today's world where there's so much T20 and you can score so far and people back themselves. But when you throw in a bit of a wicket that just is a little bit harder at the back end, scoreboard pressure does mount up, and that's where the fielding needs to be gun. You need to save every run. You've got to really make it feel like, geez, how are we going to get these next 10 runs?
Yeah. Makes a massive difference when you're bowling as well. When somebody does something like that, it's such a boost to you when you're running to bowl the next one.
Worcestershire are 48 for 3 in reply to 237 from Lancashire, so that could be a game on up there, or down there, I should say, from here.
Well, I watched a couple of dismissals for Lancashire, and the spinner was ragging it and it wasn't bouncing a lot, so that could be a bit of a grind. Hart, I think Hartley's playing today. Is he playing today? Hart? No. It's one of those things that if they've got some spin there, spinning options, things can get real tough real quick.
They've got this really skiddy left arm seamer, young lad called Boyden. He's picked up a couple of wickets early on, and then Barnard, I think, has got the other one. The top 3 all gone. Jake Libby's still there. Ethan Brooks is still there. Ben Rain is in. It's just gone to the wide of Alex Lees. To the wide of Alex Lees. He'll get down. Just a single. Halfway through the 20th. 82 for 2. Remember, for those of you, the permutations are if Durham can win this game and Worcestershire don't win their game, Durham will be at home on Friday. Still a lot of cricket to play. For Derbyshire fans, if you win your game, I think you still have to rely on Hampshire, and who knows, we can't work out the net run rate live, so I'm afraid you'll have to wait for the tables to be updated.
I'll be interested to see when Alex, does he go to Scotty Borthwick with 2 right-handers in, or George Drizzle who can bowl? I think sometimes with an off-spinner you start to think, 2 right-handers, we don't want to bowl them. It's like, mate, you just bowl them. If it's ragging and stuff, you just give them a chance. So it will be interesting to see how he starts to play out his use of the spinners and whatever quicks he wants to use.
Man goes out to deep extra. Use of the feet from Dyer Lloyd. Plays a defensive shot, but he did take a little shuffle. In theory, he's got 40 overs of spin, 35 left. Alex Lees.
One of the things I think that Lees has done really well in the T20 in particular is not let the batsman get too used to a bowler. Change things around pretty quickly. Like you say, whether it's left arm, then a bit of off spin, a bit of seam, but might just be inclined to make another change sooner rather than later, just to see another bowler.
Scott Borthwick is going through his action at cover.
It's his day, isn't it? First 100, surely he's going to take 5 for.
Yeah.
Makes it an easy write-up. Oh, swing and a miss. End of the over, 20 gone. Ben Rain has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 8. If the first 10 overs belonged slightly to Derbyshire, 51 without loss they were. The next 10 just tipped it back. Well, the 10 overs have gone in Durham's favour. It's probably about even now, though. 82 for 2. I'm going to nip out. Ash Thorpe is going to come back in alongside Chubby Brown and Ryan Campbell. You staying around?
I'll stay for a little while. I've got a couple of wickets since I've been here.
Yeah.
I need a couple more.
Another wicket makes it interesting now.
So Callum Parkinson to continue. Wafty drive and a play and miss. Chubby, you are relieved of duties. We've got a West Australian trio that is excellent coming in the commentary box as Callum Thorpe joins us. And that is driven nicely into the covers, but no run. Just a bit of pressure being squeezed onto the Derbyshire batsman.
Wanneroo legend.
Absolutely. Kingsway flies. And that one is squeezed out into the offside for a single. How's that seat, mate? Is it okay?
Not too bad, thank you. Good afternoon, all.
How are you, mate?
Well, thank you.
Bit of a moan and groan as you sat down.
Old bones,
The old
unfortunately.
fast bowler's body, that, eh?
I think Chubby got up a bit easier than I will later on, I think.
Ooh, just starting really to not necessarily play tricks, but do a little bit to keep the bowlers interested. And scoring's Ryan has started to look a little bit harder.
Well, if you can just turn it off the straight, it just gives the batters something to think about.
Parkinson gets a little straight there. And they're able to pick up 2 runs. Sloyd comes back and moves on to 8. I didn't hear the chat when you first came into the box, but we crossed paths and you didn't seem very happy with the bowling, maybe bowling a little bit 2 sides of the wicket.
Oh, yeah, I think Reece may have scored 3 runs on the offside if we just continued to bowl leg stump to him, which is everything we didn't want to do. And that's obviously leads to a bit of frustration from the coach, which...
You can say that to me.
I got a fast bowler to my left. I just think the stumps never move, so why not just, bowl right-hander on strike, just bowl at the off stump. Left-hander on strike, I'm going to change, going to bowl outside off stump on that side. It's not that hard.
Just striving for that swing, didn't they? And once you got that little bit straight, it didn't swing, which often happens, Cal. That just tends to slide down the leg side.
This stage of the game with the white ball, I wouldn't be expecting too much swing, so straight up and down, really, stump to stump, bowl to your fields.
Ben Rain has the strangle on, 2 for 8 he has from his 5 overs. And they scramble through for a quick single, just trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over there, Derbyshire. 86 for 2. Into the 22nd over now.
Well, it's an interesting one. Look, you think that Kame is going to try and play that sheet ankle roll like Scotty Borthwick did for us, and that means guys got to score at the other end, which can sometimes put a little bit of pressure on.
If you look at the strike rate of the 2 batters, they're both well under 50. As Ben Rain again on the money. So Harry Kame, who's been there for 50 balls, just on 24, striking at 48, and David Lloyd is around the 32 mark. Like you say, if Harry Kane is to bat through, he needs his partners to go a little bit stronger than that. And you can hear the chat out there as well, just starting to ramp up a little bit.
I reckon there's 3 spinners also getting ready to have a piece of the action too.
Chomping at the bit. No doubt Scott Borthwick will be. His day so far with the bat. Will it be his day with the ball? And you've got George Drizzle, who's been really impressive since he came back into the side. If nothing else, his appealing down at Kent was magnificent, down on one knee.
Yeah, he loves a good yell, old George, but I'm so pleased for him. He's another who's worked so hard to get himself back into this. Hurt his ankle in warm-ups one day, which, threatened his whole tournament.
Again, fielding just starting to be really important here. A couple of diving saves by Johnny Bushnell at backward point, keeping the pressure on. Borthwick just going through. I don't know whether Alex Lees is giving the nod or Borthwick's giving Alex Lees the nod here that I'm ready to go.
Yeah, it's always a good conversation between those.
I can imagine.
So,
I'm feeling good, Skip. He always wants to be part of the action. Ben Rain is the man, right in the thick of things at the moment. 2 for 9 so far. And they can't beat Bushnell again. If you look at that field from that overhead picture, the Durham fielders are really squeezing here, making it difficult for Derbyshire to even get a single.
And without harping on it, but this is the inexperience of Hayden Mustard here at the moment, because Lloyd is beginning to start to creep out of his crease every ball. Even though he's defending it, he has to be up at the stumps to just keep him anchored in the crease to let Ben bowl at his length.
This one's tucked away, and it's tucked away fine, and it will be a couple of runs. And I guess if Mustard's up to the stumps there, that takes that walk down the pitch out of the equation. Would that be something that Alex might just give him the nod and force him into it? Or
well, to be honest, that's the wicket-keeper, and Ben Rain should be onto it as well. But as a wickie, you have to... They're the little things that it's your job to know what's going on here. Is he leaving his crease? Okay, he is. Ben, I think I should come up. And then Ben will go, okay, yeah, that's cool. But again, it's an interesting time of the game. There's, the little partnership again just starting to build, but at the same time, the run rate's just starting to get up, so we need a couple more overs. And this is a big call on Alex Lee's behalf. Leg spinner to 2 right-handers, of course, but if Badger, for instance, bowls a couple of bad overs and suddenly, the floodgates open and Derbyshire will feel like they're bang on top again. But he's obviously got faith in Scotty and say, okay, mate, it's up to you. Rip a couple past, hopefully get me a wicket, and then you could see back to someone like an Ackerman or Drizzle who can then go keep building up the pressure on the lower order.
Well, he's got his wish, whether he got the nod or not, or whether he forced his way into the attack. Scott Borthwick is going to bowl from the Lumley end. Right arm leg spin. 5 still in the circle. So you have to have... Oh, and it nearly invites a chop on straight away from Harry Kane. His low trajectory might be hard to get away on this pitch as well. Just getting on a little bit low. Again, Kane unable to get that away. Nice start from Borthwick. Neil Wagner throws that in on the bounce, and I'm sure he'll get a word from umpire Pollard.
You're allowed one bounce it, are you?
Not from in the ring, mate. No. Only if we've got my arm.
Well, he's 38 years old. You can't get it that far.
That's punched away nicely off the back foot out into the deep. Michael Jones will collect it. Yeah, Pollard's not very happy at the best of times, mate, especially if you're throwing it on the bounce from that distance. 88 for 2. Halfway through over. Where are we? Over 23. Oh, I like that from Borthwick. He's right on the money.
Well, and the other thing is the batters, Lloyd's played a lot against Scott. He might be thinking, oh, this is the guy I'm going to go after. And that also can lead to missed shots or a, little mistake.
Cambo, was the discussion going into the bowling innings to bring the spinners on through these middle overs just to try and squeeze?
Well,
because there has been quite a successful tactic in the previous games up here.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's that getting through the power play. And again, in a game like this, you're thinking maybe they're going to go hard at the power play. So if we can just keep control, and what did we? They ended up with 50 or something like that. So I think he's pretty keen to keep Buss and Wagner with the new ball to try and see if he can get wickets. But yeah, we know that we can bowl a lot of spin through the middle. And different sorts of spin. You know, Driz will come on now with he's more of a up and over off spinner, whereas Ackerman is a bit more undercutting, and you've got Scotty who bowls leggies, and obviously Parky who bowls left arm offies. So
it's good variety in the team.
Yeah, we've got variety. It's at the end of the day, they still got to bowl well and get us over the line. And again, it's a very evenly poised match. This I think it's going to go right down to the wire. Unfortunately, for old blokes like me with heart
ticket
problems. Yeah.
You're not the only one in that camp, mate. Don't worry about that. But I think this will be an interesting phase here. They've got to identify one of the bowlers to have a crack at, and will they fancy having a go at the off spinner?
Well, the one thing that I would say here, not having a 45 is high risk, because I know they're going to have a square leg to try and stop that boundary. But if it does turn off the straight, I think going down through the 45 region is going to happen quite often. So it'd be interesting to see how long this field goes for.
Big hog on the field. And you think maybe switch them around, get the deep square a bit squarer, and 45 in place as Drizzle comes in. Nice bit of loop to start as it's punched down the ground. Down the Colin Ackerman just in front of us. Will probably himself be fancying a crack on this. 90 now on the board for the loss of 2. And there is that sweep in a good hand. Takes the pace off that. Bushy in the hot seat there, Johnny Bushnell.
Well, that's the thing. If you're going to play against off spin, for me personally, I'm sweeping nearly every ball. That's my way to go against it. But that guy at square leg is just to put something different in his place.
And there's the paddle with that 45 being vacant. And I think what you'll find is after that ball, you might see a little change in that with the man from square leg going to 45 and square leg coming around a little bit. Or are they going to stick to their guns with that field? Got Borthwick just passing the ball on. Or they want to encourage the sweep. So that might be a theory also with this pitch. Might not be as easy to bat on. Just the umpires just having a look at the ball. 93 on the board, the loss of 2. Harry Kane on 28. David Lloyd on 9. Umpires just getting together.
Probably taking a bit off it. Might have got a chunk out of it or something.
Looks that way. There's a bit of an inspection. Happy to carry on. Four runs so far off his first 3 balls. Drizzle. That's a really good line. I like that from Drizzle. Outside the off stump. Drawing the batsman out of his crease with his flight.
Yeah, get it out of his eye line. You want him to try and score on the offside where it's going to be a bit tougher.
And he's cutting against the spin. They take a quick single. And it's, to be fair to Wagner's right hand, he's unable to get around to prevent the single there. Good running between the Derbyshire batsmen. 94 now on the board. And a nice dot ball to finish from both teams' perspective. George Drizzle 1 over down now. Just the 5 off the first over. It's 2 new bowlers for the Derbyshire batsmen to deal with. 2 spinners, 1 leg spinner in Borthwick, 1 off spinner in George Drizzle. Do you think they'll have a crack at one of these? Or do you think they're happy to sit in here for the moment?
Well, obviously there's lots of overs left, so it's a matter of, being patient. I still think, though, for a batting team, they're probably going to have to target someone.
Yeah.
Look, they're rotating the strike and getting the 3 or 4 and over, which is good, but I guess the back of the mind is still thinking it's got to get harder and harder here. So how are we going to go about this?
Bit of a drag down from Borthwick, and it's put away by David Lloyd.
And that's what they're hoping for. A couple of the bowlers make some mistakes and, get you a couple of boundaries, and that run rate goes down again, and, keep wickets in hand and get yourself home.
Yeah, 5 or 6 and over at this stage of the game, I don't think is a real worry for them if they can tick them over, keep the wickets in hand, like you said. Sets them up for the last sort of 10 overs.
Run rate bang on 6 and over, run a ball required. And that's drilled down the ground. And we'll go for a flat 6. And maybe this has answered the question. Will they target somebody? Scott Borthwick under pressure now. Goes for 4 and then 6. Lovely strike down the ground. That brings up the 100 for Derbyshire. Good batting. Last one a little bit short. That one just a little bit full. Pumped down the ground for 6. 105 for 2. That one's short and it's nailed through. Extra cover. And a good bit of fielding out in the deep. Prevents that one from going for 4. So another 2 to the total. And this just gets Lloyd's innings going now. He moves on to 21 from 31. Harry Kane's there on 30 not out. 107 for 2. Again, that's punched nicely off the back foot. Struggling to find his length at the moment, Borthwick, in this over. This is where there's put pressure back onto Alex Lees as captain here. Does he persevere with Scott, or does he potentially look to go Ackerman from the other end, or poses him some problems? And that goes through for another single. So Borthwick's now gone for 16 off his first 2. That one an expensive over. Going for 15. And I think we're going to have a drink.
I better get out of here.
Yeah, get your tactics in, mate. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Best of luck with the rest of the innings, and hopefully we've got another one on Friday.
Yeah, it would be nice, but yeah, we'll see what happens. Thanks for having me, and well done to you guys. It's been outstanding.
Good on you, mate. Thank you. Ryan leaves us. Leaves the game well poised. Callum Thorpe. Who do you think's in front of them at the moment?
Evenly poised. I think Derbyshire would probably think that they're in a good position at the moment. 2 wickets down, 100 on the board. Getting up to halfway through the overs. So, yeah, I think probably from their point of view, they'd probably think they're in the ascendancy in the game at the moment. Couple of wickets from Durham's side will get them back in the game, slow the run rate down a little bit. So,
I was going to say, I just think that over was a big over, and that's just given them a little bit of momentum there going into the drinks break. And Durham probably happy just to sit and chat and reassess what's going on, get everyone together.
The good thing that Alex is, he's got a lot of bowling options there that he can use at any stage through the game. So he's got some good bowlers that can bowl middle overs. The spinners, obviously, there's enough in the pitch, I think, for the spinners.
They've got good options, haven't they? We're going through them early, and you've got Wagner and Glader open the bowling. You've got Bushnell, who can also bowl, and Ben Rain has bowled and bowled very, very well. And they have 4 spin options. They've got the left arm spin of Parkinson. They've got Drizzle, who's just coming at the attack. They've got the leg spin of Borthwick. They've also got the off spin of Ackerman, so he does have 8 bowlers at his disposal. Sometimes it might just be finding that right combination to bowl at the same time, and that That worked really well with Parkinson, and Ben Rain put the squeeze on and got a couple of wickets.
Yeah, and I think that's the key. Putting the squeeze on through these middle overs is what creates the pressure where you can take some wickets. The pitch hasn't got a huge amount in for the seamers. There's obviously the ball's a bit older now. The seam's got a bit softer, so it's not going to be nipping around much for the seamers. But if you can create that run rate pressure and just try and sneak a couple of wickets, putting pressure back on the Derbyshire team.
So Drizzle's going to continue. Just a quick chat there with Callum Parkinson, who's in an extra cover, nice and tight, trying to save the single. Harry Kane using his feet, getting down the pitch, trying to beat Borthwick, but can't, who's in at short mid-wicket. And this time he does beat Borthwick, and he'll get a single down to long on. So it looks like Harry Kane's the one who's just going to sit in and allow the other batters to work from the other end. So Lloyd may well just up the ante here in this little period. Try and get Derbyshire ahead of the game. Take the pressure off them at the back end of the innings. And it was very difficult to score. And Drizzle bowls, and that one he's swept away. Like a bit of variation, maybe an arm ball there from Drizzle, but it's picked up. And Lloyd will get another single.
I think with the field that George has got set, he really is looking to bowl that outside of off-stump line, spinning it back onto off-stump.
Oh, and there's half a shout there, a little paddle. Assuming some pad on that one. Unfortunately, we're blocked here where I am by the non-striker. Must have been some bat on that one. He picks up another couple, so that's a couple of times now the batter's walked across his crease and hit it fine on the leg side with no 45 in place. This one's driven beautifully through extra cover by Harry Kane for 4. A little bit over pitch, trying to bowl that attacking line outside off stump. Hayem gets his hands through that and puts it away for 4.
I think that ball is more of a result of the shot played previously. So he's leaving himself open to that little scoop shot with no 45 in place.
This time Borthwick does the fielding at mid-wicket. That ends another pretty handy over. With 8 coming off that one. And the transfer of pressure is now back to Durham. As Ben Rain, Callum Parkinson had put the squeeze on, but there's a couple of good overs there in a row. And Durham could do with breaking this partnership and just getting somebody in new. That's what Derbyshire did really well in that first innings. They got rid of Ackerman and then they picked up wickets all the way through, leaving Durham having to go really late to kind of put the foot down with being wristed bowled out. I think they were 212 for 7 at that stage. Could have been bowled out for anything. This one's cut away. Jones does very well out in the deep, but he can't prevent the second run. That's good running. Something that Derbyshire have done very well so far.
You can see a little momentum shift here. I think the Derbyshire batters have had a bit of a chat and decided just to up their work rate a little bit now, take a few more risks, and see how Durham will respond.
Nicely bowled from Borthwick, and Ackerman does the fielding. He's kind of quizzically looking at Mustard as to why have you taken that ball and not let it hit the stumps. However, I'm pretty sure that Harry Kane would have got home there. Good energy, trying to create something out of nothing there. What will give Durham heart is the fact that Kent the other day needed a run of ball with only, I think, was it 60 off 60 with 7 wickets in hand and squeezed into a victory there. So Durham won't give up hope. One thing that is ingrained in this club is to fight all the way, that is for sure. But Derbyshire, I'll tell you, is on top at the moment. Borthwick just trying to create a bit of theatre. He normally does, oohs and ahs.
He's good at making a very normal ball sound like a very good one.
And that one is really good use of the crease there. It doesn't quite cash in on that one, Harry Kane. He doesn't time it, pulls it out to deep mid-wicket. Going to pick up another run. Moves on to 40 now. Lloyd on 27. This one's punched nicely down the ground, and all of a sudden balls seem to be hitting the middle of the bat a lot more regularly.
Yeah,
and the gaps.
Batters are manipulating the field very nicely at the moment, aren't they? They're just hitting all the gaps, using all of the areas in the field where there's spaces, and just under no real pressure at the moment.
So after a very slow start to that partnership, they have just brought up their 50 partnership. Going very nicely, these two. It's come from 66 balls. Going at 4.6 and over. And that required run rate is down to about 5.7 now. Drizzle from the Finkel end. We've seen a change in the field, Cal. We've got 45 now in place, and that might just allow Drizzle to go and operate more normally around trying to attack off stump without fear of being that paddle sweep in play. Paddle sweep is out of play. Slog sweep is in play, and it does it go for 6? Or did it half volley the toe blower? And the umpire's given 6.
Looked like a 6 from here.
Yeah, me too. Lovely slog sweep from Lloyd.
Once again, he's picked his spot right between the two fielders out here, so a safer option as you can choose if you're going to go big into the deep.
It's a big pocket out there, a lot of real estate, and a clever shot, clever bit of batting from David Lloyd. The two Durham spinners are under pressure. So Drizzle comes around the wicket now, just to change the angle. Lloyd under 34 now from 40 deliveries. Harry came on 40 from 66. It's his second 6 in the last couple of overs from Lloyd. And he sweeps hard. He finds the sweeper out in the deep. And we'll just pick up the single. It's Durham now who need to find the answers. And will they change their spin options? Maybe have a look at Ackerman, who is now in play in the field. This one's punched down to long on, and he does the fielding. It's Borthwick, from his 3 overs, has gone for 23, and Drizzle has none for 21. So that'll be none for 22 now from his 3 overs. And batting all of a sudden looking quite easy for these two.
Yeah, it's just drifting a little bit here for Durham. Just ticking through the balls and just not able to get any dot balls.
Yeah, that pressure, they're unable to squeeze at the moment. It looks like we are going to see a change of bowling. We are going to see Colin Ackerman come into the attack. He'll bowl from the Lumley end. He'll bowl a little bit quicker. Durham need a wicket. Or their campaign in the Metro Bank 50 over competition will be over.
Once again, different type of off spinner to Drizzle. He'll push them through a bit faster. Not probably flight them quite as much. So interesting to see how much spin he gets out of the pitch and how much pressure he can create.
.133 for 2 after 28. Ackerman fires that first one in. You can see a lot different there. A lot quicker. And really attacking the stumps. Getting some bite out of the wicket there and a little bit. Is it too pace there, Carl? That one just sticking in the pitch a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure the batter knew how that was going to come out of the pitch
Yeah,
to start with.
Not sure anybody did.
Not sure he'll get away with the second one. Pitched in the same area.
And it's punched beautifully off the back foot, opening up the offside. And that is a great bit of fielding as well by Michael Jones out in the deep, because I thought that was 4 off the bat. Neil Wagner going through some stretching, and Calisthenics down at the non-striker's end, out in the deep, down at long on. He's going to have to do a bit of fielding also. Might have been taking a class there over in the gym. A bit of aerobics.
Well, Leesy might be thinking that from that spell that Ben Rain bowled earlier, where he's bowled, 6 overs for 11 runs, maybe a bit of medium pace again. Can build a bit more pressure, squeeze down the run rate a little bit.
So you're right, 6 overs, 2 for 11 from Ben Rain, and this one is hit but straight to mid-wicket. A couple of dot balls in the over so far from Ackerman. And there's a big appeal there, and I'm not sure Ackerman's appeal going across the pitch is really going to impress the umpire either. But he was quite convinced. Not as much as anybody else on the field, really, but...
No, I think it was outside the line, the impact, so I'm not sure he's going to get that decision.
I think the amount it's turning as well, it's going to have to hit him pretty straight and not turn. Well, there's a little bit of bite there from Colin Ackerman, so a good start from him. He's only gone for 3 off that over. I think we are going to see a double change here as Neil Wagner striding out in front of us in the media centre. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some old school Wagner in testing the middle of the pitch and a little bit of the boulder cutters and try and maybe catch somebody pulling or hooking out in the deep.
Well, unlike the T20 games that were played here, it looks like the boundaries are a little
huge,
further
isn't
back
it?
now, so that option is not the worst with the quite large boundaries.
So the Derbyshire bowlers definitely did that in the first innings, hit the pitch rather than looking for more traditional death bowling. Let's see where Borthwick looks like he's going to go to slip here, Scotty Borthwick, leaving mid-wicket wide open. He's going to go into like a second slip, you would say. And Wagner finds that gap exactly where Borthwick was. And Lloyd will pick up 2. Jamie's loves a 2, much to Jamie's approval. Moves on to 41, David Lloyd, and he's now caught up with Harry Kane. Both batsmen on 41.
And
Lloyd's from
Scott
just
comes
46.
Straight out of his position at slip, back into that mid-wicket position.
I didn't get that. I'm not going to lie, I wasn't sure about that.
Oh, he's going back or he's going closer?
A little bit
Catching.
closer.
Mm-hmm.
Wagner's natural length, hitting the pitch hard. He's not the tallest, but he does slam the ball into the pitch with every ounce of effort that he has.
Does, and I think because he's not the tallest guy going around, and I think that's what caused players trouble with him when he was employing that tactic of just banging it in, because it sort of seems to skid up on you rather than just bang out of the pitch and you can get under it. I think you feel you just get caught not knowing what to do.
This is cut away, it's in the air, but it's over extra cover. That's a glorious shot, that, from David Lloyd. It's hit the length right at the top of the bounce. Picks up a nice boundary. I thought that might come. I think he's going to come around the wicket.
Yeah, well, I think if that was the length he was looking to employ, I don't think it was a line he'd wanted to bowl it. So
allowed him to free his hands.
There's a better option, this one coming around the wicket, I think, if he's going to bang the ball in.
And he immediately beats the bat with a big groan from the former New Zealand international. ...260-odd test wickets Wagner, who's desperate to break through for his new team. You know you're going to get maximum effort, that is for sure. And Durham need him to break through right now. Lloyd on the walk just eases that one through the gap in the covers and will pick up a single. I like that from Wagner. Almost just brushed past the batter there. I think he was asking if he was going to stay around the wicket and just totally ignored him and walked past him. Something Simon Brown would have done. One of Chubby's basketball elbows, maybe. And that ends the over. 144 for 2 on the board. David Lloyd in charge in this partnership is 46. Harry Kane has been there from the start. He's on 42. And Derbyshire well in control. 144 for 2. Durham really need to break this partnership. ...20 overs remaining, 110 required. They've always managed to keep that run rate around the 5. Just crept up a few overs ago to above 6. And just before drinks, these two, especially Lloyd, put the foot down. Really accelerated, in fact. Let's have a look. Scored 35 from the last 5 overs. And in comparison, Durham were 152 for 2. So that may give some hope and some faith to the locals. As that one's tucked away nicely out into the offside. Sorry, the offside? That's the onside. It's the offside for proper batters. But for a right-hander, it's definitely the onside. 145 now for 2. Nicely played again down the ground. All seems too easy at the moment, Callum.
Yeah, I mentioned before, I think Durham are just drifting a little bit. Obviously, the Wagner coming back into the attack is a little change that Leesy's made just to try and mix things up a bit. But still, the singles are looking pretty easy to find at the moment. So 5 or 6 and over, the odd bad ball still going for a boundary. So I think Derbyshire are still in control of this game.
And a dot ball. Still plenty of noise from the Durham fielders. I know a wicket can change it. Certainly happened when Ackerman was dismissed and the rest of the batting lineup found it hard to score. That's tossed up and trailed to mid-off, and Dan Hogg drops the catch. And is that a huge moment in this game? To anybody else it would have been above head height, but to Dan Hogg it was about chest height. And he spills a pretty simple chance, Cal.
Yeah, it would normally take that with his eyes shut, I'd imagine, but a little bit of pressure, time of the game.
A horrible feeling as a 12th man coming on. You want to make an impact in the game, but in a positive way. And that drop catch, how costly will that be? Well, I'm going to leave you in the more than capable hands of Sam Dalling, who's typing away at the back of the commentary box, with Derbyshire in a very, very strong position.
Yeah, what's happened, Ash? We'll go away for 10 overs. Thanks very much to Callum Thorpe as well. Chubby Brown's going to come back in alongside me. Double change of bowling again. Hopefully we could have a similar effect as we did last time. Chubby, because at the moment you're chasing it.
Yeah, just needed to take that catch, didn't we? That's a blow, because that could have at least given you one end to bowl at if you've got a new batsman. If you can try and keep the established batsman off strike, bowl at the new one for a while, get the run rate ticking back up again. But at the moment, both batsmen are scoring quite freely.
Wagner continuing. Can he find a bit of magic? Needs to find a bit of magic. Somebody does. It's just, as Callum Thorpe was saying, just a little bit too easy at the moment.
Yeah. Certainly not for the lack of effort.
Yeah.
Wagner's a real wholehearted trier, isn't he? He's, like I say, he bowled some over the wicket, he bowled round, he's trying different things, bowled a couple of cutters. Might see a little bit of short stuff potentially.
Into his 7th over, not for 30 so far. Harry Kane opening the face at it in most other games. That's 150 up for Derbyshire. This partnership now worth 76. You look at Harry Kane and think, 45 off 73 balls is a bit behind it, but actually in the context of this game, it's absolutely fine.
Like you said, if you've got somebody who bats the innings or bats the majority of the innings, like we saw Scotty Borthwick do, it just really helps you build a total. If you as a fielding side, once you get a couple of wickets, if you bowl at both ends, then you're in a massive advantage. But equally from a batting perspective, you say once you've got a partnership established, make sure that you keep going and make the most of it. So that drop catch was a blow, but Durham got to start again, find another way to get a wicket. Didn't see it coming either. It wasn't as if it was a build up of pressure. It was just a bit of a loose shot, really.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much more can be said about it. Daniel Hogg will know exactly what the feeling will be, and the feeling was it should have been taken.
Yeah, we've all been there. It happens.
Exactly. No one means to put these catches down. Conversation between Wagner and Lees. It involves Lees pointing over towards deep square leg, deep mid wicket. They're going to try something. Wagner, so famous in his career for the short ball in Test match cricket. He's got a deep backward point, deep square leg, final leg, and a third.
Yeah, there we go.
There's a short ball pulled well in front of square by David Lloyd, who had been given that lifeline just a couple of runs ago by Daniel Hogg. Now he is saluting the Derbyshire bench or the dressing room. He's past 50 with that pull shot. Emphatic. 53 from 58. David Lloyd, 3 4s, 2 6s.
He pulled comfortably in front of square as well. Well in front of square. I know he was probably expecting it, but even so, he was just onto that really quickly. There's not a lot of pace in this pitch. It's really difficult to go with the short ball tactic.
Had to try something.
Yeah, definitely. You're absolutely right. You've got to try something different.
I'll go back to rain at some point soon.
Funnily enough, I was thinking the same thing. Who's your best bowler, or who's looked like your most threatening bowler? I do think you need to probably bring Ben Rain back into the attack sooner rather than later. The last thing you want to do is get towards the end of the game, and he's still got overs left.
Yeah, he doesn't want to have nothing to bowl at. Ideally, they'd probably keep him for a little bit later. They just haven't got the runs to play with. There will be no lack of effort and games.
Yeah,
we've seen it. I mean, you've seen it, I'm sure, so many times in your career where games have been won and lost from here.
Oh, absolutely. Like you say, you pick up a wicket or a couple of wickets. They always say in the dressing room, if you look at the scoreboard and add two wickets to the total, then what position are you in then? So 150 for 4. It's still not a bad position, but like I say, nerves just start to jangle a little bit as well. I mentioned earlier on, at least when you're fielding second, you have got options. You can spin things around. I think, is this Parkinson maybe going to come and have a ball, or just turn things around a little bit? But like you say, a bit of pace at one end, bit of spin at the other. So that the captain's got options, but we just, like I say, just need somebody to find a breakthrough.
Remember, we've had 32 overs here. Derbyshire 154 for 2. It's a bit different when you're chasing, granted, but looking back at the scorecard, Durham lost their third wicket with the score on 158 after 31 overs. So they're not that far ahead. It feels psychologically like they're a little bit further ahead than they maybe are, Derbyshire.
I think it looks comfortable. You like you say, you watch the batsmen, and you've got 2 established batsmen in as well, which I don't think Durham were in the same position. I think Scotty would have been in maybe sort of 50, 60 at this point, perhaps. But to have 2 batsmen, one just past 50 mark, the other one just sort of coming up, and like I say, it looks pretty comfortable that regardless of who's on strike, it looks like they're probably going to score quite comfortably. So like I say, it's important to pick a wicket up here.
Parkinson to Harry Kane, who's got 45, been out there from the very start.
So I think this is good. You've got a couple of fairly close fielders here, close catches.
It's gone up in the air. Mid-on comes around. Can they take the catch? Yes, he can. This time the catch is taken. George Drizzle made good ground around mid-on, and the change of bowling has worked. Callum Parkinson into the attack, and Harry Kane, who we thought was going to look to bat through, has gone for the big shot, perhaps to bring up his 50 in style. He's got 154 for free.
Yeah, that's a really, really big wicket for Durham. He actually looked like he was just going to, like you said, just bat his way through the innings and let the other players bat around him. So that's a big wicket to get somebody who was that well established. Like I said, they've now got an open end to bowl at as well. They've got to make sure that the bowlers, as much as they possibly can at the new batsman, and hopefully let the established batsmen just get more frustrated with lack of strike, and hopefully, like I say, maybe sort of give their wicket away as well. That was against the run of play, but I do like Parkinson spinning the ball away from the right-hander.
Yeah.
I think that's, on this pitch as it's drying out, it's not easy. That might just be a bit of a turning point, I think.
Guess how many List A wickets Callum Parkinson has in his career?
Ooh, I've absolutely no idea.
You pluck a number out of the air. What do you reckon? Would be a logical, a reasonable...
List A, 143.
143 wickets for List A. If we were playing higher and lower, I'd be pointing downward.
Right.
And you wouldn't be far off a pointless answer. That is his 5th. It's not played much. Ryan Campbell said it. Yeah. And it surprised me. Only his 13th List A game. So this is so interesting. I think that's the modern day.
Yeah.
I know Leicestershire didn't always use him, but it's just so strange, isn't it? Look, the one I always think about is that I've seen Will Smead's only ever List A game, and that was for England Lions. He'd never played a county List A game.
Yeah.
So strange. Picked up one for, though, in his first appearance since May 2019.
Right.
He would love a couple here. New batter is Nye Donald, who... This is interesting because I love watching him play. He's explosive. He broke the record for the fastest 50 for Derbyshire in T20, and then 4 days later equalled it himself. Like, he really can score. I think it was 16 balls.
Right.
He can score very, very quickly. How does he approach this? He doesn't need to score 50 off 16 balls here.
No, but if that's the way you play, somebody comes in and gets 30 or 40 quickly here, then the game's gone.
It might make Durham feel like they've got a chance.
Definitely. But like you said, this is where you need to, the fielding side have got to be really sharp here, and if there's any sort of quick singles, you've got to try and stop and make sure that you're bowling at the new batsman as much as you possibly can, which will in turn frustrate the other batsman as well. Lloyd.
And that has not missed off stump by much, and Scott Borthwick has ended up on the floor. That's how surprised he was that ball didn't hit off stump. He's just about getting up to his feet.
But there's definite intent from the batsman here. This is not knock it around for a little while, I don't think.
Just a little tickle. And it's going to race away, I think that. It's going to be chased, but not going to get there, is it? Runs? Yeah, it is runs from Nye Donald. Just 4 more. So Nye Donald is off the mark. But a wicket in that over. Callum Parkinson, the change of bowling for Alex Lees has worked. Callum Parkinson in that over picked up the wicket of Harry Kane, the opener, 45 from 75 balls. But David Lloyd, who was dropped on 47 a couple of overs ago, is still there on 53. And it looks like Bastilleda to me. Still no Ben Rain. Surprises me slightly.
Yeah. I suppose you get some overs from your strike bowlers, really, your 2 openers, your 2 quicker bowlers, definitely.
Full and straight, maybe. 5 overs, 0 for 25, so didn't start badly at all. He and Alex Lee's in conversation.
Swung the ball quite nicely the first over or 2, but then, like I said, it stopped quite quickly from both ends. The ball stopped swinging, so it's almost sort of plan B by the time you get into your 3rd over of actually I need to just bowl this back of a length and straight now. I mentioned earlier on, it's a bit like bowling overseas with the Kookaburra ball that does swing a lot to start with, but when it stops altogether. Just moving square leg, not fine leg, beg your pardon, to more of a on the sort of 45 type angle down there, which would suggest that there might be a bit of short stuff coming as well.
We saw it from Wagner a couple of overs ago to David Lloyd, and he pulled him way in front of square. It's deep square leg, Just behind square. I'd probably level with square, I think, based on the shadows.
It's difficult in this competition because to get the batsman to hit the ball in the air on the leg side like that, you've got to get the ball quite high, and if it goes above shoulder high, it's a no ball. So
flicked over mid wicket, despairing dive. I think he's going to get at least a couple. Didn't quite time it. Michael Jones was the fielding out there in the deep. Not half a chance. I don't think he was anywhere near it, to be honest. In the air, bit of encouragement.
It's funny how when you get a wicket, you quite often pick up another one, even when it's against the run of play as well. The pressure's always on the batting side.
Funny things, pressure. As it's a privilege, as some people say, but it also does funny things.
I've got another fielder going out on the leg side here. This would indicate that there's not going to be too many half volleys bowled, I think.
That's his double bluffing.
Brave if he is.
Yeah, it would be. Fine line between brave and stupid.
Yeah. Oh, he's tried the slower ball instead. Back in for the new batter, I think.
One 6-1 for free. Donald is the new batter. He's got 4 from 4. Another wicket or two.
Yeah, pick up another one here. Yeah.
That's what Durham will be hoping.
It's a run rate there, 5.6 needed. If you can get that, just to tick up a bit nearer 6.
Oh, shot. Beating the man at backward point. It was right in the body, no real width, but it's just timing from...
That's a really good shot.
Donald.
Yeah, that's a really good shot. To get that much pace on the ball, which I actually thought was quite a good ball. It was about of a length, it bounced, it sort of got above waist high. There wasn't a lot of width there as well. That's really nice timing.
I think he made 240 odd, was it? When he was about 16, 17 for Glamorgan, Donald. After, is it North Wales, the ground? Is it Ross-on-Sea? As Deleda is in, beats the outside edge, a little bit of pace on. Anyway, these are
Colwyn Bay.
Colwyn Bay, that was
Colwyn Bay. Yeah.
247 against Derbyshire, I think that was. The 17-year-old went down to Hampshire, had those couple of really bad injuries, picked up one playing five-a-side football, never quite got back into the side, but he's come up to Derbyshire. He's still only 25, still a young man. His talent's never been in doubt.
Colwyn Bay was the last ground that Ian Botham and Viv Richards played on together.
Was it?
Yeah, it was one of the last games that Ian played for Durham, and Viv was playing for Glamorgan at the time.
Pace beats the outside edge again.
Yeah.
That must have been an experience.
yeah, it was. I think Viv got 20 or 30. He didn't get a massive score. I'm sure he got 20 or 30, but I quite enjoyed watching him bat for a while. Obviously didn't want him to get too many, but I did want to watch him for a little while.
One of those moments where you stood out there thinking, yeah, life's good right now.
Yeah. There's certainly worse places to be right now.
North Wales is beautiful as well. 165 for free.
Yeah.
Just a quick update of goings on down at Old Trafford. Worcestershire 4 down, 106 for 4, so they need 132 off 22 and a bit overs, so their run rate is 5.8 and over is what they require, but they are 4 down. So that could be a tight game.
Yeah, that could be a tricky chase, that.
And the other score we want to have a quick look at. Obviously the internet never works when I want to just make a flick back to the match list and new score, please.
Yep, Parkinson resuming now.
Parkinson could be the key. Middlesex 108 for free, chasing 277 for victory. So a little bit of work to do there.
Yeah, very good there as well.
They need 7.5 and over for the best part of 23 overs. Mark Stoneman's 23 not out. Jack Davies has 15. Single out to deep cover. So yeah, they were 82 for free. So that's not good news for Derbyshire fans.
I think the way people play, the way the T20 game is played now, teams back themselves to score like big runs in the last few overs, whereas perhaps in previous years they would have perhaps been a bit more concerned with keeping up with the run rate. I think it's probably less of a concern now, because players know that our teams know, beg your pardon, that they've got players who can come in at the end of the innings, and 10, 12 and over is easily doable in a lot of circumstances.
Quick single. Chance of a run out. Oh, the shout from the fielder was chance of a run out. Yes, isn't it? We used to think, you'd have a hit for the last 15, 20 overs, and now it's more like, 10 overs. Yeah. We'll score 100 plus in 10 overs.
Keep enough wickets in the hutch so you can really go at it, and you can really turn a game round in a very small number of overs, really.
Big appeal from Parkinson.
Ooh, that looked close.
Almost a celeb appeal. He liked it, but he's liked a few.
That did look close. I thought, if anything, it might have just been sliding down the leg side, but it wasn't far off.
Oh, that's a beauty.
That's turned a lot. Yeah.
End of the over, 8 from Parkinson. What he could do
Some
with
good balls there.
It's another wicket or two in that far right-hand column. 8 overs, 1 for 33. 2 left.
Yeah.
Of the old days where you could bowl 15. Like club cricket, wasn't it? You got someone would bowl 18 or 15 out of the.
When I first started
50.
playing club cricket, you just had 2 bowlers. You just one at either end, and that was it. Yeah. Normally, one of them was if the club could afford it. Normally, one of them would be a professional, and then you'd have the old stalwart who just bowled literally all day from one end at the other end, and had done for the last 20 odd years usually. I think the Premier Leagues have improved the standard, like I say, with having to bowl, having to use more bowlers, just make it a more competitive game, really.
Delayed is continuing. He is Baz. And Alex Lee's in conversation. What they're going to do now? Mid wicket is coming up from deep mid wicket.
Yeah.
Third's going to go back out. They committed a sin the other day on Friday. Did you see that? No ball for not having enough fielders in the square.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah.
Hampshire. Credit to the Hampshire batters, because they realised they played it as if it was a free hit, and then went to the umps. And they went, oh yeah, okay, fair. Yeah, just occasionally happens. So much to think about as skipper.
There is, yeah.
That's that shot.
That's a lovely shot. Yeah, it's a really good shot. Just back foot cover drive to real, with a straight bat as well. It's not a slap through the offside. It's a real proper cricket shot, that.
As a bowler, how demoralising is that? So you get good balls, but you're not bad balls that just struck so sweetly.
I think if it's part of a plan, it's okay. If you're sort of trying to set somebody up by possibly pushing the batsman onto the back foot with the view to maybe bowling a fuller ball to try and get them either bowled or LBW, it's okay. But
that was the plan. The short ball, but it's played nicely. It was in the air for a while, but just a single out to deep square leg. What is the plan? Is that the plan?
I don't know. It's because they're rotating the strike. It's difficult because when you're trying to set somebody up, you need to bowl a few balls at the same player. Like you said, it was an excellent cover drive off the back foot there. The previous ball that was pulled away quite comfortably into the leg side, and like you say, it's difficult to have a plan as to how to get somebody out if you're not bowling enough balls, consecutive balls at the same player.
Slow ball picked and struck firmly down the ground by Lloyd, who will move into the 60s with that shot. Nice stroke. 174 for 3.
I think one encouraging thing for Durham is that Lloyd's not frightened to go aerial. And yes, I think he probably picked the slow ball there. I would really be inclined to give Ben Rain another go now. Probably following delete at this end, I think, because Ben, he's the most experienced campaigner. He's looked most likely to get well. He's got the the bulk of the wickets so far. I'd be reluctant to hold his overs back much longer.
Yeah, because otherwise you're leaving him with nothing to bowl at. That is your issue.
Yeah. You can always bring, if the game gets tight, you can always bring somebody else back and, see how it goes. But at the moment, without another wicket or two in the not too distant future, the game doesn't look like it's going to be that tight, and it'll be taken away. And we've seen all the way through as well, the bowlers of medium pace, genuine medium pace, I would say, was sort of slightly slower than Dalid and Wagner. They're the ones that have actually caused the most problems. The ball just seems to have nipped around a bit more, and it was the same when Durham were batting. So yeah, perhaps sort of horses for courses really for the pitch, I think. So probably a good time to give Ben another ball, I think.
He's bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 11 so far. What they can't afford to do is to have Rain not bowl his full 10.
Yeah.
However long this takes or doesn't take.
Yeah, I think another good off cutter there by the lead. Batsman just managed to get down on time with it, just to get a little inside edge down to fine leg for 1. Sorry.
And the over though, 7 from it, which is absolutely fine from a Derbyshire perspective. 2 left of Callum Parkinson. Can he just get a couple to turn away from the right-hander? Get a little tickle behind to Hayden Mustard, or get them to spoon one up in the air like Harry Kane did a couple of overs ago.
The LBW wasn't far away in the last over, and it was a bit of a premeditated sweep as well, I think. So, like I say, just keep attacking the stumps, and I mean the ball is spinning as well, so it'll turn away from the stumps. You've got plenty of fielders on the offside if you manage to sort of just get a leading edge or just a false shot through the offside.
There is that false shot. It's gone up in the air. Long off is coming in, steadying himself, and he's gone. He's taken the catch. David Lloyd, who was given a lifeline 16 runs ago, has fallen to Callum Parkinson for 63. Derbyshire 175 for 4.
Yeah, just like I said, just last over there, he certainly wasn't shy about hitting the ball in the air and going aerial, where they maybe didn't need to do that. Actually, that's probably just a little bit of a risk that was unnecessary at this point. But yeah, good bowling by Parkinson again. Not frightened to throw the ball up, give it a bit of air. Really easy just to sort of bowl darts to try and get more dot balls, but that was quite brave bowling, getting the ball up in the air now. So if he's got another couple of overs, the remainder of this over and another one, just like to see him do more of that. Just try and just encourage the batsman to come out and play some shots at him.
It looks to me like it's Samit Patel making his way.
Experienced batsman coming in though, who to be fair has probably seen it all before, but it doesn't make any difference. You've still got to play the ball that's bowled at you. So
Patel touches gloves with Nye Donald. What it does mean is, with the greatest respect to Samit Patel, is they maybe won't take the 1s and 2s in the same way they might have done with other batters.
No, definitely he's not as quick between the stumps by any stretch. So the fielders can afford just to sit back a little bit, the run savers. But again, you still got a couple of sort of catches. Yeah, you got somebody on the drive on the offside there, and somebody in a similar position. Maybe he's a little bit deeper on the onside. And Slip coming in now as well. So this is good captaincy, putting pressure back on the Derbyshire captain.
The game is now. Samit Patel's seen it all before. He's a finisher, right? But it's got to be Ben Rain, surely. You've got to have Rain and Parkinson on together for these 3 or 4 overs. Feel crucial to me.
I think so. Yeah.
And they'll make a little bit of noise as well. Every shot Patel plays, the Durham fielders will try and make him feel as if he's almost got out. Now he'll just wander away and he'll smile and do what Samit Patel does. He's played so much cricket. He's off the mark with that single, but you just never know. Again, we're not far away from
it's
exactly the same scores.
Yeah.
The
thing that Ben Rain did as well, that the wickets that he got were genuine wicket balls. It wasn't that it sort of built a bit of pressure and just induced a false stroke. They were both genuine wicket balls, and there haven't been that many of them in the game.
Single.
So I think it is just that pace that perhaps doesn't hit the pitch quite as hard and just gives the ball a chance to just sort of nibble around a bit. I would definitely be inclined to get Ben back on now, at least for a couple of overs.
First slip is in. Leaves that alone. Parkinson needs to pitch this on the stumps, actually, because he needs the right-handers. They need to play everything. They'll leave them alone. If it pitches outside off, these two will leave it alone.
It will just cause the run rate to tick up a little bit, though. That's a good line. That's a good line. Sort of middle and leg with the ball spinning away. It's good. Nicely bowled. Good over again.
Has Cal Parkinson been the man that's going to change this game? Wicket in each of his last couple of overs. If Derbyshire 177 for 4. I tell you what, you and I, what are we? 17 overs, 4 for about 60, I
Something
think.
like that, yeah.
I blame Ash Thorpe.
I think we've got the bowling change that we wanted as well, by the looks of things.
Had to be, didn't it? We've now got, if you include that Parkinson over, you've got 4 overs of Rain and Parkinson, so there just won't be any freebies. There won't be any pace on the ball. Those balls that delayed bowls that aren't bad balls, but they have got the pace, which allows them to pick up runs. They're going to have to work for everything here. Would you have Mustard up to stumps, or you're all right with this?
I would see how the batsman plays. If he looks to advance, definitely, then straight away. But
it's good. You can see he's trying to be aggressive there.
He's going hard. He's going hard at the ball, definitely, which I'll be quite happy for the keeper to stay back at the moment. Because, like I say, because he goes hard, the likelihood is he might get a nick. From Derbyshire's perspective, I think the fact that Patel's just come in, like I say, with the experience that he's got, I'm sure he's speaking to the batsmen and saying, we've got another 4 or 5 overs to see through here, and then we'll be in a good position.
He calls Patel through for a single. Direct hit would be miles out. Patel had basically started walking. It wasn't a great run from Donald. Yes, it was to Drizzle's right, and he had to move, but he
good
almost
fielding.
held Patel out.
Yeah, it was good fielding. Yeah, it was really good pick-up.
At this stage in the game for Derbyshire, that is one of those runs, and you see it fine in T20 or late on, where you're just saying, right, well, you hit the stumps, because I know, and the Derbyshire don't need to be doing that right now.
There's almost, it's almost a bit of sort of club cricket mentality that I've hit the ball, I've hit it really well, so I'm going to run.
And if you've got Anuj Dar at the other end, that's fine.
Yeah.
And there's no one quicker than Anuj Dar would have completed the run before.
You've got 2.
Before Donald said, yeah, exactly. Samit not so for all his many qualities. Uses his feet straight away. This is where I want to see Mustard up.
Yeah, definitely.
Is he having a word? Is he coming up and asking? Doesn't.
This is where I think he's probably just showing a little bit of lack of experience there. He should just come straight up. He should be going back to get the helmet, put it straight on.
But also, in fairness, someone should be telling him that. Skipper and bowler could both also say that become.
Yeah.
I know it's difficult because if he's not feeling 100% comfortable, then you go, meh.
Yeah, you kind of got to back yourself, I think, and do it.
But I think the Ryan Campbell way is that he would want one of his fielders, the skipper, to
I agree.
go.
Yeah, I agree. You want one of your senior players just to say, look, let's put some pressure on them here. Keep him in his crease.
I don't know if he's asking the question. He's got his arms out, looking at Scott Borthwick.
Yeah, there's plenty of lads out there with sufficient experience to know what's going on. I think if Patel advances down the pitch again, then definitely.
2 balls left, the 38.
Yeah, there you go.
There he goes. He's got to go up.
Yeah.
Not going to.
No, I don't like it. So again, Patel showing his experience here, probably just think, well, I know that Ben's the biggest threat, and if I stay in my crease, that's increasing the threat. So I don't mind if I don't score too many off him, but what I do want to do is make sure that we don't lose another wicket to him. Here we go. Mustard's coming up now. Brilliant. Good.
Patel was able to take not liberties, but he was going, well, I can walk towards him and turn this into 18 yards.
He can just nullify what Ben's very, very good at in terms of, like you say, his variety and manipulating the ball.
Works that one down to third, just for 1. Good over from Ben Rank.
Yeah.
Just 2 off it. 179 for 4. The run rate creeps up just a little bit, 6.3. I think we've got a game on here, Chubby.
I agree. Yeah. I think Durham, like you said, when we were chatting earlier on, I think they'd probably be disappointed that they thought they probably could have got to 280-ish. If when they started the innings, I think if somebody had said, would you take 280, I think they would have taken your hand off for it. So I think it's about a par score, to be honest.
Yeah, 182 for 4 they were after 34. I think that's the point where Vic stood up to leave and we were going 300. So yeah, there may be 10 like it's maybe a 265, 270 pitch, but we'll find out. Patel inside out over extra cover. Alex Lees is a tall man. He's not going to get there.
Brilliant fielding.
Yeah, is that Michael Jones out there?
Yeah, great fielding again.
Keeps it to just a couple.
Yeah.
Patel prepared to use his feet to Parkinson, though.
Yeah, he just gave himself room there, didn't he? I don't think he left his crease just in case the ball did spin past him, but give himself a bit of room and hit it over the offside.
Four balls left for Parkinson. Can he produce another moment? He's got a couple for
Just want to get one to pitch and hold. Get it to Scotty. It's slip, I think.
So good, Parky is the cry. This has been great from him. I'll get one. Patel moves on to 5. Still got Anuj Dal to come. And young Harry Moore, who I've seen make 36 unbeaten. He made 40 against Kent. And you got Wagstaff, Chapel, and Con as well.
Promising cricket.
Connors has gone in the fetlock as well. So
yeah.
And got to take that into account as well. Swept. 1 ball left. As Samit Patel, I think, has just reminded Nye Donald.
It wouldn't actually be the worst thing if they get a single here. Yeah, they keep him up in the ring.
Well, he went out, and I'm thinking, have you got enough in the ring?
Yeah, they're okay.
Sweeps again. I think that might be struck really hard. It's going to get fielded. No, it's not. It was struck really firmly.
Yeah.
It was a brilliant effort out there. Couldn't quite cut it off. Is that Neil? No. Is that Basilado who's usually out there sweeping?
He's normally sweeping out there, isn't he?
Yeah. 4 to end the over, to end Callum Parkinson's spell. So his work with the ball is done. 10 overs, 2 for 42. Will it be enough?
He's bowled nicely there. Bowled nicely. Good spell.
His first list A appearance for over 5 years. Ben Rain. What's he got? Got a couple of wickets already. Feels like a long time ago.
Yeah, I'd like to see the keeper standing up straight away. Yep.
He's got 3 overs left, Ben Rain. I think he's probably going to bowl them off the reel here. Worry about what happens after Ben Rain.
Yeah, I would guess so. Yeah. Try and bowl yourself back into the game, and then you can, juggle things around afterwards.
Paul didn't get hold of it, did Samit Patel, but just 1. Got 3 overs left to Rain. I was trying to say, I was looking at Wagner, and my head went ahead of my...
So this is where we need to bowl a few balls at this batsman and keep Patel at the other end. Like I was saying before about just trying to set somebody up, you need to bowl a few consecutive balls. I mean, the batsman's, he's not going to die wondering. You can tell the way he's playing. He's going to play shots.
Ben Rain is asking the question. Hayden Mustard was trying to stop the ball first and then asked the question from basically fielding at 45. Leg bye is given. So 3 each for Wagner, Deleda and Rain.
I think he probably just managed to get outside the line there. But again, Ben always causing problems. Always the threat.
Not able to keep Donald on strike yet.
But it was a high risk shot, which is kind of all you can ask for if you can make somebody do something difficult.
Patel goes out, inside out over the top. Pressure, what pressure, says Samit Patel. Doesn't matter if you keep us up or back for a shot like that. Lovely from Samit. 192 for 4. He has done this probably quite literally hundreds of times.
He's done it a lot, hasn't he?
253rd list A game, 413 T20s, a couple hundred first class games. Not many scenarios Samit Patel won't have experience.
No, doesn't mean he's won them all though, thankfully.
No, that is true. Oh, could have gone anywhere that. Went up in the air. Down to third for a single.
Who we got warming up now? Is that Ackerman?
Where are we looking? He's got to find potentially if it goes 50 overs, he's got to find 2 more overs from Drizzle, Ackerman, and Borthwick.
It's Ackerman, I think.
Just take a risk, yeah.
But yeah.
Wasn't through for a single. Direct hit might be close. No, it's good running actually. Samit Patel was waiting for that one.
Yeah.
That drop and run. He's got 11. Donald's got 17. 67 balls. 60 runs. In theory, on paper, simple, right?
Yeah, it's always easy when you're sitting here.
try asking Kent, who were in exactly the same position.
Yeah.
On Sunday. End of the over, 40 gone. Derbyshire 194 for 4. I'm going to disappear, not literally, and Ash Thorpe is going to come back.
Lots of chats between the captain and some of the senior players here to decide who's going to come on, what the next bowling change is going to be.
We need something to happen, Simon Brown.
We do.
It's Derbyshire, very handily placed here.
I was just saying, if you could pick somebody to come in this situation when you lose a wicket, somebody like Patel with the experience that he's got.
Just got that experience, hasn't he?
Yeah.
You can just even see those boundary options that he's hit.
Donald looks like he wants to, wants to get on with it, wants to get the game finished in a hurry, which I think is difficult on this pitch, to be fair. But just saying that as Sam, if somebody whacks 30 quickly, then it's game over.
Yeah.
But it's quite a high risk strategy because it doesn't look like the easiest pitch to score quickly on. Boundaries have been quite difficult. But you're right, Patel's just showed his experience since he's come in, hasn't he? Each time it looked like just tightening things up a little bit, he's hit a boundary.
And it is Ackerman into the attack, and this is cut away nicely by Donald on the back foot, and Jones gets around and prevents that. Going for 2. Good bit of fielding there by Michael Jones.
Yeah.
59 now from 59. So we've been here before from a Durham point of view.
If it was a T20, you'd think it would be over in the next 4 overs, but different game.
It's a different game. Ackerman looking to manipulate the field a little bit.
Ooh. Wasn't sure where the fielder was going there. He was going to stand right behind the wicketkeeper. I
was wondering myself. I thought he was going to come across to the offside there for a minute. I thought that's a strange field for an off spinner, but
yeah. No, I think the man on the sweep's just gone a bit.
He has
a bit further round, so got a square leg.
Got a square leg, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I think it's Wagner down there at the backward square. And that bites back and that hits Patel in the pad, but probably done too much.
Yeah, it was a little bit high, possibly.
I think if you hit Samit in the pads, I think you're not far away.
Yeah.
Not the tallest of men, but I think that's bit and turn, isn't it?
Yeah. Which is promising because it just makes you think that there's a wicket ball out there.
Might be a sweep coming up from Samit Patel here. There you go. Little paddle around the corner. Yeah. Wagner trips over. I hope he hasn't rolled an ankle there. It's the old sniper in the stands.
He did very well to get rid of the ball so quickly, actually, considering where he was, face down. It was an athletic recovery, put it that way.
Deceptively flat, that outfield. Not sure what happened there. Might have got the spikes stuck in the ground or something, but not the most graceful piece of fielding I've seen, a bit like myself on a weekend. Just get it in, any means necessary. Yeah. Stop it and get it in.
Yeah, stop it and get rid of it.
Does not matter how it looks. And there's a dot.
Yeah,
Donald can't beat Borthwick at mid-wicket.
I know this is not Ackerman's method of bowling generally, but I'd really be inclined to take the pace off it, make the batsman come and try and hit this.
Oh, that reason there is Donald uses the pace on a late cut as Jones scrambles round. Can he stop it? He can't. And that's a great bit of batting there. Simon Brown, you're absolutely right. He's just used the pace.
You've got long on, long off, sort of deep square, and a man out on sort of cow corner as well. I think if you take the pace off, the batsman to me looks like he'd take it on. Now it's a gamble, but to be honest, I think you've probably got to have a bit of a gamble now.
You might be at that point.
Yeah.
200 up now for Derbyshire. Needing just 54 for victory. This one does beat the man.
Fast. Yeah, it's fast and flat.
Nicely played by Anna and Donald. Ends over number 41. 201 for 4 on the board. The Falcons need 53 off 54. Ackerman 3 overs, none for 14. They're going to continue with Ben Rain. I think they're probably at that stage now where you want to make sure that your best bowlers bowl their overs.
Definitely. If you can bowl you back into the game, brilliant.
And then try and deal with that at the death.
Yeah.
So Rain is going to continue. Donald on strike. Durham desperately need to break this partnership. Sam Patel 12 from 18. Donald 23 from 22.
I think both captains have rotated the bowlers nicely, and I think the field placings have been good. It's been nip and tuck, actually. Another wicket makes this really interesting.
And
like
there it is, Simon Brown. You are Mystic Meg today. Donald gets down and tries to paddle sweep with a fine leg out as well. I think that's a really high-risk shot.
Yeah.
For potentially, you look at the risk and reward factors there. That has got to go really fine to beat fine leg.
Yeah.
That's dumb cricket for me.
Yeah, it's not a well thought.
And I use that word pretty heavily.
Yeah.
He never really looked settled, Donald. There, it was a bit of a frantic 23.
It looked like he wanted to hit boundaries.
Yeah.
It was, let's get this done quickly. But you're right, that particular shot, there wasn't any. The reward just didn't really justify it. If you got a lot of bat on it, the chances are he would have been caught at fine leg anyway.
You might be right.
But we said, keep Ben Rain on, bowlers back into the game, hopefully. And then, like you said, deal with whatever happens next, really. The key for me is now keeping Patel off strike. Get the new batters. If Derbyshire are going to win the game, make somebody else win it.
I think it'll be Anuj Dal who come to the crease. Who's a very handy all-rounder. Bowled beautifully, I thought. Very similar to Ben Rain.
Exactly. Yeah, he did. Just saying, that sort of pace has just borne more results on this pitch, but it's also just looked comfortably the most difficult to bat against.
Yeah.
The bowlers with a bit more zip, the balls just come on that little bit more. Now it's really difficult to get a bowler to take the pace off all the time, but just trying to see what other options Durham might have here after Ben Rain's spell.
I mean, it's a big ask, but you've got Johnny Bushnell as an option as well, who is a bit taller and a bit skiddier and bowls stump to stump. And I mean, that might be something. At the end of the day, he's going to have to do something different to win this game. Durham need to take the odd risk.
Yeah.
But that's a huge wicket for Durham there. 5 down now, Derbyshire. And what you want to do is just, with the new batter on strike, is, like you say, try and keep Samit Patel at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, definitely.
Vidal on strike. Faces first ball from Ben Rain. Oh, and he plays right across that one, which will encourage Ben Rain.
Yeah.
If anybody knows how Ben Rain is going to operate on this pitch, it will be Dahl, who did exactly the same job. Maybe Ben Rain just a touch quicker. But again, I wouldn't mind seeing the keeper up to the stumps at this point. Just a
bit more pressure.
It's that mental thing as a batsman, isn't it?
Yeah.
We might just think, oh, my balance has got to be perfect. He might just overbalance.
Just knowing that the opposition's standing right next to you as well.
Yep, right in the game.
Yeah.
Oh, and this hit it's out. Oh, and Wagner can't hit. It's a very risky and a nervous single, that from Dahl. You would have to think that. Yeah, and he's apologising to Samit Patel there. He's like, yeah, a bit like the old Kevin Peterson, get off the mark, non-striker, be ready.
Yeah, I'm coming, regardless.
But it's a single.
Yeah. Then we're having the wicketkeeper up there. The other thing is, I used to like having a fielder literally right on the edge of the strip on the offside. Somebody right in the batter's eye line.
That to cut that off, or just to let them know you're there?
Just let them know. So particularly if the ball was swinging back in, I didn't want somebody to like push really hard at the ball to get out of it.
Yeah.
So it's just to put a bit of doubt in their mind, really.
And Patel now defending out into the offside. Patel might see Ben Rain as the ultimate threat to Derbyshire achieving victory and might just play him out here.
I think that's exactly what he's done. Yeah, I think he's just looked and said, well, okay, I'll pick up somewhere I can, but I'm not going to take undue risks against Ben, knowing that he's, like you say, he's the biggest threat, I think, at the moment, and the most experienced campaigner on the Durham side.
3 for 21 so far for Ben Rain.
All bowled, I think, if I remember rightly.
Oh. Mate, there's no fooling you, is there? Absolutely right. This one's pulled. That's short, and a poor delivery from Rain, and it's banged away from Samit Patel.
Yeah, it's a good shot.
It's an excellent shot.
Yeah, no risk.
Very, very good shot
from
Samit Patel. And just, from a Derbyshire point of view, just calms those nerves a little bit.
Yeah, it does. You've always got a fancy run out with Samit, though, haven't you? That's the only thing. I know it's easier said than done, but when you're batting with somebody who, no disrespect, is a bit slower between the stumps, it's really difficult to make allowances. It's instinctive that when you hit the ball that you want to run, and
it's the same with the ones who are quick between the wickets as well.
Definitely,
isn't it? And this one's short from Ben Rain, and it's a nice bouncer.
Good one. Yeah, well bowled.
And it's a dot to finish. And it's a successful over for Ben Rain.
You got one more?
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, one left. Yeah.
9 overs down now.
Yeah.
Colin Ackerman will continue. And you can see Ben Rain's frustrated there with himself around conceding that boundary.
Yeah, he knows, doesn't he?
Wanting to get Samit on the front foot. Yeah. Experienced campaigner and very good competitor. Great pro for Durham for many years now. Lots of discussion going on here. Callum Parkinson, Alex Lees and Colin Ackerman. Can't believe Borthwick's not thrown his little couple of pennies in there. Might have just sent him out to the boundary somewhere to keep him.
I think Scotty's still batting in his head, isn't he?
Yeah, probably. Dan Hogg on the pitch again. I don't know if Wagner's gone off there after his little... In fact, he's in the ring now.
No.
So they've just changed that around a little bit. Just trying to pick up who Hogg is on for. It'll be Ackerman to continue. And that's a single picked up there. A good bit of backing up from Wagner, who has to dive on the wicket ends. Will be like absolute concrete. Yeah, thanks for that. You take me out of the firing line in the deep and make me dive around on the concrete in the circle.
Yeah. Did you not see me face down in the on the sweep down here a little while ago?
Bring Samit Patel on strike. So good batting from Dal.
Yeah. It's just sensible cricket, isn't it?
That's what's needed now from a Derbyshire point of view. Cool heads will win this game.
Yeah, not too many dot balls. Don't worry about building up too much pressure and having hit boundaries. Just keep the scoreboard ticking. That's what Durham have got to stop.
That one is cut away by Patel, who casually trots to the other end. Like everything is under control. Not a problem in the world. I've done this so many times before. He picks up another single and another run for Derbyshire. So they move closer to that magical total of 254. And then again, similar. All back foot. Can Ackerman get these batters on the front foot? Like you say, Simon Brown, maybe just take the pace off a little bit and try and induce something different from these two.
Definitely. Like I said, that's not his normal method. He likes to get the ball through, but I think it is just worth trying if he can, if he's comfortable, just to take a bit of speed off it.
And there's a dot. Samit Patel unable to beat Neil Wagner in the ring.
Wagner on the floor again.
Dives in the he's like autumn leaves. Always on the floor. Top ball 45 from 44. Wagner unable to cut that one off. On the leg side. Drizzle does the fielding at long on. What's the risk here, Chubb? Where do you think he's going to go to fill these last few overs in?
I think you've got to go back to your experienced bowlers, haven't you? Really.
So what have we got left? Oh, and Ackerman nearly produces a false stroke, and Mustard just relax there, young fella. You don't want to give an overthrow away. But that's a good finish to the over.
Yeah, just tried the arm ball there, I think, at the end, and nearly caught him with it.
It's definitely a quicker. Ben Rain is going to finish off. So this will be Ben Rain's last over, and then
I think
if you wanted to go, you've got Wagner and Delay to have 3 overs each left. Leaves 1, does it? No, it doesn't. In fact, that will close it out.
Take it through.
It will close it out.
I think that's what you've got to go with.
Or do you risk it and maybe throwing over to the off spin of Drizzle and just try and maybe buy a wicket caught out in the deep? It's one of those tough ones,
Scotty,
isn't it?
Let's get the ball spinned away from them.
You never know.
Yeah.
He'll be telling him he wants to bowl, that is for sure,
Yeah.
as he's now in the circle. And I'm sure he'll be a bit stiff now as well. He's not as young as he used to be, and after scoring 100...
Yeah.
But
fatigue a little bit.
Yeah, he'll no doubt want to be involved.
I think you've got to go with your 2 experienced bowlers after, obviously, when Ben's finished. But you can always... There's no reason if things aren't going your way, you could always change it. You know, there's nothing to lose at that point.
So Ben Rain to bowl his last over. Patel up tall, trying to whip that away. Is unable to beat George Drizzle in mid-wicket. 44 from 41.
Just need Ben to produce another bit of magic, don't we?
Yeah, I think we're going to need a few more bits of magic, but we could start with Ben Rain. That would be nice.
We get one. Just get an end to bowl at.
Yeah. Just bring fine leg a lot squarer. In fact, the whole leg side a lot squarer with a slower pace. 5 men in the circle. And Ben Rain has the wicket, Alex Lees. That is an enormous wicket.
Yeah.
The skipper judged that really well. It was an awkward height.
Yeah, it's going away from him as well,
wasn't it? It was going away from him, Simon Brown.
Good
and
hands.
How big is that?
That's really important. Like you say, you've got their finisher out. Like you said, we've got to bowl a lot of balls at the new batsman now. Put the pressure on probably the less experienced lads coming in now, the ones that haven't been in this position, finishing games off. I said earlier on, if you're going to lose, make somebody else beat you. Don't let the senior players do it.
Samit Patel will be absolutely furious with himself as he walks off, because as the leader, he'll know a lot of responsibility, and that was a pretty soft one.
I think he was eyeing up this sort of part of the ground as well, wasn't he? You're right about the leg side field was probably a little bit too square, and he's probably thinking, if it's up, I'm going to just try and nudge it over there. But good catch though. Good catch by the skipper.
It was really well judged by Alex Lees. It was one of those, was it hands up, hands down, and in the end it was hands pointing kind of to the side.
Shoulder height's awkward, isn't it? Really
absolutely. Awkward. Zach Chappell, is it, that's come out to bat?
Got to turn the screw now. He's got to turn the screw and get almost like the in-out field. So stop singles if you can, but you've also got to obviously have a bit of cover as well if somebody does go aerial. Ben's done it again, hasn't he?
He has, and that one wasn't bowled, but I don't think anybody in a Durham shirt will care.
No.
A wicket is a wicket, and that is a huge wicket, Samit Patel.
Yeah.
And Derbyshire, I know you'll be feeling nervous, and again, I apologise for being the most biased broadcast probably in the universe with regards to We Are Durham. As Ben Rain comes in to Chappell, and Chappell whips this one away nicely into the leg side, and he is off the mark.
Yeah, nice shot.
It was a big call to bowl Ben Rain now and bowl him out, and he's picked up 2 wickets in his last 2 overs.
Yeah, right thing to do though. I've been impressed with both captains. I think both captains have done really well this game. The bowling changes I think have been good. The only thing I might have done differently was perhaps bring spin on a little bit earlier, but I'm sort of nitpicking really. I think it's been really well managed. Like I say, by both captains on both sides. I think they've done really well.
Ben Rain, 3 balls remaining in his spell, and Dahl chops this one down to third man, and he is very quick between the wickets, but he won't get back for 2 there. There's a good bit of fielding for Callum Parkinson down there at third man. He scuttles in and fires the ball over the stumps.
He would have enjoyed batting with us, thought we. He would have run 2 by the time we got down there.
Yeah, easy one.
That's quick.
I'd have been scratching me guard by the time he was halfway back, I think. Ben Rain has 2 balls left in his spell. Does he have another bit of magic in him?
You'll not remember him, but I played with a guy at Northants called Duncan Wilde, who was a real rabbit between the stumps. He was brilliant. And he was batting with Roger Harper in a one-day game. And he mistimed a pull. And the field wasn't dissimilar to this. He mistimed a pull just to backward squares. The ball didn't quite go out the 30-metre circle, and they ran 3.
Wow.
It was incredible.
He was a long Roger Harper as well, wasn't he? Long legs, long arms, great player. And Ben Rain's a little bit straight here, and Chappell whips this one away. But he's definitely targeting the stumps here.
Roger Harper was the best athlete I've ever seen on a cricket field. He was incredible.
Took some great caught and bowls. He had that long lope, and
the best fielder ever. I've seen some great fielders, but he was the best I've ever seen.
Ben Rain, last ball of his spell, currently has 4 for 28. Can he take 5? Get Durham back in with a chance. That's nicely driven, this one, by Dahl through the covers. He'll get at least 2. And that is all he will get. As Borthwick's barking instructions about somebody backing up there.
Yeah. Good spell, Ben. Good
and
spell. Well bowled.
Great round of applause for Ben Rain.
Deservedly so.
Finishes with 4 for 30
yeah.
off his 10 overs.
Yeah.
And has kept Durham in this contest.
Yeah. It's good to see the fielders making an effort to come over and give him a pat on the back as well. He deserves it.
He does spend most of this competition away from the group.
Yeah.
And he is going to risk. He's going to have another crack with Ackerman.
Yeah.
Which again, I guess gives him options at the back end with Deleda and Wagner both having 3 left.
I don't think this is a bad option, actually. I think
without Patel being there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Chappell might have a bit of a whack, actually. It's a bit of a gamble, but I just get the feeling he might just take him on.
Oh, that's close. Oh, and there's a bit of confusion, I think, because of how close it was. I wasn't sure if there's a bit of an inside edge, actually. There's a bit going on. There's a bit of nerves out there for the first time.
There is, yeah. You know yourself, the last few runs are the hardest to get on there.
Absolutely right. This one's punched nicely down the ground. It's good control from Zach Chappell.
I think the batsman thought he was out.
Last ball. For that run out, he just wandered out of his crease a little bit confused.
I think the last LBW. I think the previous ball. I think he was expecting to be given out.
Agree.
Yeah.
Agree. And Dahl plays that really cleverly. He gets right across outside off stump and hits that into the leg side, playing with the spin.
Yeah, smart cricketer, isn't he?
Not a great throw in there. Oh, the sun is low and setting.
Yeah, it is.
So you can see that the shadows from the players are very long at the moment. Another dot for Ackerman.
Yeah.
Every dot getting a round of applause here at the Seat Unique Riverside in this do-or-die clash. 37 from 32 required. And it's in the air and is it dropped?
Oh, did he get there?
Just carried to mid-wicket.
I think he just managed to get his hands under it, didn't he?
I think Scott Borthwick thought that was hit a lot harder than what it was, and it died as it got there. He dived forward and couldn't quite get his hands around the ball.
Always difficult going forward, aren't they? Like that.
Yeah.
Really difficult.
Tough one, but it's a chance. And Chappell not looking that comfortable, so that might get Ackerman another over. Because that was a really good over from Colin Ackerman. It's only gone for 3.
Yeah.
And Durham are still in this.
Yeah.
Derbyshire require 36 from 31. And Chubb, if you're okay to hang in there for the last 5 overs,
happy to.
I'm going to hand it over to Sam Dalling.
Or not, as the case.
Oh, Sam, there's confusion. No, it's not mine, mate. It's ours. Durham Dalling, remember?
Yeah, I think you're right. Actually, I would definitely give Ackerman, beg your pardon, another over. I think the off spin is causing some problems. got Wagner coming back on at the Finkel end here, which again I think is the right thing to do. You turn to your most experienced bowlers at this point.
36 needed. 30 balls. 3 wickets, maybe 4. We don't know about Sam Connors, remember. Hit and run from Chappell, leading edge. He was trying to turn that to mid-wicket, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think like you said, there's just not a lot of pace on the ball now. It's probably soft as well. But I also think that there's a likelihood of a run out here as well, because Derbyshire are pretty much playing tip and run, which understandable. But if the Durham fielders are on the toes here, I think there's an opportunity.
Needs to be taken. There's a couple that haven't quite been taken, or they prove costly. Great bit of fielding.
Yeah.
It's a lovely shot from Anuj Dal, because if that gets past Ackerman at backward point, it's probably 4, because it was hit really firmly.
Great anticipation from him as well. He's just moving off to his left literally as soon as the batsman made contact there.
Now, interesting field change. The fielder at third has been swapped with fine leg, presumably because they're thinking that's where Dow's looking to play it, so they've moved someone who's a little bit quicker. Is it Parky gone to fine leg and Bushnell's gone across to third? Smart from Lees. That's gone behind point. I think it will get cut off by Baz Deleda. They'll come back for a couple. There's nothing Deleda could have done about that.
No,
it's a big
great
boundary.
fielding as well. Great fielding again. Really quickly round. Good batting again as well. Good placement. Where batsman looking to say, okay, if it's going to be difficult to hit boundaries. I don't want to go aerial, because if I lose another wicket, that puts a lot of pressure on the guys coming in. Where can I get a 2? Where's the lowest risks area where I can try and get 2 runs?
There's a third, a deep extra cover, deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Third's coming up, and I think backward point's going to go to the boundary, do you reckon?
Yeah, it looks like it. This is a bit of a gamble. Oh, no, we're having another field change. So third man's going back to fine leg.
I think, yes.
It looks like Parky is coming across into a... No, it's all happening.
Well, I tell you what, we'll tell you what's happening when it's happened, I reckon. Because at the moment, Parky was swapping, will he, won't he?
I think they just want the lads to stay loose, keep the legs moving, keep running backwards and forwards. It's not like there's a game going on or anything.
We've got Bushnell at short third, Ackerman at wide third, I reckon, and almost a deep extra cover. Yorker speared in by Wagner. They're going to come through for 1. Going down the leg side. Dahl's so quick.
He is. I've not seen many quicker, actually.
I saw him bat. Him and Dyloid put on a big partnership, and they'd never batted together. And I said to Anish Dahl afterwards, how many times between overs was Dyloid telling you to stop running these two? He was like, yeah, even I was tired. He runs them so hard.
Yeah.
He can only run with who's out there with him. Middlesex 6 down against Hampshire, by the way, for Derbyshire fans. Wagner around the wicket to Chappell, pulls it firmly. There's a fielder out there though. Michael Jones keeps it to 1. 2-3-3 for 6.
I think Phil Mustard's the only other one that springs to mind. Phil was one of the quickest between the stumps, and certainly the quickest in terms of turning, getting in and out of the crease. He was brilliant at that. Yeah.
Someone like Joss Butler's rapid. Long on goes out. Worcestershire 5 down, 164 for 5, so they need 74 for 11.3. 6.43 and over. Wagner in to Dahl. He's going to try something a little tricky. Half a shout for LBW. Wagner's appeal is quite late. It was pace off. Come through for a leg by. Wagner stood there, hand on knees. Whoever's at cover, I think it might be Scott Wolfick. Wolfick hand on head and turns away, almost in shock that it hasn't been given. Still in shock.
It's incredibly difficult if you want a left arm round like that to actually make contact with the pads and then go on to hit the stumps in line as well. It's nearly always going to be outside the line. You might get given because of the shot, but I think that's probably a good decision by the umpire, to be fair.
224 for 6, 4 overs remaining, 24 balls. Derbyshire need 30 runs. Colin Ackerman has ball in hand. He's bowled 5 overs, 0 for 21 so far. Wagner's got another 2. Parkinson and Ben Rayner both bowled out, remember. Baz Deleda has bowled 7. Wagner's got 2. Ackerman's going to bowl 1. Let's see where we get to. Long on, long off. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. Dahl on strike. The shout will be 2 from Dahl then. Not going to get them though. Chapel's got runs in this tournament.
Yeah.
This
is where the fielding side, you've got to be really alert to which end you're going to throw the ball to. As like you said, Dahl is so quick that the likelihood, the opportunity to run out is going to be wherever Chapel's running to. I'm not saying that he's slow, but he's nowhere near as quick as Dahl is.
29 from 23. Goes for the big hit. That's gone up in the air, and I think that's going to be 23 from 22. Yeah. That relieves a little bit of the pressure. It's a long boundary out there at deep mid-wicket, and the fielder looked half interested for a second, and it's probably only gone 5-8 yards over the boundary.
Yeah,
but
it's a good hit. Good strike.
Was the risk, Colin Ackerman?
Yeah, it was. Now I suspect Chapel will go again. Actually, I think he'll try and repeat.
Speared in outside off stump. Should just be 1. That boundary, that's how tight it is. Yeah. It just relieves all the pressure, doesn't it?
It does. From Durham's perspective, that's all you can do. Put the pressure on, make them play a big shot, hit the ball in the air. It was a good strike, fair play.
Fair play, yeah. It's the big boundary as well.
Yeah.
There's no wind, it's not like we're at south-north. Dahl goes inside out, extra cover. I think he might get 4 for that. Yeah, he does. 2
shot.
Boundaries in the over. Anuj Dahl, lovely strike, goes past the right hand of Alex Lees.
That was a really, really good shot. He just opened it up a little bit so he could get past extra cover as well and hit it beautifully. Good cricket shot.
The gamble to keep Ackerman going. It's gone for 12. Easy to say from up here. Didn't have many options either. It was that or pace on, really.
He's so close to getting a wicket in the last over as well. That was the thing.
Had a couple of nice shots. Won't be a run. Two wickets, boys, is the
don't
shout.
Panic. Yeah, don't panic.
Would change it.
Keep the pressure on. Got balled.
Gets out of the over well with 2 dots.
Well, nicely. Yeah.
18 off 18.
Good comeback. Really good comeback, that.
What do you do if we get there? What do you do from the last over from the Lumley end? You got Wagner on now. You keep Ackerman to go back to Bazdaleda.
I would stick with off spin personally. I would give him another go. I think I think you got to gamble. I do.
Make them force it.
I also think having pace at one end, spin at the other. There's something about that as well.
It's tight though.
It is. It is. You need a really good over here if we can get ideally get a wicket, but if we can get another tight over here, just to put a bit of pressure on for the last 2.
They're no strangers to tight games though in this tournament, Derbyshire.
Yeah.
They've won a game 9 down,
having
been out of it. They've won a game 8 down, having been out of it. So actually their lower order batters have won them games. Chapel hits that one hard. It's not quite going to carry to mid-off. Chance for a run out. Doesn't quite get there. Gets Dahl back on strike. — 17 off 17. What are you bowling at Dahl?
Taking the pace off it, I think.
Third and fine are both.
I'm going to try and hit the stumps as well. If I'm bowling, I've got to give myself a chance of getting him out.
It's a great bit of fielding.
Yeah.
Superb by George Drizzle at mid-wicket, and a direct hit might have had him. They're going to get an overthrow. The crowd groans. I think that's well worth a shy there because direct hit and he's gone. It was just a bit unfortunate.
Great stop.
Yeah,
great stop. Yeah.
George Drizzle at mid-wicket.
Yeah.
It was a lovely shot from Anuj Dahl.
It was. Yeah, it was. Good bit of bowling as well. Got it in tight as well. Tight and full. Made it difficult, but it was a super strike.
Doesn't quite get that right, and it's gone wide of Alex Lees. He was looking for the Yorker, maybe the slower ball.
I think he just lost his foot a bit as well. He fell over there and he's followed through.
It's gone for 4. Wide of Lees.
Yeah. It's a good shot. They're not always that easy to hit as well, low full tosses like that. He's punched it through the gap.
12 needed.
Just edging away, isn't it?
15 balls.
Need a hero.
2 balls changes it though. Pulled Alex Lees, it'll just be 1. 7 off the over so far. Dahl's got 15. Chappell's got 19. This partnership's worth 33 off 26 balls. They were in trouble, Derbyshire. They were struggling. Lost momentum.
Another good cricket shot as well there. Just punched through the offside. He's got really good plan, Dahl, hasn't he? Every ball that's been bowled at him, he's had an answer for.
He bowled really well as well.
He did. Yeah, he did. It was a really good spell.
And it's an odd scorecard because in chasing, what was it, 250 odd, usually someone gets a big score. And actually, David Lloyd's going to top score 6-3. Scott Borthwick, whatever happens, is going to comfortably be the top scorer in the match.
Yeah.
He's the only one that's made it, and I'm not saying he found it easy, but he's the one who's made it look relatively easy on this pitch. Lees and Magna come together. It's now a case of can't just keep giving them 1s. 10 needed.
Yeah. So a bit of a gamble here. Bring the deep cover fielder into the ring.
And maybe, so you've got that V, cover, extra cover, backward point. Say to Jack Chappell, give yourself some room.
Yeah.
Show your stumps. Doesn't take it on though. I think there might be 2 there. Dahl will get back. It's the striker's end you've got to look at. Clever.
Good cricket from Chappell there. It's a good shot.
Clever cricket. He put it in an area. Yeah. They invited him and said, go on. Eyes light up.
Yeah, he went the other way. It's good. Good batting.
8 off 2 needed.
Delete, I think. Going to have a change.
Looks that way. He's got his cap off.
Yeah.
Looks set to end in disappointment here unless something magic happens for Durham. Games have been lost from better positions. Two, 4, 6 for 6, Derbyshire. Win will take them up to 10 points. They won't know if it's going to be enough for them. Probably not, in fact, if Hampshire are going to win on net run rate. It'd be a brave person to make that call, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I've got no idea, really. Still could change. Pulled emphatically in front of square by Anuj Dahl. Races away for 4.
Yeah, that was a really good shot.
250 up. We're in touching distance. And yeah, so quite strangely, what we were calling a do or die, Ash Thorpe has copyrighted that phrase. What we were calling a knockout game could end up knocking both sides out. It's definitely knocking Durham out as Ash Thorpe. It's going to be close, but not quite.
Yeah.
Probably going to fall a point shy. Pulled away by Anuj Dahl.
Yeah, we said at the the 30 over point, big part of the Durham innings, that I think 300 was always excessive, but 275, 280 would have been a really tough ask, I think. Fair play to Derbyshire. I think they've played really well. I think they've gone about this well.
Deleda in. Chappell bunts that and runs. Gets his run. Just 2 needed to win. Chappell loses his bat. Has he got injured in that? Has he pulled up lane?
I think he's all right, I think.
Two needed. Deleda. Under edge. Keeps us waiting a little bit longer.
Interesting bit of cricket there. I think he's tried to take the pace off the ball, ended up with like you say, an under edge from the batsman who probably should have hit that through the offside for 4, to be fair. And then a bit of juggling from the keeper to try and stop it.
Two needed. Short ball, top edge, and it's gone over mid-on, and those will be the winning runs for Derbyshire, and embraced by Zach Chappell and Anuj Dal. It might not be enough to keep them in this year's Metro Bank One Day Cup. Unfortunately, there is a little bit more certainty for Durham, who have come close but will not qualify for the knockout stages, despite having a decent campaign, despite Scott Borthwick's maiden list day century. Simon Brown, it just felt like Derbyshire took a little bit of control, and actually the only moments Durham wrestled it back were due to a few head rushes from Derbyshire batters.
A little bit, yeah. They gave a couple of wickets away that you wouldn't really expect. Patel sort of holding out too long on was uncharacteristic, definitely. Derbyshire just really, like you say, they just had the nose ahead in the chase here, in the run chase. They were just ahead of the run rate most of the innings. And when they needed somebody to come in, Chappell sort of came and hit a couple of decent blows as well when the pressure was just starting to mount a little bit. And Durham innings perhaps came up 15, 20 short, perhaps. Always just felt like we'd lost 1 wicket too many throughout the innings. But fair play to Derbyshire. I thought that's a good run chase. You mentioned there that there wasn't any one person had a particularly big score, which you tend to need in a run chase, but it was a good team effort, I think, from Derbyshire.
Yeah, it was a good team effort. They will head off into the dressing room, and they will probably immediately log on to the live stream of the game between Hampshire and Middlesex, where Middlesex require 72 runs from 48 balls. So if Middlesex win, if they can find a victory over Hampshire, then Derbyshire could still be alive. So they will go and do that in their dressing room. Simon and myself are going to sign off for the day, and the boys are over in the DAFA News studio ready to give us a few thoughts. So Andy Sixsmith, I know you will be there. You always are there when I look for you. Where are you, Andy Sixsmith?
Well, you've just said where I am, Sam. Come on, don't try and catch me out like that. Anyway, we called it a do-or-die game, didn't we, before the start of this one? And as it turns out, it might be die for both Durham and Derbyshire today. Derbyshire obviously claiming the win here at the Seat Unique Riverside in Chester Street. Sadly means that Durham won't qualify for the quarterfinals of the Metrobank One Day Cup. But Ash Thorpe, who's with me in the DAFA News studio, it's a disappointing day, but overall in the tournament, Durham have given this one a right good bash, haven't they, this year?
Yeah, they were in with a chance with up to, 5 overs to go in the last game. So you've got to say that that's an improvement on what we've seen in the last few years, but they'll be bitterly disappointed going out today.
Where did that go wrong, do you think?
I thought the wicket of Colin Ackerman was absolutely enormous in that first innings. Fair play to Zach Chappell, who looked like he bowled really well. Durham weren't able to really accelerate from being 150, I think, after the 30 over mark for just 2 down. We were all thinking, we're going to get 300. Scrambled in the end to 250 odd, thanks to a bit of a partnership at the end between Mustard and I think Wagner at the end. Just wasn't enough at the end. I thought Derbyshire played our spin options really well and pretty much hit Borthwick and Drizzle out of the attack, which left Alex Lees with a few headaches. Ben Rain, the obvious shining light.
Do you think, mentioning Ben Rain, if there was another 2 or 3 overs of Ben Rain, he was putting them under a serious amount of pressure. He looked to have found his length really well. Looked like he was troubling the batsman. I know ifs and buts, but if there had been another couple of overs, that might have been a different result.
Yeah, no doubt. He bowled beautifully today, 4 for 30, I think, off his 10 overs. he was the star man with the ball. I thought Dahl, who bowled really similar to him, was bowled beautifully, I thought, for Derbyshire as well. So interesting that Johnny Bushnell didn't get a go, because I thought he could have done quite a similar job. However, that's up to the captain. I thought he used some good options. I like the risk he took with Ackerman, and unfortunately Zach Chappell was equal to that task, hitting for a 6 and a 4, which kind of killed Durham's hopes off.
It's been a kind of a roller coaster of emotions, really, because obviously, 80% of us are watching events unfold here at the Seton Neat Riverside in Chester Street. A lot of people are also looking down at Lancashire against Worcestershire. Lancashire were on top on that for a while. Looks like Worcestershire are going to go and get the win anyway there, so it wouldn't have led to a home quarter-final for Durham. But is there going to be a feeling in that Durham dressing room of what if today or not?
Absolutely. Yeah, they've let an opportunity slip by to go into some more knockout cricket. I think if we get 280, they have to bat differently.
Yeah.
And like I say, the back end of our innings to only get 100 off the last 20 overs has really killed us.
And overall, though, if we're going to look at not just the One-Day Cup campaign, but the T20, the white ball summer that Durham have had, and a white ball summer that, let's face it, isn't over. There's a quarter-final in the Vitality T20 Blast against Surrey to look forward to in September. How do you think Ryan Campbell will reflect on the white ball cricket this summer?
Overall, a success, but like you said, it's not done. It could be a huge success if we make finals day and then get our hands on a trophy, and that would be amazing. They'll be, I think, satisfied with this Metro Bank competition. Probably seen a little bit of emergence of Ben McKinney, for example, who's burst on and scored an 80 and 100 and is now making some runs for the Lions this afternoon, which is fantastic for him. Apart from that, you want to win games, you want to qualify. We've fallen short, so like I say, it'll be probably a near pass if we're going to go. And let's throw all our eggs in that T20 basket at the start of September.
Is that the big positive then, looking at the One-Day Cup and isolating that? You talk about Ben McKinney, but obviously the emergence of plenty of other young talent. I know we've talked about it here in the Daffy News studio a lot about how this is a good competition for Campbell to blood quite a few youngsters coming through. They've had some really, really good exposure to first-class cricket. That has to be one of the biggest positives from this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a lot of experience in this competition as well. We've had the likes of Alex Lees for the whole competition, Colin Ackerman, Scott Borthwick. And I think that's where we'll be disappointed that we haven't kind of grabbed a little bit more of that. Our bowling was a little bit undermanned, where we've lost the likes of Potts. Coughlan's led that really well. Buster Leaders had great opportunities with the ball. Ben Rain's obviously been away as well. And you look at those factors, George Drizzle even being injured for the start of the tournament. So our bowling has been a little bit short, but then we've got the likes of being able to see the likes of Minto, Dan Hogg, kind of burst on the scene. Stan McAlinden, Mitchell Colleen, Luke Robinson, unfortunately, has been injured throughout this. Brandon Glover got a game, so it's given opportunities for the coach to have a look at some, and maybe harshly at this time of year, he'll be making judgments on those guys to see whether they get kept on, or whether they're released. And it is a tough time of year, but unfortunately, these competitions, those judgment calls get made when people get opportunities.
And like we said, not to be for Durham anyway in the One-Day Cup, we will look ahead to the Vitality T20 Blast and that quarter-final coming up. But from a Durham Live perspective, obviously it's been our kind of first time doing this summer. How have you found it, Thorpe? Where have the highlights been, would you say, reflecting back? Because while Durham might have one more white ball game at least to play, this is our final Durham Live of the summer. Cue the tissues at home for all the right reasons. And we will actually reflect back on it quite positively, I imagine.
I've absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. It's been a bit like being back in the change room. We've had the likes of Chubby and Vic has come along. Sam Dalling, I've got to know and meet Sam, which is, has its pluses and its minuses.
Mostly pluses.
Yeah,
mostly
absolutely.
Pluses.
But, the T20 stuff in particular, it's amazing how quickly that flies by.
Yeah.
So you remember it when you're out there playing, but actually when you're in here
and
you're doing things in 5 over stints, man, it goes quick.
Yeah.
It's helter-skelter. We've had to put up with Borthwick, who has been busy. Harmy, Muchie's head, the shine off my head, which everybody's seeing now as well. But it's been an amazing experience, and from my point of view, you see yourself as a really professional host. Oh God, I can't believe I'm giving out compliments and things like that. But
are you okay this afternoon?
I'm getting all emotional. That's our last one. And John and Ross and Stevie, who we've had pretty much throughout, the production team, I think the proof's in what's been put out on the YouTube channel. Like Durham Live is going places, I think, and hopefully we can bring that back next year and make it bigger and better again.
Absolutely. And just a quick final word, obviously reflecting back on it, not just on Durham Live, but Durham across the course of the summer. What's been the highlights on the pitch for you?
Oh, so many. I think for me, it wasn't even here. I'd been to a test match down at Nottingham, and I was watching the stream from the Derby game coming back in the car. I wasn't driving, by the way. Hoping and praying that we got to the quarterfinal, because that's a big benchmark for our T20 cricket. Has been pretty poor over the last few years, and I don't think anybody will hide that fact. We've got an uphill task against Surrey, but the fact that we've made it through, that's another step in the right direction. We qualified from... where were we? Division 2 into Division 1 last year, so that was red ball progression. Now we're seeing white ball progression, and under Ryan Campbell and the guys there in the backroom staff and all the guys on the field, they're giving us some good entertainment to watch.
Absolutely. Plenty of highlights, plenty of fantastic moments, and plenty of good times here on Durham Live right the way throughout the summer. Like we say, it might be our last broadcast for 2024. It isn't Durham's last white ball game of the summer. There is that quarterfinal in the Vitality T20 Blast to come against Surrey in September. So best of luck to the boys, to Ryan Campbell and all of the team behind the scenes for that. But from us here at Durham Live, that is that. This is our final show of 2024. Like Ash has said, hopefully we will be back in 2025. But thank you to each and everyone. Firstly, everyone here at Durham Cricket Club, one of the finest cricket clubs in the land, for putting this on in the first place. Hopefully every single one of you have enjoyed it at home. Thank you to all of our contributors, not just in the punditry chairs, but also on our commentary teams, which have been absolutely magnificent and a great laugh, great analysis and great insight into the great game throughout the course of the summer. And of course, a massive, massive thank you to the production team, the media company, to John and all of the team who Ash has beautifully name dropped there in his punditry, but it wouldn't have been possible without them. But finally, thank you to you guys for watching. A broadcast like this isn't possible without its audience, without its viewers, and so many of you from across the UK, from across the world, and exclusively live on Fancode in India have been watching us right the way across the summer. It's been an absolute blast. It has been a pleasure. It's been a privilege. From me, Andy Sixsmith, from all of us here on Durham Live, we look forward to seeing you in 2025 and hopefully more success for this great cricket club, Durham. Thanks for watching. Take care. Bye for now.